Hey, welcome back. So I wonder how many more episodes of this I'm doing, you know? Because it feels like it's simultaneously coming towards the end, but also it's like these events could be happening in the middle, you know? Like I mean, it's coming towards the end, but that doesn't really mean anything because the end could be really long. Like the final few events could take forever, you know? So I'm not expecting this to be the last video or even within the last 3 videos necessarily, but we'll see. So yeah, right now I just have half an hour to kill, so I'm gonna kill half an hour by playing this game. Nothing changes in the afternoon. I take her to every shop I can think of and Saber follows quietly, so we're on our date with Saber right now. At least it's not as awkward as earlier in the morning. Either I'm getting used to the situation or Saber's given up. She's still quiet, but the more I watch her, the more I notice she looks either angry or not angry, which is really confusing. Whenever I see Saber coming out of the store looking excited, I feel this sense of accomplishment. It really makes me happy. Aww. Then, after a careful consideration of what Saber might like... Whoa! That's awesome. I'm not certain, but I determined this is the shop most likely to please Saber. Saber stands in front of the store, mouth agape. I'm not sure if her shoulders are trembling because she's angry or excited. I just can't tell. Shiro? Where are we? I hear this is the biggest stuffed animal shop in town. I've never been here since men aren't allowed. What? What does that mean? What do you mean men aren't allowed? There's no way that they have like no men allowed stuffed animal stores. Obviously, okay, there you go. Obviously it's not that men aren't allowed in the store. Is he just saying, oh, I'll be socially ostracized if I, a man, go into a store with stuffed animals? It's just that most of the customer base are girls, so there's this unspoken rule about men not going outside. Stupid. Really stupid. Besides, there are only girls in the store right now, which is fine. Saber, with her beautiful blonde hair, is drawing attention, while I'm drawing glares for being a guy. They must all be trying to keep me out of their sanctuary. And I can't agree more. Even I don't think guys should be in a store like this. This is the most unrealistic thing in this game, I think. I mean, I understand there might be a culture difference between Japan and the West with this stuff, but like, yeah, I think he's getting like the only way I can possibly see this being the case is like he's getting what he perceives are glares because he's got this toxic masculinity stored up within him or whatever. He's getting what he perceives are glares for being a guy in this area. But what it actually is just regular people looking, or they're like sort of jealous, not jealous necessarily, but like surprised look seeing someone like Saber and being like, wow, she's gorgeous. Who's she with? That guy? Like that sort of thing. Well, we've come all the way here, so don't hold back. Let's take a look around. Do you have a favorite animal, Saber? Well, I suppose I find lions and leopards to be quite lovely. Do you find that strange? I find myself turning away and fighting not to laugh. I'm not sure why Saber liking lions is strange. Shiro, your reaction does not seem right. It fills me with an inexplicable sense of rage. Or is it my imagination? No, sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. A lion is just so perfect for you. What? It is not right to laugh at someone's preferences, Shiro. And there is nothing wrong with lions. And I said I'm sorry. To make it up to you, I'll take you somewhere good, so don't get mad. I try to fight down my laughter and walk into the store. Let's see. Looks like animal stuffed toys are over there. And it takes about an hour to get from one end of the store to the other. I watch in silence as Saber stares at the stuffed animals while I worry about the dozen or so sets of prying eyes staring at me from around the store. I've never been so exhausted in my life as I am today. The terrifying thing is that we've only made it through half of the store. Saber frequently is paralyzed. That is, she often stops and stares at a stuffed animal. Even after all this time, we're only halfway through the store. Saber seems very interested in the other half of the store, so I guess I'll just hang around while she does what she wants here. Shiro, why are you sighing? Are you tired from walking so much? Yeah, I'm just a little tired. I usually don't get tired so easily, but today's special. I guess I should be careful about doing things I'm not used to doing. I heave a sigh. I don't mind people staring at us when we're just walking around, but I'm uncomfortable with it when we're in this girly shop. When you're mentally drained, the first part of your body that feels it is your legs. What about you, Saber? This must be your first time in a store like this. Let me know if you get tired. Yes, I am a little uncomfortable, but you look far more so. Not only here, you did not seem comfortable in the previous shop, or the one before that. I hope you are not selecting places you do not wish to go. Suddenly, those words dispel all the worries and mental exhaustion I felt earlier. Yeah. Honestly, I might have chosen a bunch of places I wouldn't normally go. I knew it. This is ridiculous, Shiro. You are aware of your own dislike, so why would you purposefully go there? You will... It's the sort of place girls like, right? I was the one who made you come out with me, and it's your day. Besides, it's not so bad since you're with me. I'm with a beautiful girl, so I don't look completely out of place. All the stares directed at me aside. That is absurd. I may not be armed, but I am still a servant. Even if I am not fighting, you need not treat me like a woman. You must treat me as a servant, like always. You're the one being absurd. You are a girl. I'm not trying to treat you differently today unless you feel like I am. She's bewildered. Saber's mouth hangs open as if she's only just now realizing this. No, you are the same. You are acting the same as you always do. See? No need to worry about me. So let's keep going. If we're gonna buy your favorite thing in here, we still have to see the other half of the store. I take Saber's hand. She offers no objection as I tug her along. Oh, she's getting more used to the hand holding. Oh, that is right. It has always been like this. I do not know why I'm realizing this now. She murmurs to herself, sounding dazed. This is cute. I like this date. It's very cute. I'm just quickly gonna go to the flowchart because what I've realized is that for a while we've had like no branches, which I'm fine with. I don't need branches necessarily. And in fact, the branches always kind of stress me out because I'm like, I don't want to reach like the bad end and then go back and redo it. But I was just curious, like, to see the flowchart to see, you know, like, are there branches? And there haven't been any branches. The uncomfortable day passes in a flurry. Saber never laughs, not once during the whole day, so neither do I. No part of the day was particularly memorable, but neither was there any painfully boring aspect. Basically, nothing significant happened. The way it went, maybe Saber would have been happy if we stayed in the dojo and trained together. But today wasn't all that bad either. Even if it didn't end up being all that exciting, I should be proud that I at least managed to take Saber around. After the war is over, and once everything goes back to normal, I don't want to look back on all this and realize that all the time I spent with Saber was in combat. Even if this entire date was stupid, she needs to spend some time doing something other than fighting, or there's no point in her being here. So, yeah, I should be proud of myself. The end is near. When everything is done, and when there's no need to fight anymore, if Saber can look back on this moment, that's enough for me. That's nice. We walk back home. Just as we're trying to get on the bus, I would prefer to walk home. Saber finally voices a preference. We've been walking all day, bitch. Denied. I command you to get on the bus. The winds are picking up. The brilliant sunset The brilliant sunset paints a bridge red. Having sunset be two separate words when you're referring to the sunset. I think that's a typo. But I really find a lot of humor in the idea of wasting your commands on really stupid shit. I think since Unlimited Blade Works, when we see Reen basically waste her first command just because she's feeling spiteful towards Archer, you know, and she's like, God damn it, you're my servant, listen to me, you know. Since then, I like to think about different ways that you can be like, fuck you, I'm using this command for the stupidest fucking reason. So it's like a double, it's doubly shitty, because number one, it's shitty because you're forcing them to do something that they don't want to do, and second, it's shitty because they know that you're wasting one of the valuable resources that the two of you can use for this war on whatever your stupid argument is at the moment, you know? Oh. Saber notices something, stops, and looks over the bridge into the river. She's looking at a mountain of rubble. I say it's a mountain, but the pile isn't really that high. Steel frames and other things are piled up just a little below water level, and it's only slightly disturbing the flow of the river. I don't know what happened, but some boat probably sank, and then pieces of it drifted here. I hear some of the neighboring residents have been complaining, trying to get rid of the pile since it's so unsightly. What is it, Saber? Did that catch your attention? It is nothing. I only noticed that it is still there. You see, I caused that. During the previous war, I was forced to do battle over this water, and I had to use my noble phantasm. I see. That was against Caster, right? Her fighting against Caster? Interesting. The only damages were the river drying up, but unfortunately it also struck a ship that was anchored there. Huh? Struck with Excalibur? Yes. Fortunately, there was nobody on board and the damage was minimal. The river has gone back to normal, so I believe there is nothing to be upset over. Well, I feel bad about it and regret it. I should be more careful. When we use Excalibur, I need to be mindful to use it somewhere there's a lot of open space, like out here. Shiro, are you still mad? No, I'm not mad. I was just surprised. Plus, it's a reminder that there are still remnants from the previous war. Compared to the wasteland at the Central Park, the mound of rubble in this river is nothing. Though I guess the ship's owner might not have come out of that so great. Please do not worry too much. Kiritsugu said the boat's owner had insurance, and they originally parked the ship with the intention of using it as a cushion to dampen the river's flow. The ship acted as a wall that mitigated the damage from my noble phantasm. Does that mean you destroyed the ship knowing it was there for that purpose? I was not aware. Kiritsugu had that prepared without my knowing. He must have been able to predict how the battle would turn out. I did not know because he did not say a word before or after he prepared the boat. And then Saber looks down at the river, probably thinking back to that earlier Holy Grail war. The surface of the water glitters with reflected sunlight. The wind coming from the river flutters Saber's hair. She's so beautiful. Saber, did you have fun today? I'm suddenly scared Saber's gonna disappear, so I ask a question that's probably better not to voice. That's such a cute image. That's so adorable. Come again. Did you say something, Shiro? I did. I asked if you had fun today. I hold my breath. Saber looks a little confused. Yes. I would be lying if I said none of it was new to me. She says it fondly, like she knows she'll never have another day like this. Which is exactly why I already knew her answer. The only thing left for me to do is nod in agreement and then walk her home. At the least, things can still go back to normal if I leave it at that. I see. I look at Saber and nod. Then let's come again. We'll have other chances to do something like this. It's maybe a dangerous thing to say, yeah. Aww. She doesn't think you have other chances. Saber's expression hardens. I think she realizes what I'm trying to say. She looks directly at me and silently shakes her head. There will not be a second time. This happened today, and that's where it will stay. Why not? I know exactly what Saber's going to say. I know I won't be satisfied with her answer, but I ask anyway. I need not explain. Servants exist only to fight. What we did today is only me denying what I am. I obeyed only because you determined we need rest, but from here on out, there is no need for me to rest. There are only a few enemies left. Should you order me, I can leave and search for Lancer right now. She focuses on me, eyes blazing with her fighting spirit. Saber saying that she can head into battle any time if she's ordered to, and that really sets off my anger. What the hell? Are you really that eager for a fight? Of course. The more I fight, the closer I get to the Holy Grail. Battle is our priority. I thought you understood that. Yeah, I know. And it doesn't make any sense. I've been wanting to tell you, you're contradicting yourself. You keep saying fighting is important, but you've never once thought you wanted to fight. You've got no other choice, so you're just fighting because you're forced to. What? That is not true. I do not hesitate to fight. I have told you that I will do anything to win. Yeah, she did say that. But that doesn't mean she likes fighting. As long as you can manage, right? Listen, Saber. If all you needed to do was defeat the other masters to get the Holy Grail, you would have done that already by attacking innocents like Ryder. But you won't do that. That is because... It's not that you don't want to involve innocent people. You know very well that people die in battle. That's right. That's why you wanted to minimize the fighting. Once you start fighting, people die, which is why you wanted to end it as quickly as possible. In other words, you're just scared of there being casualties in these battles. Saber's eyes grow wide, like she's seen a ghost, but quickly narrow. She grits her teeth. You are wrong. I am not afraid of fighting. Yeah, you're right. You probably haven't been afraid from the start, but that's only because you squashed all your own feelings, like fear, beneath your duty and dignity as king. Ridiculous. And yet, you don't want to fight. You were just good at it, but it's not a talent you actually wanted. Look, I'm gonna be blunt. You're not fit to fight. You never wanted to take up the sword in the first place. You're just saying it's what you want as a way to talk yourself into actually doing it. On top of that, why didn't anyone around her, even herself, figure it out and just say something? Shiro, I will brook no further insult, even from you. You can't stand it because it's the truth. If you admitted it, you'd never be able to fight again. I hear a grinding sound. Man, you took her on this date and you were both like, and she was like in a happy place for like she was smiling, she was in a happy place for 5 seconds. And I know why he's doing this. He's like, look, now you know what it's like to be happy, and you're still not allowing yourself to be in that place, you know? You're constantly trying to drag yourself back down. So I know why he's choosing now to do it. It's also like very tragic that like, you know, that just the smallest amount of happiness that she gets is immediately devolves into one of their most tense moments in the game. Saber is glaring at me, trying to hold back her anger. I can't back down now. I know I'm right. I can't back down. So you should stop. You wanted to stop. You know you're not fit to hold a sword, to fight. So just quit. Stop being a servant and do something that suits you better. It's not too late for her to find whatever real human happiness she's always wanted. And for that, I would... Do not be ridiculous. My only option is to fight. I am here only to obtain the Holy Grail. I offered my entire self to protect the vow I made as king. I can do nothing else. She's just an object seeking to obtain the Holy Grail. That's what ticked me off the most. Why does she talk like she's only trying to convince herself? Everyone around her took her at her word. There's a bug here, because she kept insisting on stuff like this. You idiot! That's not true! There are plenty of other ways to live your life. You're here in this age now. It's not like back when you were alive. You should try to live your life for yourself. Don't make the mistake of using the Holy Grail. What I say next is what I hope for most. Forget about the Holy Grail. Don't use it for anyone else. If you're here, you need to live here happily. My ears pick up the sound of wind. Saber doesn't answer. She doesn't nod. She only looks straight in my eyes. I cannot agree. I formed a contract to obey you. I did not give you my heart, Master. What a line. Saber speaks slowly and clearly. I will not break my vow as king. I have a responsibility to fulfill my duty. King Arthur's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail. Even if that were finished, I will never go back to being Altria. My wish remains unchanged. From the moment I drew the sword, my vow could never change. What are you talking about? That's not what you really need to do. You will never be rewarded for what you did, and that's wrong. You don't need the Holy Grail. Besides, Saber's wish won't come true. What's already happened can't be changed. Saber, you can't redo something that's already happened. Or, at least, you shouldn't. I know you've already figured that out. No, that is absolutely. And I'm gonna tell you, no matter how bad it ended up, you can't change what happened. Asking for a do-over just because you didn't get the result you wanted is the way a spoiled kid acts. Aww. We're at an impasse. Saber doesn't say anything more, and I don't have anything more to say. The sound of the wind stops. Or rather, it pauses for a moment. An instant later, it picks back up, just as I feel the wind on my cheek. I thought you, of all people, would understand. It becomes a headwind. Is that all you have to say after wasting our day? Jesus. After wasting our day. Her voice is cold. I hear only rejection in it. How arrogant. What knowledge can you claim to possess that lets you understand me? You have no right to involve yourself in my affairs. Ordering me not to fight. An untrained master like you, who is so reliant on my protection, has no right to talk. You should keep such drivel to yourself until you are able to fight for yourself. Though, I am unsure whether that will ever happen. No. This isn't just drivel. It most assuredly is. Think only of myself. I could say the same of you. You place no value upon your own life. You say that I am wrong while doing the very same thing. This is true. Only the dead think of prioritizing the life of others. How can a complete fool who does not know the value of their own life spout such nonsense? Saber, why you... Did I strike a nerve? I would be happy to dissolve our contract right now. You have no desire for the Holy Grail in any case. I will defeat the remaining masters and obtain the Holy Grail alone. If you do not want to fight, then you need only hide. Saber, are you serious? My voice trembles. My teeth are rattling. I'm angrier than I realized. Of course. My only goal is attaining the Holy Grail. Nothing else is important to me. And you, Shiro, are no exception. Jesus, man. I struggle to breathe. try to fight the blackness encroaching on my vision. Try to get my heart beating again. You idiot! Fine. If you're that eager to fight, go do it yourself. I don't care anymore. I can't keep my emotions under control. I yell out some sort of lame excuse, then turn and run. I run away from her. And for an instant... Damn. I think I see Saber just standing there, dumbfounded. Damn it! I just run. I don't know why I'm mad, only that I am. So I run in a fit of rage. Nothing else is important to me, and you, Shiro, are no exception. I grip my teeth. Honestly, I'm getting dizzy just thinking back on what she said. I'm so unfocused I might run into a pole or something. Well, it would be easy if I could do that. If I was only angry at Saber, I should have taken it out on her like an idiot and just been done with it. But something else caused my fit of rage. I'm not mad at Saber. I'm so frustrated that I keep running and I don't allow myself to catch my breath because I know I'm a spineless good-for-nothing. Saber just stands there, gaping at me. I heard her faintly just as the wind changed directions. I thought you of all people would understand. Damn. The hell I would know that, you idiot. I immediately regret my words and nearly trip. What did those words mean? They'd sounded like parting words, but also like she'd been about to cry. Now that I think back, that was probably the only honest thing she'd said. She'd hung her head as she muttered that to me. Her voice was a mixture of expectation, disappointment, and pleading. Then, who was the betrayer and who was betrayed? I run into my room and slam the sliding door. I flop onto the floor, arms and legs splayed. I'm tired of standing. I just want to lie down and go right to sleep. But even when I lie down, my body's on fire. My heart feels like it's about to burst and my lungs are desperate to take in oxygen. I ran back here at full speed, not even pausing once, so I can't blame my body for the discomfort. I feel like I still haven't run enough, but my body's telling me to slow down. It takes a bit, but I manage to calm down. I take a deep breath, hold it, then release it. After my breathing calms down, there's just one thing left swirling in my head, and it's a simple question. What am I really angry about? It's not really something I need to think about. I was running because I know I'm helpless. I can't help Saber. It's so frustrating, I'm angry with myself. I can't do anything. I said I was going to make her smile. I decided to protect Saber, but I couldn't do anything, and that's making me so angry. But what can I do? If Saber doesn't even want happiness, there's no point in someone else trying to get involved. That's why I tried to help Saber find happiness on her own. But she told me those efforts were futile, even called me an idiot. A fool who doesn't even know the value of his own life, huh? But what do I do with all of that? I value my life and I don't want to do anything to end it. And my life has nothing to do with Saber. Bringing my circumstances into this wasn't fair. No matter how stupid I am, I know for sure that Saber's wrong. But when she outright rejects me like that, there's not really anything I can do. Damn. She can do whatever the hell she wants. I roll over to lay flat on my face. Now all I see is a tatami mat, so I might as well close my eyes and empty my mind. I don't care what happens to Saber, that's not true. If the Holy Grail is so important, then she should just marry it. And now you're being the child. He called her a child before. If she's going to be this stubborn after I've told her this many times, I should just stay out of it, or I'll end up getting burned. Actually, I might not get out of this mess with only a burn. I might actually get really hurt. Damn. The hell? I'm having a wet dream? I've already gotten hurt. This is worse than just getting burned. I met her. fought with her multiple times, and to survive, I saw into the depths of her heart in a moment of incredible intimacy. I remember her heat, the light deep inside her. I don't know why I'm remembering this right now. There's a faraway grassy field, memories of a girl left behind. The moment I think back to that beauty, nothing matters anymore. What Saber says doesn't matter. You're just a thing to fight. Then don't expose your own weakness, for crying out loud. Saber's just unfair. I don't know what exactly is unfair about her, but I know something is. Angry as I am, I can't hate her. The more I want to forget her, the harder it gets. It's all tangled up. Damn. So the person who falls in love just gets screwed over? But I can't help it. I can't give up no matter how many times she tells me it's useless. I just have to see it through to the end. I remember her face there, on the verge of tears. Does that mean... will she make that face every time I do something like this? But I can't. No matter what happens, I can't agree. I'm gonna keep doing this even if I'm wrong. If she's really important to me, I'll never apologize to her. Damn, man. Alright. I'll save it there. But man, that was a good half hour. That was like I only had time to play half an hour of the game, and that was a really solid half hour. One of the stronger half hours of the game, I would say. Really good. Anyway, the video's not ending, so you'll see me soon. What's up? I'm back. I think I hear a sound. I'm not sure when the sun set, but the room's gotten dark. The ticking of the clock is getting annoying. Hey, how long are you going to sleep? I need you to wake up, for crying out loud. Huh? I keep saying you need to wake up. It's already past 10. Illy won't shut up about how hungry she is, so you need to wake up and deal with this. She sounds upset, a snap to full wakefulness. It's past 10? I jump up. Yep, it's 10:17 to be exact. It's way too late for dinner. Tosaka stands over me looking annoyed. Sorry, I fell asleep. I'll be out soon, so wait in the living room. That's fine, but where's Saber? Huh? If she's not here, I guess the dojo or the living room? Shiro, I'm asking because she's not here. Tosaka's serious, and I instantly realize what that means. Don't tell me she hasn't come back yet? Shiro, what do you mean she hasn't come back yet? Tosaka runs out of the room after me. There's no time to explain. My iPhone just activated because I said a name very similar to the iPhone's AI's name. I ignore Tosaka's yelling behind me and I rush outside. I mean, she said, you said go fight yourself. So what did you expect her to do? The town is quiet. Just like yesterday, there's absolutely nobody around. I don't have the patience to think about how odd that is. Saber hasn't come home yet. I actually don't blame her. We had a huge argument. She said she was going to fight alone. Knowing her, she'd do it too. Saber's nowhere to be found. If I can't find her, that might mean she's actually fighting Lancer, the final servant, as we speak. But I head straight to one more place. The air near the river is cold. The night is chilly, and when I passed the park, it was so cold the entire place felt like it was covered in frost. My cheeks and ears sting with the cold, and my breath mists white. If it's that cold in the park, I can't imagine how absolutely freezing it's going to be on the bridge, with the wind blowing up from the river. There I see her. Oh, she's right where she'd been standing when I ran away. Saber leans on the rail and just gazes out over the water. Maybe she's following the sun, which is long set. She's staring off into the distance, her eyes fixed on a red horizon that's long since vanished. And that's when I realize Saber is strong, but she's weak too. Her dignified appearance is just her way of trying to prove she can get by without anyone's help. But at the same time, she's so fragile. Excuse me. Oh. She might slip through my fingers if I reach for her. She can't do things alone, but she'll probably keep that front up to the very end. So, just like me, she'd been staring up at the unreachable stars. All she does is look at the setting sun as if it's all she knows how to do. I can't leave her alone. If our argument needs a loser, then it's unquestionably me. It's led to me swearing never to let her make that face again. I step out onto the bridge. Saber doesn't seem to hear my footsteps. I approach without a word and lean on the rail next to Saber. Saber, you're gonna catch cold out here. She jumps in surprise. Saber finally notices me. Shiro. She turns towards me. What are you doing out here at this hour? You didn't come home. Tosaka was worried. I see. I feel bad about that. It's fine, but why are you here? Well, it was at least easy to find you since you stayed in the same place. Yes, I am still here because I have not yet decided where to go. You told me to do whatever I wanted to do, so I've been trying to think of what I want to do. But I could not think of what I should do or go where I wish to go, so I've been trying to determine where to go. She sounds like a lost child. Yeah, this is really sad. Saber doesn't look me in the eyes as she speaks. Maybe she feels guilty. Maybe she does, after the fight we had. I can't blame her for thinking I must be angry. I am sorry. Please tell Reen I am in her debt. I will return to you once I have defeated Lancer and obtained the Holy Grail. So until then... Is she saying she intended to wander around alone without anywhere to go home to? That idiot. What are you talking about? You have my place to come home to. There's food and a bed for you there. But you said that you do not care what I do any longer. Yeah, I have no idea what you're gonna do next. I say that, and then I take her hand. Shiro? Let's go home. You being a servant doesn't mean you won't catch a cold if you stay out here in the cold for so long. Come on, let's get home and eat something warm. But I... And I'm gonna say this, but I'm not gonna apologize. If you have any complaints, tell me now. I'm crude about it, but I try to avoid her gaze. She stares at me, confused. Saber looks like she wants to apologize, but I ignore her. Maybe that works in my favor. She doesn't say anything. She just follows me in silence, holding my hand. Man. All of this stuff is the best stuff in the game, I think. We head across the bridge and into the park. It's 11 o'clock. There's nobody in the park, but it's packed with plenty of decorations like fountains and streetlights. I walk briskly. Saber's steps are sluggish. She stood on that bridge for more than 5 hours. She must be freezing and tired. When I tug on her hand, she occasionally stumbles like she's about to fall down. Saber, do you want me to walk slower? You don't seem well. I turn toward her as I speak. No, I am fine. But, well, not that Reem's words mattered to me, but having you hold my hand like this really does make me think we are on some sort of tryst. And just like that, my face turns bright hot red. I guess, should I let your hand go? That is, if you don't like it. Oh my god, the blinking. No, this is fine. Your hand is very warm and comforting. And there our conversation ends. I resume heading home just to cover my embarrassment. Saber follows in silence. I'm not even sure how much farther it is to the house. A little embarrassed by the warmth of our clasped hands, we both leave the park. A lot's happened today. But if we're ending the day with warmth like this, hell, I'll change religions and thank the priest who, indirect as he may be, allowed this moment to happen. Of course, the second I think that. Who is that? Where are you going? Boy, do not think to take what is mine. Whose voice is that? I'm trying to think. Is it Gilgamesh? Like, I think Gilgamesh is probably one of the voices I know the least in this game. Boy, do not think to take what is mine. We run into someone who we never should have. The elation I'd felt vanishes and my mind goes blank. Oh no, could be Lancer. I just realized I haven't heard. It's been a while since I heard Lancer's voice. Goosebumps cover my body, and I realize I've forgotten how to breathe. Shiro. Saber, standing behind me, probably feels the same. She grips my hand tightly in her own, the same way I feel a sense of impending death. Saber feels the inevitable despair. It's not showing us a face. Your wait is over, Saber. As promised, I've come to claim you. Oh yeah, it's probably Gilgamesh. What was my voice for Gilgamesh? I mean, I was just trying to do an impression of... As promised, I've come to claim you. Archer. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, for a second I was like, Archer, and then I remembered, yeah, Gilgamesh is Archer. The man in gold. That fucking fit? Oh my god. The unidentified heroic spirit who annihilated Caster's bone soldiers, and even took out Caster with barely any effort. Now that monster stands in front of us. He's so close. We're at exactly the right distance to begin slashing at each other at any moment. Death looms right in front of us, even more than when we face Berserker. What's wrong, Saber? I've come all this way to get you. You know it is improper to simply remain quiet. Or do you intend to play a bit before you admit you were mine? Play a bit before you admit you were mine, my king of knights. Archer stifles a laugh. He's not even looking at me. Saber is his only focus. He admires her like she's a piece of art. Saber's demeanor changes. She must have made up her mind. She's already determined the man in front of us is an enemy, while I've hardly moved a muscle. Shiro, I will do everything I can to block his first attack. Please take that opportunity to retreat. I know it will be difficult, but I can only do so much against a servant like him. I can hear the apology in her voice for not being able to do more. Even someone as powerful as Saber can only block his first attack. My chances of getting away from this guy are slim at best. Saber is asking me to forgive her of what is about to happen. She probably knows there's no way for her to defeat the man in gold. I can't let her do that. This is different than when we fought Berserker. I know, though I don't have proof, that making Saber fight this servant can only end badly. Actually, I do have proof. I know from seeing his noble phantasm last night. Saber can't beat him right now. This is not a matter of her skills as a knight. That's not even the right way to look at this. No heroic spirit, as long as they remain a heroic spirit, can beat the man in gold. No. You're the one who's gonna run, Saber. What? Shiro? Are you gonna use a command seal to get her the fuck out of here? I cover Saber and face Archer. Oh, I see. You have a master. His shabby appearance led me to think he was no more than a lowly dog. He smiles cheerfully. He raises an arm and lazily snaps his fingers. I feel sick. I need to leave right now or I'm dead. There's no rhyme or reason. I just know instinctively that this guy will kill me for standing in front of him like this. Go, Saber! We're near the church. The priest there should be able to shelter you, even from him. I push Saber away and start running, trying to escape the death I can only hope isn't inevitable. There's no plan here. I'm just gonna risk it all and run straight at this guy. Then I'm gonna project Saber's sword again, just like when we fought Berserker. Shit, what happened? I'm blown back. What just happened? The moment he snapped his fingers, something appeared right beside me. Ah! It's a giant hammer. It knocks me aside like a piece of trash and I slam hard into the ground. I can't move. My body is completely useless, like all my bones have turned to jelly. I've lost all sensation in my limbs. The pain is so dull, I can't even tell if I'm still alive. I will not kill you. If I destroy you now, Saber will disappear. As much as I hate to, I will keep you alive until the Holy Grail is summoned. The man laughs. I try to push myself up, but my body won't listen. Do not let it go to your head, mongrel. There are ways to allow a servant to remain in this world without you. This is just the path of least resistance. If you make so much as another peep, though, I will kill you. Then my mind goes blank. He will kill me. If I make even a single move, he will do just what he said he would. I can't possibly move after that kind of warning. Shiro! Saber tries to run toward me. Where do you think you're going? There are no more obstacles between us. It is not this piece of trash you should be running to. The man in gold won't allow it. He stands in front of me and waits for Saber to reach me. Saber stops and glares at him. The two stand about 10 meters apart. I don't know about Archer, but Saber can close that distance in a heartbeat. Seems you're not willing to come to me yet. I can't fathom why. So great a heroic spirit as you should realize what a singular honor it is to be chosen by me. What drivel. Even if I become a heroic spirit, I am still king. I will never submit to you. Oh, a king you may be, but you are still a woman. A woman's greatest happiness is to bow before her lord, to serve and devote herself to him. Why then, would you ever refuse to do so? Surely you are not so naive a maiden that you are afraid to be my woman, are you? Why you... Don't be so angry. I do not only take. I will return to you equal joy. When you are mine, I will give you everything in the world. It's fun to imagine. This isn't a perspective thing. This isn't like he is closer to us than she is. This is actually their actual heights. Because that would be insane. You should be honored, for I have deemed you worthy. The man moves. He extends both arms and approaches Saber as if a welcoming embrace. Yes, you need never become a guardian, nor return to your fated death. I will say this only once more, Saber. Accept that you are mine. Let us enjoy our second lives, here, together. I refuse. I have no interest in such things. More importantly, I could never, ever live alongside you, no matter what may happen. Saber looks straight at Archer as she speaks. She stands firm, not taking so much as a step back. He's already doing a great laugh. His laughter suddenly stops. I'm not sure what he found so funny in the first place. Good, good. That's the spunk I'd expect from a woman I choose. Ah, yes. It might be amusing to have at least one who isn't so obedient. Alright, by force then. Once I've obtained the Grail, I'll pour its contents all over you. Jesus. Rejoice, Saber. Once I've done that, you won't need a master. You will be taking in all the power of the omnipotent vessel, the Holy Grail. You will no longer have to live as a servant, serving humans as their familiar. He's so damn smug. To that. Archer, what are your intentions? She must have realized that the only option is to fight him. And before she engages with the enemy, she wants to know why he does what he does. My intentions? I've forgotten. Unfortunately for me, I already possess all the world's riches. There is nothing left for me to wish for. What? You do not seek the Holy Grail? The Holy Grail? Oh, you mean immortality? I gave that to a snake. You gave immortality to a snake? Saber freezes. What just happened? Saber suddenly shakes her head to refute those words. But this world is certainly amusing. The basic principles remain the same. The adornments are so elaborate now, though. Maybe ruling the world once again wouldn't be so bad. Yes, I suppose you could say that is my intent. And if it allows me to accomplish that faster, the Holy Grail's power may not be so useless. The desire to dominate, then. You have fallen from grace, Archer. I did not think that is what would drive you to seek your Holy Grail. It's not a matter of my desiring it. All the world's riches belong to me. I can't abide others making use of what is mine. You would hate for another to use your sacred sword, wouldn't you, King of Knights? Pale mist shrouds Saber. Then, in a flash, she's wearing her brilliant silver armor. Ah, he doesn't move a muscle. In the next instant, Saber dashes forward. In the space of a single breath, she rushes straight at the man and swings her invisible sword at him with deadly speed. Saber goes flying backwards. If Saber's armor materialized by magical energy, Archer must be the same. In the brief space of their rapid exchange, the man in gold arms himself. Saber looks calmly at Archer as she readies her sword. Even as his eyes meet hers, his sneer remains. Very well. I will allow you to oppose me, Saber. The enemy happily announces the beginning of battle. A white light bursts in the air between them. Saber's sword, shrouded in a bolt of lightning, cleaves directly towards the Golden Knight. 1, 2, 3, 4 strikes. Each time Saber's sword strikes, blinding light flashes from the contact. Watching her repeated attacks is like staring at a strobe light. It's just like when I first saw Saber, that night when she fought Lancer. Saber channels her excess magical energy into her sword and strikes with such speed and precision that she's all but become a lightning bolt. The clang of swords against armor echoes through the air. Archer hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. As Saber's sword strikes at him, he barely manages to defend his head with both hands. He simply doesn't have the skill to block Saber's attacks. Saber's skill with the sword is vastly superior to his. On top of that, her sword is invisible. Even if Archer draws his weapon, he won't be able to defend against that invisible blade. It strikes his armor relentlessly. The sword hits the armor, chipping away at it and sending sparks showering in all directions. The only thing the man can do is ward Saber's blows from his face with his hands. This isn't a fight, it's a massacre. But, in spite of the fury of Saber's attacks, Archer's armor remains intact. If he's still unscathed even after such a savage assault, that golden armor must be his noble phantasm. I suppose I can't allow this to continue. You certainly do have a limitless supply of magical energy. It's not often an attack can make my armor begin to creak. Archer raises his arm, but not towards Saber. I have no idea what he's trying to do, but Archer just stretches his arm up into the empty night sky. Enough playing around. Offer your body to me, right now. Am I hallucinating? Is this an illusion? He has something in his hand. It's a short sword shaped like a key, yeah. Shit. Well, that means he's getting serious if he's taking out that. I always forget what his name is, but his main weapon. Saber plants both feet, unleashing a much more powerful attack against Archer. But Archer bats it aside with his dark red sword. Is that a noble phantasm imbued with a curse of vengeance? Saber puts some distance between herself and Archer, glaring at his sword. The enemy wielding such a weapon is a threat, no question, but it also means he's showing his hand. Whether his noble phantasm is armor or a sword, we'll be able to figure out how to deal with it as long as we can see it. Saber readjusts her stance. Archer's already said his armor is at its limit. If Saber can go back on the offensive with the same fury as before, she should be able to cut through his armor. Even if he pulls out his noble phantasm now, the next blow will decide the match. This is the end. Let us conclude our match that was interrupted all that time ago, Archer. The sword in her hand is still invisible. She readies her sacred sword, still bound up in swirling wind, and faces her enemy. Saber seems to know what that noble phantasm is. She put that distance between them because she knows how to deal with it. She's readying herself to face Archer directly. Each of them wields a sword, and if their powers are equal, then it is a matter of the wielder's skill. And that should mean Saber will win. Very well. Come at me, Saber. In recognition of that sword of yours, I shall show you everything I have. The man laughs. Fine. Oh shit, that was a cool shot. Saber charges without hesitation. Her sword will cleave through his armor, the very instant I think that. Gate of Babylon. An invisible door opens before the man. What? Saber jerks to one side. Archer holds something else in his hand now, not the black and red sword. It's an invisible sword, like Saber's. By the time Saber deflects it, Archer already has a different sword. His swords strike at her in a merciless rain of ice shards. Saber twists away to dodge, but the air around her becomes almost solid with flying blades. She's driven back as the blades close in on her from all sides. As the shards clinging to Saber vanish, her enemy holds a deadly-looking weapon that resembles the Grim Reaper's scythe. Saber blocks the weapon, arcing for her neck with a gauntlet, but it's useless. The scythe shears through a gauntlet like it's made of tissue paper and begins to drain her magical energy. It's as if it's trying to pull out her bones rather than her blood or flesh. Jesus, man. Saber stumbles, but she manages to keep it together. But her retreat takes on a different note. She's not distancing herself to prepare for her next attack. She's desperately fleeing the enemy. That can't be. Saber glares at Archer as she passes magical energy through her numbed arm. A halo of hilts floats around Archer. Those are the swords that slaughtered Caster. His noble phantasm, now it's backing Saber into a corner. Cool. Even I, looking from a distance, can't believe what I'm seeing. All those hilts floating behind him are definitely his noble phantasm. Not 10, not 20. I can't see them all, but I can tell there's no end to them. They're all from different times and places. That servant has all the divine mysteries that have ever been mentioned in various legends and lore. Archer, who are you? Saber's voice trembles. No servant would ever reveal their true name just because someone asks. But Archer's noble phantasm is so bizarre, Saber couldn't help but ask. Answer me, Archer. A heroic spirit should only have one noble phantasm. Some may have multiple noble phantasms, but 2 is usually the limit. A heroic spirit with an endless supply of noble phantasms like you should not exist. Should not exist? Now, Saber, don't rush to judgment. Heroic spirits make the weapons they use during their life into noble phantasms, so it's quite simple. All these noble phantasms are things I collected while I was alive. Are you mocking me, Archer? That is even more absurd. No matter who you are, there is no way you can carry the noble phantasms unique to other heroic spirits. No such heroic spirit exists. Saber's right. All the noble phantasms he has are real. There are demonic swords from Northern Europe and even from South America. No hero ever made a name for themselves in so many regions. Besides, Lancer should be the only one with Gay Bolg. Heroic spirits have their favorite weapon they use during their life as their noble phantasm. Based on that rule, the only one who could have Gay Bolg is Chu Chulain. I never know how to pronounce his name. But Archer isn't Chu Chulain. And that means that his spear can't be Gay Bolg. But the thing is, it definitely is the real Gay Bolg. If those noble phantasms were all fake, that would explain it, but they're real. So that's just... No, wait. Could they all be originals? The weapon's prototypes? That seems impossible. But then, it might be possible. Legend or myth doesn't spring up from nothing. Plenty of myths share commonalities because someone or something served as a model for them. Legends which get to the point of becoming the basis of worship usually only take root in the lands where they are said to take place. That's one of the reasons demonic swords and sacred swords reveal their true abilities in the lands they come from. So let's say there's something from before even that. What if various noble phantasms in mythology existed before they were known and named? Whoa, what an image. Ah, your master's not entirely useless. He seems to have a notion of who I am. Saber turns to face me. She's so far away. I can't help her from so far away. I finally got to the point where I can move, even if it's still difficult. Run, Saber! His noble phantasms are... You're saying they're all real, right? Indeed. It really is simple, Saber. Let me tell you of the earliest days of Earth when the world was still one. A single nation prospered, and its king collected so many, many treasures. Until there was nothing left for him to collect, he lacked nothing. He possessed the perfect treasury, but he never used the weapons within it. the king carried them all into his eternal slumber. That's all there is to it. After the king's death, the contents of the treasury were scattered around the world. Each was valued for being a truly exceptional weapon, so in time they came to be treated as noble phantasms. Do you understand now, King of Knights? The noble phantasms you servants use, they are nothing more than the king's own possessions. It's like an inheritance. As long as you trace an object's history, a base or prototype will always exist. It only makes sense that every legend, myth, or noble phantasm passed down in each country has an original. Far enough back into the past, if one person collected all those prototypes, they could possess every noble phantasm. And that could only be one hero. A hero from the oldest of legends, far older than the legend of King Arthur or Heracles. The tyrant who ruled ancient Mesopotamia. A king who is half god, half human, who collected all the world's treasures and who eventually sought eternal youth. Gilgamesh, the most ancient king of heroes. Saber sounds like she's trying to keep the fear from her voice. Gilgamesh relishes her reaction. Indeed, I am the strongest heroic spirit, and should you fight me, you will find you are no match for me. There's nothing else to discuss. All that's left now is for him to use the endless noble phantasms to annihilate his enemy. Oh? Even knowing my name, you still intend to oppose me? You must understand you can't possibly win. I will know nothing of the sort until I try. You may be the king of heroes, but there must be something that even you cannot surpass. The air around Saber wavers. Oh boy. The wind envelops her as it picks up, becoming a whirlwind to protect her. As it does, her golden sword is revealed. No, Saber! I don't believe this. Does Saber intend to use Excalibur? Gilgamesh stops. He must know how powerful Saber's sacred sword is, because his self-assured composure falters. Saber glances toward me briefly, but her focus is on Gilgamesh now. Is she telling me to run away while I have the opportunity? Gilgamesh's back is to the river, while Saber is over here with me. This position must be the result of our shuffling around earlier. Before I realize what's happening, Saber is facing Gilgamesh, protecting me. No, you can't. Not here. I try to force myself to move, and with all the strength I can muster in my numbed body, all I can manage is lifting a single arm. I use every bit of magical energy in my body to use that arm to push myself up. Come on! I've lost all sense of sensation, but every bone in my body creaks as I begin moving. The pain is a warning. My body's coming apart at the seams, and if I move, that'll be it. I push myself to my feet, ignoring the warning. I don't know how the fuck we win this or survive it. It's gotta be like Gilgamesh gets bored again, right? But also, we're like really close to the end, so maybe he doesn't yet. Or maybe Lancer comes in and saves us. I try to endure the pain. I don't have time for it. What I need to do is get to my feet as fast as I can to protect Saber. I have a really, really bad feeling about this. It's the same premonition I felt when I faced Gilgamesh myself. We can't beat him no matter what. My instincts keep telling me that I just can't let Saber fight him. The famed sacred sword. Very well. The swirling wind has become a raging vortex. Even in the face of that dazzling sword, Gilgamesh is unintimidated. On top of that, I suppose I should select a weapon well suited to oppose it. He draws a strange sword from the gate behind him. Oh boy. That's where my premonition came from. The sword he has now doesn't exist in any legend. I can identify every one of the noble phantasms floating behind him, but I have no idea about that sword. I possess the originals of all the noble phantasms, but they are all nameless. They are also not the only weapons I possess. The sword itself is cylindrical. It consists of 3 segments, each rotating in different directions. It looks like a drill capable of piercing solid bedrock. It says each rotating in different directions, but I don't think that's true. I think 2 are rotating in the same direction and 1 is in the other one. It's just they're rotating in alternate directions, I think is what it means. Because there aren't 3 different directions that they could rotate. They can rotate clockwise and counterclockwise. I don't think they can rotate that way, because that doesn't make sense. I mean, maybe. I guess maybe if it's instead like a conveyor belt, more of a conveyor belt, maybe it could rotate vertically, but I doubt it. This is different, though. Only the King of Heroes may wield this sword. It has no name, so I simply call it Ea. So all you want is to compare the strength of our noble phantasms. Light flashes off their weapons. The 2 of them are still about 10 meters apart. Gilgamesh can't possibly avoid our attacks from that distance. Yes, there is no need to hold back now. I always wanted to go up against the sword they say is strongest. His laughter echoes in the space between them. Saber must have taken that as a provocation. Very well. Then defend yourself against my sword if you can. Saber moves. Her lips form the sword's true name. There's nowhere to run now. The noble phantasm, released when its wielder speaks his name, strikes mercilessly at Gilgamesh. It's time. Awaken, Ea! The cylindrical sword roars. Oh my god. In response to Gilgamesh's words, the 3 segments whirl faster. If Saber's Excalibur summoned a whirlwind by driving wind away, Gilgamesh's Ea creates a gale by drawing in wind. Let me just hear it. I don't want to hear the voice actor. But Saber's more experienced with handling her anti-fortress noble phantasm. It's faster than Ea. Saber pours as much magical energy as he possibly can into her weapon, igniting its massive power. She doesn't hesitate. Saber unleashes the might of a sacred sword so powerful it could split a river in 2. At the same moment. Enuma, Eilish, Billie Eilish, in a light of matching intensity flares to meet Excalibur's attack. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Saber gonna die? Are we gonna die? The impact is tremendous. Raging winds tear trees from the ground. The colliding lights are like an exploding sun blinding me. Oh my god. That's such a sick image. No, I'm on the verge of being carried off by the wind. I cling to the ground with my one functioning arm. It's all I can do to weather the storm of wind, light, and heat. How long will this go on? Their overwhelming attacks are so powerful I fear they might split the world in 2. But then... it suddenly ends with Saber surrounded by white light. Oh my god! Got even bigger, Jesus! A crash breaks the unexpected silence. Something thuds into the ground beside me. Saber. I know what it is. Even half blind, I couldn't mistake what I'm seeing. Oh my god. Looks like she's still alive, but barely. Well, the Dex doesn't agree with me. She looks dead. She's a bloody mess. In the distance, the Golden Knight, completely unscathed, laughs like a madman. Ha! So is that all the power humanity's strongest sacred sword can muster? Humans' power is truly pathetic. His laughter rises so high, it seems to soar up into the heavens. This must be hilarious to him. He's just smiling to himself, not even paying Saber any mind now that she's fallen. Saber! She doesn't answer. Blood spurts from her mouth as she tries to gasp. The world goes red. What was I doing? I knew this would happen. I knew Saber couldn't win against Gilgamesh, so why didn't I try to stop her, even if I had to use a command spell? What a bore. Not even a challenge. I'm disappointed you were so easily defeated, Saber. My mistake. I should have gone easy on you. You aren't just a woman, after all. His smug voice is grating. This is my fault. I thought she could win. As bad a feeling as I had about this, I was sure Excalibur would win. I may have told her to stop, but my command spell didn't react. I obviously wasn't serious. If I'd been serious about protecting her, I could have used a command spell to make her escape. Even if it was just her, as there would have at least been options for me to fight on my own. So, it's time for me to collect what's mine. She's gotten a little dirty, but no matter. She was going to end up that way anyway. A scratch here or there makes no difference. His voice draws closer. Saber must have come to. I see her eyes open. Saber, are you alright? I can see her breathing, yet I'm still far enough away that I can't reach her. She lays still, but I can't run to her. Saber! 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 Saber's mouth opens. She breathes in as if to ask for help, but even that is painful enough to send her into a coughing fit. Shiro, are you there? Her voice is weak, and her question makes it clear she can't see me. Hold on. Ow! I can't very well say I'll help. I'm on the ground too, and can only move one arm. I can't even offer words of encouragement. At least she can't see me in this pathetic state. Oh, I see. I must have lost. She tilts her head toward me, her eyes lifeless. I am sorry. Please escape. Even if you must do so alone, Master. Saber coughs up blood. Anger seizes me and I see red. I've been relying on Saber and this is the result. I took one hit and I can't even get up. I grab my head with the one hand that still works. I could just about kill myself. I have every intention of crushing my head and so pour all the strength I can into my hand. Jesus, the switch fails. Instead of using my finger, I imagine a hammer to press the switch to change myself into a mage. Don't ever use it again. Projection is beyond your abilities. Oh, that was Tosaka? Right, that was just her speaking, because when she speaks like in such a calm tone, I don't anticipate that's Tosaka, right? I always anticipate that's Saber. I hear Tosaka's voice. She said that trying to do magecraft beyond your abilities will destroy the caster's nerves and magic circuits. So what? Saber's more important than any of that. So if I can't protect her, I don't need my head anyway. She's saved me so many times. I've never cared about someone the way I care about her. So, if I can't protect her, I'm better off dead. I hear the pounding of iron. The shattered bones of my body are being reinforced by magical energy. There's no holding back. I throw my switch open wide, ignoring my own limits. I generate as much magical energy as I can. My spine ignites, and my entire body grows red hot. My brain feels like it's melting, and I bite my tongue to endure it. My teeth sink into the fleshy muscle. If I have to bite a hole in my tongue to remain conscious, so be it. What? The footsteps stop. Gilgamesh's amused laughter stops with them. Shiro, what are you doing? You mustn't, or your body will... She must sense something, even without being able to see. Saber screams as she desperately tries to pull herself up. Something in me snaps. I stand up. My body tries to ignore my orders, but it begins to move with the help of the surge of magical energy I pour into it. It's like being set on fire and instinctively running toward water in hopes of surviving. I don't care. It's better than seeing Saber like that. Alright. With my mind very nearly burning up, I finally realize, from the beginning, I vowed to wield my sword because I didn't want her to get hurt. What? I told you to flee. So why? You're not my master, bitch. I stopped the enemy from approaching. Saber's behind me on the ground. This is it. There's no way I can retreat now. Trace on. I restrain my panicking, burning body and focus my will. I need to imagine one single thing. I divide the projection into 8 sections and replicate the lost sword. There's something solid in my left hand. I don't even have to look. My second attempt at manufacturing the sword succeeds. My sword? No, that is not right. You should know very well that we still cannot win against him. If you can move, you have to run. I'm not running. I came here to get you. No way am I going home alone. I ready the sword. I hold it in both hands. It's so much heavier than the bamboo sword, and glare at Gilgamesh. No, stop, Shiro! He's... I ignore Saber's words and take a step forward. There's about 4 meters between us. If I rush at him with all my might, maybe I can cut him down. He doesn't move. Gilgamesh watches me for a moment, then laughs. I suppose I'll kill you then. His voice is utterly devoid of emotion. I instinctively block the attack that comes my way. Why you? I dodge the surprise attack by swaying sideways. Too slow. If the first attack is a sudden gust, the barrage of attacks that follows is like a storm. Blocking is all I can do. Actually, I wouldn't even have been able to block the first attack on my own. Fortunately, when I reproduce the sword, I also reproduce its memory. A sword that's been in so many battles gains a will of its own after all that experience. This sword must have already mastered this particular dance. I can't follow Gilgamesh's attacks, but this sword seems to be able to. Interesting. Before I move my arm, the sword is already reacting to Gilgamesh's attacks. I let the sword guide me and manage to parry Gilgamesh's fierce attack. Is Shiro just gonna beat Gilgamesh? I mean, he does in Unlimited Blade Works, or at least mostly. He mostly beats him, and then Archer comes in, right? It doesn't last long. Every time I swing the sword, my fingers go numb, and I find myself gradually lagging more and more behind the sword's guidance. You mongrel! This is beyond unseemly. Gilgamesh must not be able to tolerate even the slightest bit of resistance from me. He glares hatefully at me as he backs up just the slightest bit. I'm saved. If he'd kept attacking, I wouldn't have lasted another second. I try to catch my breath, and then... You filthy faker. If you are so enamored of it, I will show you the real thing. He draws a sword. Oh, it looks familiar. It's the sword. The decorations are different though. The thought that went into making that sword as well as its soul are too similar to this sword. Don't tell me. The prototype of this sword. That's right, but its precision as a noble phantasm is without equal. The sword in the stone you hold now originated from the Norse legend of the sword impaled in the Tree of Supremacy, and this sword is the prototype for both. This sword serves as the very foundation of the concept of the divine right of kings. Is he saying he's holding the original model for the sword in the Tree of Supremacy? The Norse hero Sigmund's demonic sword, Gram? No child surpasses their parent. I don't think that's true. Replicas deteriorate with each iteration, and are no match for the original. Light flares from the blade. The sword understands perfectly that this is the same attack which killed Berserker in a single strike. It must be protecting its owner. The sword in my hand moves towards the enemy's sword more fiercely, more powerfully than ever before. The noble phantasm is called Caliburn, the golden sword of assured victory, but... it shatters instantly in the face of Meridark, the original sin. I hear something sliding along the ground. It's a faint rustling sound. Is the park's ground slippery? I roll across the ground like a bit of trash in the wind before finally coming to a stop. Shiro! 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 Her voice tells me I'm still alive. Oh, there you are, Saber. I'm relieved to see that. I thought I'd been blown away, but it doesn't matter since Saber's here. And then, as long as I can stand up, I can run to her. I glance at my arm. It's red. My arm is covered in some sort of sticky red membrane, but there's no blood coming from it. Do not move. Please, please do not move, Shiro. Saber's shouts reach me as I lay there staring at my arm. It looks like my torso is what's hurt. That single attack. I'm pretty sure Gilgamesh's sword is what sent me flying. That at least explains why I'm injured. No wonder Saber's so upset. The only thing I can move is my right hand. My left hand doesn't move. I'm not even sure what happened to my left hand. I can't even breathe. A diagonal slash covers my torso, starting at my left shoulder. The slash runs all the way through my body, separating parts of me like mismatched building blocks. I look like a ginkgo leaf. I don't know what that looks like. I've been cut open from shoulder to hip. It's actually creepy I'm still alive right now. I don't think this miraculous survival is going to last long. I'm conscious right now, but my vision is already starting to narrow. Besides, even a tiny movement will send all my organs tumbling out of my torso. Maybe I really am dead, and my consciousness, or my ghost, or something is just hanging around watching what's unfolding. I thought that attack would leave you scattered all over the place, but you were nothing if not tenacious, I suppose clinging so desperately to life is the only good quality a Mongol possesses. He laughs. I'm grateful for it, honestly. The more horribly grating that laughter is, the harder my consciousness fights to cling to my physical body. But it all ends here. You are unworthy of a lion. She will be mine. A lion? She loves lions. More footsteps. This time he's going to take Saber for sure. I pour all the strength I have left into my one good arm. I try to grip the ground with my sticky, slippery arm and lever myself upright, even though I'm on the verge of literally splitting apart. For a brief second, I see Saber's face. She's on the brink of tears. In that moment, I'm proud to know falling in love with her wasn't a mistake. Aww. Hold it! It's not over yet! I force myself up. Neither of my legs work. The magical energy that barely keeps my body moving is gone. All that remains is my faint heartbeat and the throbbing of my organs trying desperately to continue functioning. Ah, feeling regret, are we? I can hardly blame you, but that treasure is beyond you. I can hardly blame you for wanting to take it for yourself. That must make it all the more painful to see it in the hands of another man. Too far. He goes too far. I can't listen to another second of this shit. Enough. Quit talking about Saber like she's just something to be claimed. I pour what energy I can into my right arm. It feels like it's made of lead. My body creaks in protest but begins to obey. I push myself up to one knee. Damn. Listen to me. I take a deep breath, trying to focus what strength I have left. Every time I move, I feel my organs shifting around as if with minds of their own. Why do you not understand that it is pointless? Saber sounds like she's denouncing me. She's far away. In the distance, I can see her staring at me, sad and forlorn. I push everything from my mind to focus on making my body move. Saber's voice is just a distraction. Gilgamesh's laughter, the pathetic state my body's in. None of that is my biggest obstacle right now. Right now, it's Saber. Hearing her say that, seeing her looking like that, it's almost enough to make me give up. Finally, I feel life flood into my knees. Now all I have to do is get to my feet. I do not need it. I do not need your help. I have lost, and so I am no longer your sword. It is only proper for me to disappear now. No, bitch. It's Saber's voice. Damn. If you keep saying that, if you keep making this even harder, I'll get mad, even at you. No. Please stop, Shiro. You cannot keep going. Really, you will die. If you die this way, I can't keep listening to this. She has no idea how I feel. Shut up! Just be quiet for a minute. There's nothing wrong with relying on me at times like this. That is wrong, Shiro. Please do not twist your priorities so. You should not concern yourself with me. You must put your life ahead of mine. She is pleading with me. Knowing that I'm responsible for the agonized sound of her voice makes me want to give up right now. But I refuse. There's nothing in this world I want more than you. I can't allow myself to give up in to her plea. What? Saber gapes at me. I'm not sure why. but I remember something. She once told me I was a fool who didn't know the value of my own life. I think she's right. For someone who can't help themselves to try to help someone else is a little presumptuous. They're really only doing it for their own happiness, while the person they're meant to be helping may not be half so pleased. Someone's first priority should be themselves. The people who think like that are the ones who can be truly happy, and so they can share that happiness with other people as well. Yeah, I know I'm a fool who doesn't value his own life. I've been wrong about the most important thing in my life. From that day, the place in my heart where whatever is most important to me should have been was empty. But I'm grateful for that abnormality, because now that empty space is filled with the person I truly want to save. But Saber, even if I'm the most important thing in my life, nothing will change. You were so much more beautiful than my life could ever be. Nothing could ever replace you in my heart. And then I realized it wasn't that I was sympathetic towards her. The girl in my dreams, that girl who fought and died alone, who I felt was never rewarded for all she did, I was in awe of her. I thought she was beautiful beyond words. The vivid image of her taking her sword and charging into battle, never looking back, was awe-inspiring. Yeah, that's why. That's why I need to protect you, Saber. You were alone your entire life, so I have to make sure you're not swallowed up by the darkness in your last moments. Okay, hold on. I just need to quickly change something. Never mind. I didn't need to change anything. I got a an email that was like about copyright that went on one of my videos, so I went to go fix it. But it was actually copyright that happened like 3 hours ago that I'd already fixed, and I just got the email now for some reason. I hope you can go into your eternal slumber, proud of what you did with your life. No more hesitation. My objective is clear. Sorry. I love you more than anything, Saber. So I'm not letting him take you. I regret the apology as soon as I give it, but I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that now of all times, because the words could come straight from my heart. I sense her gasping. I want to turn around to see her face, but no, I can't really see anymore anyway. I stand up. As long as my heart is still beating, I can keep fighting. Magical energy is life. As long as it flows through me, I can create as many swords as she needs. Congratulations, you've stood up. Now what? What do you expect to happen here? I feel a scorching heat in my right hand. Here on the brink of death, I'm reminded of what happened 10 years ago. It's a terrible illusion. I feel just like I did when I was in the fire, reaching a hand out and hoping to be saved. Go away. I can't leave Saber to you. I say that as I raise my right hand. Fool, I have no need for your consent. Gilgamesh raises his sword. Get down, Shiro! I hear Saber far behind me. I ignore her and use my remaining magical energy to project the sword once more. The light stops me. A vortex of light rushes at me. It's not as strong as Excalibur, but it still burns away anything it touches. When the heat scorches my body, I don't think about my death. I think about Saber somewhere behind me. Is this the bad end? Am I about to die? This will kill her as well as me. I at least need to protect her then. I said it's what I'd do. It's what I've always wanted to do. She's strong, but at the same time could break at any moment. She needs me. She's like a drawn sword, so to make sure she doesn't get hurt, I'll sheath her. And then, before I realize what's going on, there's a sword in my right hand. What? I'm not sure who said that, but there's a brief hesitation. At the same time, the invincible knight in gold takes a step backward. Shiro, allow me! Saber takes my hand. Ooh, the vortex of light fades. Saber is right beside me. Before me is Gilgamesh, eyes open and bleeding. Yes! Oh! I don't know what happened, but I realize it's just like the Berserker battle. Saber is using whatever I made, and it destroyed Gilgamesh's gram. Two titanic beams of light collide before one overwhelms the other, and we manage to truly wound the man who, until now, had been completely unscathed. He radiates murderous intent. It's terrifying, in spite of that ferocious murderous rage. The Golden Knight leaves without a word. But there's no time to be surprised. I know the battle's over. My knees buckle, the tension that kept me upright fades and I collapse. Saber hurries forward and catches me. While I slip down onto my rear, supported by Saber, I look over my body. I can't help but cry out. My body's torn to pieces. I should have been killed the instant Gilgamesh laid me open from shoulder to hip. Well, this is definitely... My healing power must be what's got me clinging to life, but even that has its limits. I'm practically split in two. I can't possibly recover from this. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing, and everything is starting to go dark. My end is near. The only good thing to come from this is Saber is okay. My wounds are fatal, but it looks like Saber was just exhausted. She's disarmed and her wounds are already healed. Even if I end up having to drop out of the war, I'm sure Tosaka can take care of the rest. I hear that sound again. That sound of creaking bones is coming from me. Curious, I look down at my wounds. What? I see myriad swords. Or I see what looks like tons of tiny blades converging, layering atop each other, trying to knit together my broken body. Jesus! I feel faint. Looks like every muscle and bone in my body is made from swords. I am the bone of my sword. The next moment, they're gone. My body looks normal, and what I thought I saw a moment ago seems to have only been an illusion. As proof of that, my ruined flesh begins fusing together. My wounds close right before my eyes. It's more like restoration rather than healing. Looking at it, I feel a surge of disgust rather than fascination. What? Looks like I'm gonna make it, but this is just too... What a relief. It appears you will not die, Master. I hear Saber's voice in my ear. She's, really close. Well, that's great, but my body... I want to ask what's going on with my body, but I'm suddenly overcome with dizziness. And then, my body's enveloped in a soft embrace. Oh man, that's so cute. No, I understand now. It makes sense for your wounds to be healing. I can't stay awake. I produce too much magical energy. My worn-out mind just wants to sleep now. I don't know how strong it is, but Saber moves closer and wraps her arms around me. She embraces me tight. Aww. I finally understand. You were my sheath, Shiro. Her words penetrate deep into my tired mind. That sensation is so comforting, and the last of my remaining consciousness fades away. I finally realized I'm safe, and so I yield my body to sleep. Before sleep takes me, I find myself thinking with a little foolish sadness that this scene would be better if our positions were reversed. Aww. For the final time, I see that red hill once again. For the final time. The red memory. I dive deeper into her memory and I realize I'm seeing it for the last time. It's a memory of a certain night that I've seen many times already. After becoming king and killing her will so that she could devote herself to the will of the nation, her days were now marked by the resentment of her trusted knights. Every time she won a battle, Altria was made to fight more battles she didn't want. She continued to hide her sex, which heaped more suspicion onto her. That awaited isolated girl was rebellion at the hands of her own family. All that awaited. A young knight took over the nation while the king was away on an expedition. The knight's name was Mordred. The knight, son of Altria's older sister Morgan, was in fact the king of Knight's own son. Altria was never able to have a child as a woman, but Mordred had her blood coursing through his veins. I'm not clear what happened to make this possible, but Altria's older sister Morgan loathed her for becoming king. Mordred was created as a clone and served the king without knowing who his father was. Mordred sought an opportunity to take the throne for himself, ultimately going so far as to organize a revolt. That revolt would end in what would later be known as the Battle of Camlan, the final battle and the end of King Arthur. King Arthur learned of Mordred's betrayal during her expedition and returned with a weary army to invade their own lands. She defeated many of the knights who used to serve her. She attacked the lands she once defeated. Those few knights who remained loyal to her died. The only two left standing in the end were the king and her son Mordred. The combat between the two of them ended in the king's victory, but the king was not unharmed. Mordred was bound by a powerful curse and swung a sword even after dying, inflicting a fatal wound on the king, and so that battle ended. It was the end of her, the king once known as the King of Knights. It must have been heart-wrenching. None of the battles she fought were painless. Every one of the 12 battles she fought were intense, but this final one was her greatest loss. She returned to her homeland, only to have to destroy her own army. She was forced to punish the knights who once served her, and had to watch those knights who remained loyal to her die. And in the end, she had to kill her own son. I have no idea what was going through her head in that moment, but I had to pray. I had to pray for the lone knight who tried to remain king until the very end. I pray that this dream of her just before her death is the kind of dream a girl named Altria would want to see. Oh, still in the room. Or back in the room, I should say. I opened my eyes. It's still nighttime, though, it sounds like. I don't know when I got back, but I'm in my own room, lying on my futon. Shiro, you're awake. Saber, how did I... You have been sleeping for some time. You are mostly healed now, so there is no cause for concern. I see. I guess that's good. But what about Saber? She used Excalibur. She must be running low on magical energy, since she probably healed herself too. Saber, were you taking care of me the whole time? All I did was wipe the sweat from your brow. I cannot treat wounds like Reen. You dummy. You didn't have to do that. You're probably suffering too. That is not true. My wounds were insignificant compared to yours. However, on that subject, though your wounds have healed, they were severe enough that you might have died. You must be mindful of your own body and its limits right now. Saber reaches for a basin, but she's not saying it angrily. Saber reaches for a basin of water that sits beside her. She draws a towel out of it and wrings it before wiping me off with the cool water. Honestly, what she does mostly just embarrasses me. Does your wound still hurt? Your fever does not seem to have gone down. I don't have a fever. That's not what I mean. I want you to rest too. You might be fine right now, but you still used Excalibur. You should be resting, or you might collapse again like last time. Well, that may be true. But I am better off than you are right now. It is only proper that I should protect my master until his wounds are healed. Well, I guess that makes sense. She's got me there. When she says it like that, I can't really do anything but agree. Fine, I'm gonna rest. So I want you to rest too, Saber. I won't be able to sleep knowing you aren't resting. That is true, and I do require sleep. Saber nods in agreement, then wrings the towel and hangs it over the edge of the basin. I do my best to swallow my embarrassment as I watch Saber tend to me. I will go rest. Now you can rest here, in my bed with me. Please take care, Shiro. Okay. Good night. I forgot to say earlier, but thank you, Shiro. I am very glad you are okay. Aww. There, under the moonlight, I see Saber smile. Her smile seems fragile, maybe because of the pale moonlight. Before I get a good look, the door closes. When Saber disappears into her room, I'm stricken by a sudden sense of relief, or maybe loneliness. I regret not telling her to stay here and just take my futon while I use my arm as a pillow, but that would be too much for her. Besides, if we did that, it'd remind me of that night. Oh, that's fine. I shake off that image that works its way into my mind. Too many things have happened today. It feels like an entire week has gone by just today. My date with Saber was more challenging than fun. Then we got in an argument and I left, abandoning Saber, and then... No, I shouldn't think of that until I'm fully recovered. Not only do we have to deal with Gilgamesh, but we also need to defeat Lancer and whoever his master is. We need to rest, recover, and regroup so we can be at our best, or else we don't have a chance at winning. This only happened a few hours ago. I think Saber said something about me being her sheath. At the time, I couldn't ask what she meant. I was a wreck and near to passing out. Oh, come on! I can't fall asleep, and Saber's dream, her face, resolute even on the brink of death, overlaps with the sight of Saber tending to me. Then I hear her voice saying goodnight. The image of her frail profile and her smile burnt into my mind. It's not a smile I saw in any of my dreams of her life. She says it makes her happier when she sees me smile. That just drives me nuts. I'm not sad, just exasperated. I don't know why it annoys me so much that I actually find myself getting angry. I punch my futon. The desire to lash out in the face of this frustration just completely overwhelms me. Shiro, is something the matter? A concerned voice drifts from the other side of the closed door. My breathing is heavy, so she must think I'm having trouble sleeping. No, it's okay. But why are you still awake? You truly alright? If you are still in pain, I can remain by your side. Yes. Maybe I should go over. No, that's even worse. All the pent-up feelings I've been barely holding back come rushing to the forefront if I see Saber now. Saber, can I talk to you for a bit? Yes, if you do not mind talking like this. We start talking through the sliding door. Since I can't actually see her, I think back on that smile, the last expression I saw on her face. She looks so happy, and when I think of it, I find myself getting more frustrated rather than less. I don't know why I'm getting so warm. But I still need to talk to Saber. I have to tell her that even if I don't have the right answer, she's still wrong. I need to prove that I'm right to this woman. My voice trembles, my tongue feels heavy in my mouth. Once I say it, I won't be able to take it back. I'm fully aware of that. It's okay, just things are fine, so you need to smile for yourself. Some unknown forces the words from me. Shiro, why? It shouldn't even be a question. I'll just keep repeating myself until you realize it. This music, oh my god. Saber, you've done enough. You've worked hard enough. You fought so hard all on your own. That's why it wouldn't be right unless you found happiness. You fulfilled your vow. That gives you the right to go back to being Altria. What? You still want to talk about this? Yeah, I'm gonna keep saying it. I can't help it. I fell for you. So you should go back to being you. No, Altria. I suppress a sudden surge of emotion. I'm on the verge of breaking down. If only Saber would just say something, even a single word. Shiro, please do not. If you say that, Her answer is unchanged. My heart aches from her determination. You have come into me both physically and spiritually. Despite knowing my past. It's a crazy sentence. You should know very well what answer I would have to give. So why do you still concern yourself with me? You must have seen all the sins I have committed. Yeah, I have. Many people were sacrificed in the name of the king, many enemies killed. I have no intention of pretending that didn't happen. Still knowing this, I want Altria to be happy. Yeah, so? I don't understand this feeling, but I can't just let you stay like this. I want you to smile, Saber. I want to be with you forever. It's such a childish confession of love. I wait for her answer as the silence stretches out between us. What Saber might be doing, or how she might be reacting behind that closed door, I have no idea. Are my words even getting through to her? My answer will never change. I cannot break the vow I made as king. I may not have been fit to rule, but my nation was still entrusted to me. And since I failed in my duties, I cannot accept this freedom. Her voice is so sad, I can't stand it any longer. I don't want to hear the solitary oath Altria took when she became king. I already know it. All this frustration wasn't just so I could hear her lamentations. I kick at the futon covers. The only thing between me and Saber is a sliding door leading to her room. Shiro. The door slides softly as I open it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My mind goes blank. What was I so angry about? Why was I so sad? What's this image? Before me, I see trembling eyes on the verge of tears. I see a slender neck, shoulders so thin, they seem in danger of snapping in a breeze. I see her golden hair splashed with moonlight, just like when we first met. Without even thinking, I'm embracing her. I hold her so tight I might break her. Yeah, that's okay. Think of that night. It's different from that night. I didn't feel like this back then. This may sound ridiculous, even though I was aspiring to be a champion of justice. I never fell in love. There was never someone I couldn't let go of. Saber. It's like she might disappear if I don't hold her tightly enough. I'm not sure how long I hold her, but I relax my embrace after reminding myself that no, she won't disappear. Shiro, what is this all of a sudden? All of a sudden? What is the meaning of this? Even if you do that, I will not. She moves slightly in my arms. Her lips tremble. She's about to say something I don't want to hear. So I place my lips over hers to silence her. She trembles in my arms. I'm looking at Saber, but I'm not seeing anything. But my sense of touch has grown so much more sensitive now, I can feel the softness of Saber's lips. Our lips part. Saber places a hand on my chest and pushes me away gently. Shiro, that kiss. She wants to say it was a mistake. Saber looks at me on the verge of tears. It wasn't a mistake. I'll say it as many times as I can. I love you, and I can't let you go. If you don't want that, tell me. Tell me that our relationship is just master and servant. If that's what you really want, then say so directly. Reject me. That is unfair. How can you ask me to do that? Yeah. If you don't tell me directly, I'm not going to hold back. If you don't reject me, I'll just do what I want. Even if it could make her forget her vow to be king for a moment. Neither of us say anything for what feels like a long time. I keep holding Saber, feeling her soft, slender body. She's still tense, unsure of herself. All I can hear is our breathing and our hearts beating. How many times did our hearts beat against each other? She pushes a little harder on my chest. I cannot reciprocate your feelings. As you cannot change, so there are things I cannot change about myself. If anything, if it is allowed, it would be. The pause makes my heart ache. She bites her lip, trembling, as if confessing that what we did that night was not permitted. And yet, her body offers no resistance, and the hesitation in her eyes tells me something. Just one line. She's telling me of a hope she feels cannot be fulfilled. She wants to stay like this until the night ends. Saber, I lift my hand, trying to embrace her. Saber takes hold of it. Since I use my noble phantasm, if I do not receive energy from you, I cannot continue fighting. Her hushed voice asking for permission falls silent. I have no words. That line of reasoning is so transparent, but it's the best she could do to ask for her wish to come true. Alright. But do you know if the connection's still working properly? Yes. You are supplying me with energy as we speak. Which is why, to more fully recover, we should... Yeah? P and V? Our bodies have to be so close. It's all we can do. This is as close as we can be, because she's still bound by her oath. I can't break that oath. Saber moves in my arms. I don't know what to do with the heat of her pressed against me. Holding Saber's slender body in my arms makes my heart beat faster, and I'm ashamed of myself for getting agitated. Saber's cheeks practically glow red, she looks so embarrassed. And so, Shiro, if I may ask, please allow me to sleep with you tonight. When the sword and sheath are together, it is easier for them to restore their strength. And if we bring our bodies and souls close together like we did during that ritual... I nod silently. I'm much happier than I am embarrassed. I get to spend the night with Saber in my arms. Our bodies may not touch more than they are now, but we can be more intimate in our hearts. I'm glad. Then Shiro, I will prepare myself for tonight, so please return to your room. Saber stands up. I can't bear to let her go, but we can't stay like this forever, so I head back through the sliding door to my room. I turn back to look at Saber before I slide the door shut. It feels like I'm doing something wrong though, so I close the door quickly. I don't know why, but I find myself sitting on top of my futon. My mind won't slow down. It's practically doing somersaults just as the thought of sleeping with Saber. Oh my god, I'm becoming a stuttering, anxious teen. This is for her, to help her, to grant one small wish of hers. If I keep on granting these small wishes for her, it'll add up, and maybe Saber will learn to smile. But the war is nearing its end. I don't know how much time we have left to keep doing this. Excuse me, Shiro. The sliding door opens. I shake away the depressing thoughts circling my head and look to Saber. I turn and look up at her. She's... Oh my gosh. I quietly gulp. Yeah, she prepared herself, alright? She's the figure of pure white in the darkness. Seeing her, all that restless worry I felt melts away. She's just too beautiful. My heart is unclouded now. Do you think it is strange for me to be in this? No, absolutely not. It's just that you're so beautiful. I don't know what to do. I mutter something unintelligible about how difficult it makes things when a girl's too pretty. Even if I explained it to Saber, she wouldn't understand, but my mind practically shorted out. May I go over there, Shiro? Oh, sure. For the first time I realize she has beautiful, perfect toes. Oh my gosh. Or Saber walks across the tatami mat to get close. I get off the futon and pull the blanket back for her. I realize I'm one pillow short for the two of us to sleep together, but it's too late. Saber and I sit side by side next to the futon. One room, one futon, but Saber's with me. I shouldn't be having any impure thoughts, but my face feels like it's on fire. I can't even look at Saber. Please go ahead, Shiro. No, you go ahead, Saber. Well, we're not going to get anywhere like this, so I hurry into the futon and make room for Saber. I thought I would give her the pillow, but she gently pushes it back to me. You should take this, Shiro. I would like to use your arm as my pillow. Her words, barely a whisper, make my heart skip a beat. Saber's surprisingly calm as she nestles into my arms. It's like she settled in herself more than I am holding her. A blade in its sheath. Your arm is going to be so, like, asleep tomorrow when you wake up. I remember Saber's words. Saber's about to drift off, pillowed in my arm, like a sword in its sheath. Her warm, soft scent so close it calms rather than excites me. Saber's hands reaches for my hand. I take it inside the blanket and I entwine my finger with hers. And we drift off to sleep in silence. But before that, Saber, I call out to her as she lays beside me. I want to ask her at the end. I want to hear again why I desire her so much. Do you feel it, Shiro? My magical energy should be fully replenished by tomorrow morning if we continue as we are. By tomorrow, I will be able to fight as your servant. Saber. Man, it would suck if you actually got Archer or something. It's like you had to snuggle up with him to give the mana. This is all I need, Shiro. My role is to protect you and to obtain the Holy Grail. Until the war is over, I cannot think of anything else. Do you not agree, Shiro? You have decided to fight to end this war. I can't argue that point. If we want to solve our problem, we need to first end this war. To start, I won't be able to protect Saber unless I defeat the man who's after her. But is there really a way for us to defeat the King of Heroes? While the two of us lie quiet, we look up into the tranquil darkness. I don't know how much time passes. My eyelids grow heavy, my body cries out for rest, but our entwined fingers stay warm. Saber? Yes, let us do the thinking tomorrow, Shiro. We may come up with a good idea tomorrow, and she just wants to sleep together like this. She holds my hand gently as she says so. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yes, good night, Shiro. When we wake, matters will return to normal. I lean my face close to hers and close my eyes. The last thing I see is Saber smiling warmly. I don't care if that moment of vulnerability was only for tonight. The hand holding mine right now is so warm. It's more than enough for me, and I fall into a satisfied sleep. The end of battle. Once everything is over, I'm not sure I can keep holding this hand, and then silence settles in. Oh my gosh, that was a long day, but wow, really good. Really good stuff. This might be its own video. And then we move on to the final day. I think it's the final day. It feels like the final day. There's only Lancer and Gilgamesh left, and they keep saying the war's almost over and this is the last time I'm seeing this thing or whatever. And I think I remember there were around 15-ish days. So we'll be heading into that. I know I'm not talking as much during this playthrough. I think, you know, that's kind of the thing about doing like a visual novel like this is like there's so much. I don't have time to like stop and like analyze every single thing. And I'm already speaking so much while doing this video. But you know, as I said at the start of this, I'm playing this game for myself. I'm just recording it and uploading it for you guys. So you can see it, but I'm not really making it as content for you, if that makes sense. But yeah, man, I wonder how much longer this game has to go, because it could. I mean, I feel like if this is gonna be the last day, it's gonna be really fucking long, like really long. So maybe it'll be one more video, maybe longer. I think it'll probably be one more video regardless of how long it is. Like I might just try to put all the rest of the game into one video, but we'll see. Anyway, that's Fate Stay Night. See you soon. Welcome back to maybe the final Fate video. I don't know. I imagine this is gonna be a really long day, but we're gonna see how we go. 15 Utopia. We're gonna see how we go. See if we can fit it all into one big video. When I awake, the sun is already up. My room is dimly lit. I feel like it's still last night, but I quickly shake my head to banish the thought. It's cloudy outside. No wonder I didn't wake up. The added darkness seems to have done a lot to help my sleep-deprived body get some actual rest. A glance up at the clock tells me it's past 1 in the afternoon. I'm way past the point of oversleeping. Saber, are you awake? There's no answer. Saber's still next to me, slightly curled and still asleep. Once I'm not sleepy anymore, I wake up, but Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how much she slept in the past, I doubt she'll wake up until later in the afternoon. I leave my room without waking Saber. There's no reason to wake her. The real danger's at night. There's no way Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear while the sun's still out. So we need to come up with a plan. I don't know if there is no way that they will appear while the sun's still out. Like, if they just came here, why couldn't they just come here during the day? You know? Especially Gilgamesh. Like, what's he got to lose? Like, you know, first of all, this house, there's no one else here except people who know about the Holy Grail War. And secondly, like, it's not like we need to be that stealthy anymore. They fucking blew up a park yesterday. Like, there was an explosion huge enough that it's like, that would have drawn some eyes, whether it was daytime or night. I don't know about Lancer, but Gilgamesh will definitely show up tonight. Given his personality and the murderous look he gave us before he left yesterday, we can definitely expect him tonight. But what should we do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them is stronger than Excalibur. Berserker was a hard enemy to defeat, but we still managed. We managed to find and exploit the chance to turn the tide against him. Not this guy. If he showed up now, it wouldn't even be a contest. One blow from that noble phantasm, Ea, and we're finished. I need to think of something. There's not much time until the sun sets. There won't be an end to this if I think on my own. If Saber, Toesucker, and I can't think of a plan, then the church. Maybe that overseer priest might know something. He might have a plan that could help us deal with the mess we're in. Or he might be one of the ones you're fighting. King of Heroes Gilgamesh, Kotomine said he would find some way to deal with the servant who survived the previous Holy Grail War. Even if we can't think of a countermeasure, Kotomine might have already thought of something. I walk up the hill. The sky is blanketed with ash-grey clouds. Oh my gosh, Shiro, you keep going out alone. The church sits alone at the top of the hill. There's nobody there and not a sound to be heard, not even birds chirping. Maybe that's because it's so gloomy out? The place looks more ominous than holy. It looks like an execution site. I walk up the long hill and cross the wide open square, ready to be judged for my sins and cast down into hell. The hell am I talking about? That's no metaphor. Besides, the church is a place where people die. Hospitals work to prolong a person's life, but plenty of people die there. Churches are like that too. In that sense, death hangs heavy over this place. The wind's cold. I pull up my collar and climb the church's stairs. Kotomine, I came to talk to you. I step into the chapel. Just like the square, there's nobody here. Kotomine? He might be in the back. I pass through the pews and walk toward the altar. Tap, tap, tap. A dry sound echoes through the chapel. The building is probably designed to make the sounds echo, but the sound of my lonely footsteps is haunting in this huge empty space. Kotomine, are you here? I call softly to the priest. This is ridiculous. If I want an answer, I should be shouting. He's probably in the back, so he won't hear me unless I shout. But I don't. I keep quiet, tiptoeing my way to the back of the church. Am I doing this so that I don't mess with the solemn air of the chapel? Excuse me. Or because I feel like if I'm spotted, I'll be surrounded by things I don't understand, and then maybe get beheaded for defiling God or something. I exit the chapel and head toward the courtyard. If I remember correctly, Kotamine's room is... I walk more quietly down the corridor. The church is like a labyrinth, and I don't know how to find Kotamine's room. My memory's kind of hazy, and I'm sure I won't be able to find it on my own. There's something. I slow my breathing. It's hard to breathe, my throat is parched. I don't know why, but beads of sweat begin forming on my forehead, though the corridor itself is chilly. I use all my senses to try to get a feel for my surroundings. I do so, but I'm not sure why. Why am I walking so quietly? Why is my heart beating so fast? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this place? 2 words repeat over and over in my mind. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Kotamine is not here, so you have no reason to stay. You're alone. You should go home. This is a mistake. It shouldn't be so cold. It's all wrong. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Go back for your own sake. Go back. There's nothing bad happening here. There's nothing happening in this church, so go home. I feel nauseous. I think I might throw up. My intuition is always right about these kinds of things. For an untrained mage, I have a pretty good danger sense, which is why my feet don't stop. I try to get my racing heart under control as I search for Kotamine's room. And then I run into the deep darkness. There's a basement. I spot a set of stairs. In the deep shadows, I see a recess that I'd normally overlook. In it, I see a very, very narrow staircase. I shouldn't go down, I can bet. Kotamine won't be there. There won't be anyone down there. There's nothing there. There won't be any There won't be any... There won't be any... I shouldn't go in there. My neck stiffens. I shouldn't go in there. He said my danger sense is good. My danger sense is good. We have to follow his danger sense. I turn from the dark stairway that leads underground. As my heart hammers in my chest, I run. I can't stay another second. I need to get out of this building right now. This is a bad place. It's always been like this. This church is not somewhere I should ever have come. I shouldn't have ever come into this building or met the priest. I return to the chapel. The empty house of God is deathly ominous. I keep running, only briefly glancing back. I'm almost at the exit. There's nobody behind me. There's nobody behind me. There's nobody behind me. I leave the church. I run through the square without looking back. I don't love hearing a heartbeat constantly. What am I afraid of? What am I running from? I can't seem to shake off this sense of unease clinging to me. Shiro, where have you been all alone? The moment I come home, I get a different sort of scare. Saber's at the entrance, looking absolutely livid. Oh yeah, I'm home, Saber. Do not I am home me. How many times must I tell you not to leave on your own? Okay, you're right. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. There will not be a next time. I am furious with you, Shiro. Explain why you went out alone. Your wounds have not completely healed, and we do not know when Gilgamesh will attack next. Just how much do you plan to make me worry about you? Saber glares at me, but I don't know what it is. I went to the church. I thought maybe I could learn Gilgamesh's weakness from the priest there. The church? But why now? I've talked to him before. He's the overseer, so I thought I might be able to do something about the servant to the last war. But it was futile. I failed. And I don't blame you for getting mad. I have you, Saber, and we should have gone to the church together. Exactly. I bow my head to apologize again. Well, as long as you understand. Saber's threatening posture eases all at once. It's always been like that. Saber always gets really, really angry at how stupid I can be, but at the same time she's kind enough to forgive me right away. Or, if I'm being egotistical, it's like her resentment at being left home alone vanishes as soon as I get back. Well, if you were contrite for your actions, I suppose I should overlook this matter, and I was, perhaps, being slightly immature myself. No, you weren't. Not this time. I don't think so. You were waiting for me, right? Honestly, I'm grateful. The moment you yelled at me, all my worries disappeared. You were glad I yelled at you? Yeah, I'm glad I came home to you, Saber. What? Yeah, I'm glad to be home. I get to see Saber's face again. If I'd gone down into that basement, I don't think I'd ever make it home. I'm sure I made the right choice now. Shiro, how about we team up with Lancer? What was that, Saber? It's past 2 in the afternoon and we're having a late lunch when Saber broaches the topic. As I said, we should team up with Lancer. Gilgamesh is entirely outside the Holy Grail War's rules. I am sure Lancer sees him as an opponent that cannot be ignored, and so he should be willing to cooperate with us if the conditions are right. So the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Yes. If there is some benefit to him, he will surely be willing to work with us, even temporarily. Teaming up with Lancer, huh? That may be our only choice. We are no match for Gilgamesh on our own. But if Saber and Lancer can cooperate, we should be able to come up with at least a couple of schemes. You're right. I don't know if Lancer will cooperate, but it wouldn't hurt to at least try to talk to him about it. Which would mean our problem is... Yes, the matter of how we get in contact with Lancer. We have not seen Lancer since that night, and we still do not know who his master is. With only 2 masters left, I do not imagine they will continue to sit by so passively. Yeah, but Lancer's not showing himself could mean he's afraid to face you alone. Unlikely. Lancer is a worthy hero. He would be happy to fight me. He certainly would not be afraid. That he has not appeared after all this time means he must have a reason for his behavior. We fold our arms, thinking. My, the 2 of you are sure in sync this morning. Just a little bit of her coming on the screen. Rin, how long have you been there? The 2 of us jump simultaneously. A while now. The 2 of you are completely focused on each other. It was just so silly I had to keep quiet and watch. Don't you think that was the best move? You were having a moment, so I figured I shouldn't butt in. What, Rin? Shiro and I are master and servant, so there is nothing of the sort... Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. So returning to what you 2 were talking about, I agree that you should try teaming up with Lancer. If Goldie really is the king of heroes, I don't think you have much of a chance of winning unless you form an alliance. Oh man, I don't know how much she heard, but Tosaka's at least aware of the current situation. Apparently she eavesdropped on our conversation during lunch, and she knows that Archer is Gilgamesh and that he possesses a noble power to be more powerful than Sabers. Well, I'm going to go back home for now. I'll need to grab a weapon for myself, prepare something that will lure Lancer out. And also I need to get medicine for Ilya. Medicine for Ilya? Tosaka, is there something wrong with Ilya? Not really. She's the same as yesterday. Her breathing's stable and her fever's down. She's just not her usual energetic self. I'm sure she'll wake up if she gets hungry, so make her something tasty when that happens. She places an empty rice bowl on the table. I can't believe Tosaka was even here, eating lunch this whole time. See you. I'll be back by dinner, so behave yourselves until then. Once Tosaka has left, Saber and I don't have much to do together, so I just blankly stare at the clock as it ticks away. I can't say why, but the living room feels a little tense. Shiro? Do you want another cup of tea, Saber? We both look at the same time, but we both freeze when our eyes meet. What is it, Saber? If something's on your mind, tell me. No, yes, please. I would like another cup of tea. Got it. Hold on a minute. A nerve-wracking hour passes by. Since we're not doing anything, we might as well train at the dojo or just lie down to rest. Neither Saber nor I bring either idea up. Even I know this is entirely too awkward. I know, but I just want to keep spending time with Saber. No matter how tense or nervous I am around her. And I've already had 10 cups of tea. I just want to relish the moment and watch her face. Huh? And then, when I get up to go to the kitchen, the doorbell rings. A visitor? At this hour? It's rare for anyone to visit here. Sakura's the only one who'd ring the doorbell, and she's supposed to stay away until the war ends. Fujine is still at home recuperating too, and I don't have much of a relationship with the neighbors. Shiro. Yeah, come with me, Saber. I might have to ask you to deal with whoever it is if it comes to that. Of course, I will protect you. This is gonna be Kotomine. Who is it? I called her the visitor through the closed door. I am from the church. I have come to report the results of the investigation you requested. It is Kotomine. I stopped breathing for a sec. It's the very man I went to see this morning. Shiro, is something the matter? You do not look well. No, it's okay. Can I open the door, Saber? I'll send him away if you don't want him here. That first night, Saber refused to go inside the church. I remember that, which is why I ask. I do not mind. I will abide by your decision. I nod again and open the door. That took longer than expected. Is there some reason you did not want to see me, Shiro Emiya? No, nothing like that. I was just surprised. I didn't expect you to come all the way here. If you want to discuss something, come on in. I beckoned Kotomine toward the living room. However... No, let us just stand out here and talk. I have not discovered much, so it should not be a long conversation. I mean, yeah, what's all this foolishness about him? You know, he's doing a big report, he's trying to discover stuff. Like, he knows, he's got the answers already. Kotomine draws back like he's trying to leave. Hey, where are you going, Kotomine? As I said, we will stand out here and talk. I cannot do that with your servant behind you, glaring at me with such murderous intent. If she continues that, I may have to rethink my position for my own sake. Huh? I look back at Saber. Saber? Kotomine's right. Saber looks so viciously murderous that I find myself paling. What does the master from the previous war want? If I recall correctly, Kiritsugu shot and killed you. Jeez. You are correct. I abandoned my role and surrendered, hands in the air. He shot me from behind. If not for God's divine protection, I would have died then and there. But what of it? It must feel like only yesterday to you, but it is long in the past for me. A full decade has passed. Must you revisit a battle that has long since concluded? His words do nothing to calm Saber down. Saber, Kotomine is right. I want you to forget about the last war for now. Shiro, do not under any circumstances let your guard down in this man's presence. Kiritsugu targeted this priest from the very beginning because he was a dangerous enemy who needed to be eliminated immediately. How flattering to hear that coming from the mouth of the one who survived to the very end. That says a great deal about my abilities. How dare you be so impudent! The air grows heavy with tension. Not good. I'm not sure I can hold Saber back. Hold it, Saber. I asked Kotomine to investigate Gilgamesh for me. We may know his identity, but we don't know anything beyond that. And right now, the more we know about him, the better. Yes, that may be true, but... I am happy to tell you or leave. As I said, there is not a great deal of information anyway. But I am not entirely without feelings here. It is not exactly enjoyable to be received so rudely, and met with such hostility by the former servant of a man who shot me through the chest. I am not so experienced, so I may struggle to maintain the composure expected of a priest. I'm trying to think, does Saber know that Kirei was Gilgamesh's master? Like, I can't quite remember if there were any scenes where she explicitly found that detail out. She knew Kirei and she knew Gilgamesh, but I don't know if she knew that those two were linked. I feel much the same. I will not warm to a former enemy. The two glare at each other. This isn't going anywhere. Saber, stand back. I want to hear what Kotomine has to say. Shiro, you mustn't. This man is dangerous. If you were to listen to what he has to say, I shall... Yeah, I understand how you feel, but I'm still a master. Even if something were to happen to me, I won't just die right away. You'll be able to reach me if something happens. There's no danger now. Of course not. There's no, quotation mark there. A mere human could never hope to outmaneuver a servant. Shiro Emiya, your servant appears to be overprotective. Well, try not to push her buttons too much. I'm just gonna hear what you have to say. I'll have Saber stay back. That's good enough, right? Actually, no. I do not feel like talking here. There would be no place for me to run if Saber attacks. If I recall, there is a courtyard here. I should have a few seconds to flee even if Saber goes mad. That should be enough time for you to employ a command spell to stop Saber. Fine. But I can say for sure that won't happen. Saber, wait on the veranda. I'll call for you if something happens. Yes, if those are Master's orders. This is fine. There's a nice opening, and I can take in the entire mansion from here. We stand about 2 meters apart. It might be hard to hear if he whispers, but it's enough of a distance for me to react if something happens. So what did you find out, Kotomine? Yes. There's something I'd like to confirm with you first. He gives me a deep, seemingly benevolent smile. Kotomine takes a step closer. I apologize for being absent this morning. Here, you forgot something. I hear a heavy thud. Kotomine throws something onto the grass. That's the bounded field. The alarm goes off. The bounded field my old man put up, the one meant to sound an alarm when intruders with malicious intent enter the area, is ringing. Lancer is the cause of the commotion. He must have come here with the same goal. I barely hear Kotomine. No, I'm busy staring at the thing he threw at my feet. It occupies my entire attention because it looks like the corpse of a small child, yeah. Jesus. So Saber has engaged the intruder. He cannot fight at full power while he is inside. He will need to figure out another strategy if he is to capture Iliasville. It's not a corpse. It's alive. The child looks so miserable I want to avert my eyes. But it's alive. Its face isn't even identifiable. What the fuck? What? A sharp, heavy object pierces my heart from behind. Jesus! A mere human could not possibly outmaneuver a servant. It is obvious. To do so, one must use a servant. I don't care about the priest's chilling smile. I don't even care that my heart's been destroyed and I'm spitting up blood. Why would you? Questions are all that occupy my mind. Why do I recognize a corpse that's not even human anymore? What? Alright. Well, I'm going to watch this Tiger Dojo because I think some people said that the Tiger Dojos are actually kind of good. So I'll watch this one. But I know I have to go back and investigate the church. Oh my god, it's completely different. Hey there, how are you all? Nobody wants to be scared, but since you chickened out a little, you got sent straight to hell. So it's time for Tiger Dojo, the Q&A segment that comforts you when you realize you were the victim of a sneak attack. So right now, Saber and Lancer are fighting. Disciple number 1 has been captured, Shiro's dead in the yard, public morality in the mansion is out the window. Kids these days can't follow the rules, it makes me so sad. You there, you died right before the story's climax. A wise man avoids danger, maybe words to live by, but sometimes avoiding things doesn't bring you any closer to your goals. Alright, fair enough. Go back to the choice and brave the church's darkness, throw self-preservation in the wind. The story really is at its climax. The long night is about to end. Will Saber's wish be fulfilled? What twisted mind does Shiro hide? Is there a way to defeat the King of Heroes? Next episode, Utopia. That's crazy. Okay, go down to the basement. I step into the darkness. There's a sanctuary, underground. No dust or cobwebs anywhere. It looks like this place sees a lot of use. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I look back up the stairs that I just came down. The staircase hugs a curved wall. After descending the curved stairs, I look up to see the entrance is about 10 meters above me now. Maybe it's the absence of light, but the gently curving staircase puts me in mind of a centipede crawling its way through the cathedral. Huh? And then I notice a door. It's right at the bottom of the stairs. There's a symbol on the wall. Beyond it, a deep darkness beckons me. Almost as if it were drawing me in, I find myself stepping into the darkness. I step through what seems like an entrance of some kind. It's damp. The floor's all slimy and it's hard to walk. It reminds me of when I was cleaning the school pool. Moss covers the entire floor and it feels like my feet are sinking to the ankles and into some kind of rot covering the floor. I stop suddenly. The nasty sensation beneath my feet is bad enough, but now there's a horrible stench. I pinch my nose shut. This isn't some temporary odor, it's permeated the whole room. It doesn't smell like fish or gunpowder. It smells like formaldehyde. The chemical reek of it has stagnated in the room like thick mud. My senses seem to have been numbed from the moment I got into this basement. I'm long past tension and nervousness, and yet my heart expands and contracts without a break, and my limbs are moving so weirdly it feels like I might wrench out every nerve in my body. And what's worse, my eyes have grown accustomed to the darkness. The darkness fades. I hear drops of water falling. It's almost like that serves as a starting bell. What I couldn't see before is suddenly clear. What I see is an all too familiar living hell. Death lined up all in a row. Debris is piled up everywhere. The stench of death covered by antiseptics. I thought this was all a lie. I want to believe none of this is real, but I can't deceive myself. I can tell in an instant, even in a room full of corpses, not one of the bodies here is truly dead. They're alive. They're all alive. These corpses, they can only be called corpses, however human they once were, are all alive. Why are they still alive? How are they still alive? I look over in each and every body. Not one of them has retained their original form. Imagining what happened to every one of these sacrilegious forms is just too terrifying. They're more like the husks of dead trees and corpses. Some have been broken down to the point that their flesh has seeped into the cracks of the stone pavement. Sorry, I'm yawning. Some are hung against the wall, and a little more than nests for bugs. Whatever their arrangement, these figures only have torsos and heads, and even those are pitifully ragged. See, this feels like a bad ending to me. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten away in their coffins. I don't know how it works. Each corpse is welded into a coffin, and the coffin sucks the nutrients from them. A flow of life. The coffin's extracting magical energy, souls, little by little. It sucks the life out of its prey in such a precise amount that it neither kills it nor allows it to truly live. The wind moans through the chamber. It's almost like a single scream from the mouths of every corpse here. Their throats have long since decayed, so they can't scream for themselves anymore. By now, their throats only barely serve to carry out air to their lungs. But still the corpses scream. Oh, but inaudible they scream. They must be in terrible pain and so very afraid. They continue to shriek, unable to accept that their bodies are being eaten alive as they gradually lose their shape. I hear a creaking sound. The coffin in front of me gurgles. It's oozing, and the corpse's head is turned toward me. Something falls out of it. Its swollen lips move slightly, and a voice that isn't a voice it asks, "Where am I?" That's all it wants to know. I'm about to scream. No, I can't even scream anymore. Where am I? It didn't say it was in pain, it didn't ask for help. It just wanted to know where this horrible place is. I'm trying to understand, did that child find themselves in this state when they came to? They must have lived a normal life, slept normally, but one day they woke up and found themselves here. The question must have come from the hope that this is just a bad dream, being trapped in a coffin, unable to move, their limbs rotting. This is awful. My heart's breaking. This is so unimaginably horrible. But why? Why do they seem so strangely familiar? I've never seen any of them, but I recognize every one of the corpses. This is my first time here. I shouldn't know any of them. None of them are connected to me, so why do they act like they know me? Just like how I know them, and why are they staring at me? And I have another question. Each of them shares something in common, unless that's just a coincidence. Why do all these corpses look like children of the same age? And then... welcome, Shiro Emiya. It comes out of nowhere. A hand claps my shoulder from behind. The voice is friendly, like a greeting from a close friend. I go completely stiff with shock. I can't even turn around. I don't have to turn around to see who's behind me, and based on that voice, this church's priest, the man responsible for this little piece of hell, and the devil, the last person I should have run into right now. What unfortunate timing. I did expect you to visit soon, so I suppose it's my fault for preparing a meal at this hour. Do you recall how I failed to be hospitable last time? I attempted to be more considerate this time, but it seems we missed each other. I can't say anything. The priest's hands rest heavily on my shoulders. I cannot, however, condone you trespassing. You might see something you shouldn't. And then, having learned the truth, well, that might set our relationship back quite a ways. The priest sounds more cheerful than I've ever heard. As Kotomine stands there behind me, hands on my shoulders, I can tell he's smiling. It's indescribably terrifying. What's the matter, Shiro Emir? You have come to talk, correct? There is no sense being quiet, then. This is a surprise. Is this such a bizarre sight to you? He sounds so cheerful, even when he's saying such horrible things. Does this man not feel anything in the face of this horror? Do I even need to comment on how horrible this is? Oh? How cold of you. Proper manners dictate you should at least say it's not, whatever you might think. These are practically your brothers and sisters, after all. I do not think they would appreciate such rudeness. What did he just say? And so happily, yeah. What did you say? I said these corpses are practically your siblings. By whatever means, you all survived that hell. You may not be related by blood, but I believe you all share what amounts to a familial bond, am I wrong? Yep. So that's why I thought I recognized him. This is a continuation of what happened 10 years ago. I'm back in that hospital room. My head is spinning. Children who have lost their homes and parents. They were sent to an orphanage until they were adopted. But before that happened to me, Kiritsugu Emir adopted me, so I never knew what happened to those kids afterwards. I had actually avoided finding out. The orphanage was at the church on the top of the hill, and I could have gone there any time if I'd wanted to, but I held back. I felt it wasn't fair for me, who did get adopted, to go visit the children who still hadn't been. That's why I decided that if I were to meet them, it would have to be in town. We would just bump into each other, chat idly to catch up, and most importantly, have gotten over the fire in hell. As small as our town is, I always dreamed of a reunion like that, but it never happened. Kotomine. That is correct, Shiro Emir. Had Kiritsugu Emir not adopted you, you would have shared these things as fate. These things. Do you understand? You were the only one who was saved. While everyone else died equal, you were the one who violated this harmony by surviving. What do you think? Do you not find that just a little unfair? My heart starts beating again. I'd been frozen stiff a moment ago, but suddenly I'm able to move. Oh, don't mistake me. This isn't criticism. On the contrary, your situation is a delight. Your talent for survival is impressive. Honestly, I did not expect you to last so long. That is why I thought to reunite you with your siblings. My recording's lagging a bit. It's lagging a bit. Relax. This happens with Fate, I feel like, sometimes. Like, what happens, and it's doing it a lot now, is it does this when I, like, pause the game for a second. When I, like you can see it now, I'm freezing up. It happens when I, like, go AFK, just for a little bit, for some reason. And that's so strange. Why does that happen? Like, the game... Okay, well now, I'm gonna restart the game real quick. Hold on. Okay, sorry, I'm back. It's a different day, as you can probably tell from the outfit change. I had stuff come up on that day. That's why I thought to reunite you with your siblings, here in your final moments. You piece of... Lucky boy. I planned to close this place after today, so you barely made it. For the past 10 years, I have kept them alive as fodder to sustain service, but that is all coming to an end. I can no longer collect the same quantity of robust souls, all steeped in agony, as I once did. Of course, there is also no need for feed any longer. All that remains is to kill you and your servant. You fucking piece of shit! Wow. Have we had a fucking in the game before? Those words shattered the restraints that had been holding me still. I moved my paralyzed body. Pushing clear of the hands on my shoulders, I leaped forward and whirled around to face the priest. Kotomine! It was you! As I face him, I put distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful impact from behind. A lance? That's weird. I can't breathe. Something sharp protrudes from my chest. It looks like the head of a spear. This can't be. How can a spear be growing out of my chest? Ah yes, I also failed to mention. Allow me to formally introduce you to my servant. I turn around. There, I see a blue-colored spearman, his weapon thrust through my chest. He jerks it free. At the same time, a searing, intense pain rocks my entire body. Red splatters the floor. I collapse onto the slimy, mossy ground. I try to push myself to my feet, but my body's too heavy. I can't move. While I may not be paralyzed anymore, my body isn't capable of moving for entirely different reasons now. The pain in my chest is unbelievable, blotting out the blood loss and dimming vision. I can't pass out. I've sustained fatal wounds numerous times. They were all bad. They all numbed my senses. But this is different. It's a fatal wound for sure, but the pain is just too intense. My vision distorts. The instant I pass out from pain, more pain jolts me back awake. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am anymore. The only things I feel are vomit-inducing pain and the temptation to just disappear to escape the agony. I told you to not kill him, Lancer. Otherwise there would be no point in keeping him alive until now. I can only hear voices. My eyes are open, but I can't see anything. I hear ya, even if I don't love the order. Lance's voice is devoid of emotion, but I can barely hear him. Fine. Then we will begin our preparations. A servant can sense when their master's in danger. We have about 30 minutes until Saber arrives here. Kotomine, this kid's not gonna last that long. If you want him alive, you should stop the bleeding. That will not be necessary. If he dies, so be it. My mind is fading. The pain finally becomes too much and my mind lets me faint. I stop the pain by digging into my wound. The pain resumes. I'm on the verge of sinking into oblivion, only to be dragged into a world of searing pain. This doesn't seem better than when I didn't go down here. I feel like we had the upper hand when I didn't go down to the basement, if we were just more suspicious, you know? Whereas this, we went down, now we're being ambushed. This is even worse. I want to die. If this pain isn't going to stop, I want to die right now. I know that. I know. But if I faint here, I know I'm never going to wake up. I can't even remember what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just drifting through white-hot pain that will burn me to nothing. I grip my teeth trying to endure it. I can't end it all here. I can't let myself drop out of the war so easily. There's still a promise I haven't fulfilled yet. If I believe she's the most important person in my world, I can't just disappear here. Oh, interlude, yep. So now we're jumping to Saber's point of view, I imagine. When she awakes, there's no sign of Shiro. She makes her way to the living room, thinking he might be preparing a late lunch, but she finds no sign of either Shiro or lunch. He has gone out alone again. I have told him so many times now to bring me with him whenever he leaves. Why does Shiro not listen to me? Saber sits on the veranda muttering to herself. Honestly, I know he likes to walk around by himself, but is there any point in our cooperation if he simply keeps doing this? Saber lets her feet dangle over the veranda. Eventually, she grows tired of this, and she looks up pensively. The sky is an ashen grey. A heavy canopy of clouds slowly drifts overhead. She can see breaks in the clouds cover in the distance. It should clear up by nightfall. If the stars are visible, she will be able to read her fortune for tomorrow. She still remembers how to read the stars. Her mage mentor taught her long, long ago. In life, she only looked there to see whether she was taking the right path, but tonight, just this once, she decides to try to predict a certain someone's future. If possible, she hopes for a bright tomorrow. She wants to predict any dangers that might lie ahead, and learn what she needs to guide him in the proper direction. He's so reckless. How can she not worry about him? She won't sleep peacefully unless she can at least read the stars. But the problem is, which stars can be seen from this town? As she thinks back, she realizes she's not once looked up at the sky before today. Her priority has always been winning the Holy Grail War, not reading fortunes in the stars. She knows this isn't like her. Even so, she still considers trying to read the stars, and anxiously waits for the night to come. This represents quite a change of heart for her. She chuckles, thinking she's just like the girls in love she's read about in books before, as she looks up at the sky. Aww. Oh, Saber, do you know where Shiro is? Way to kill the mood. Reen. Saber bolts upright. What is it? I have not surrendered myself to Shiro or anything. Saber gives a hasty excuse, blushing deeply. Oh, was I interrupting something? Reen smiles wickedly. Perhaps it's because they've been living under the same roof, but Reen can read Saber like a book, Shiro too for that matter. She has good instincts when it comes to other people's affairs, and she can tell there's something between the two of them. And so, she has a pretty clear idea of what happened the night before. Well, I'll leave the teasing for later, but seriously, do you know where Shiro is? Do you know where Shiro is? Ilya has a fever, so I thought he could help me. Ilya's fever is not well. I thought her condition was stable. Not really. I didn't tell Shiro, but she's nearly at her limit. She won't go back to normal until the Holy Grail ritual ends. Her capacity may be extraordinary, but she's on the brink of being completely full. There's still some room left, so extra functions are still working right now. But once she's full, she might have no choice but to abandon the most unnecessary function, being human. You see, Illysphere was designed to break down as the Holy Grail War possesses. I'm hiccuping a lot, sorry. Reen's words are ominous, and even a bit of obfuscating. Saber doesn't completely understand what she's talking about. Oh, it's fine. I said it so you wouldn't understand. Let's put the topic of Ilya aside for now. I want to talk about Lancer. I found out who his master is. What? You have learned who Lancer's master is? How'd she find out? Yeah, well, I guess I found out, or maybe it's more I knew it all along. Lancer's master was an outside mage dispatched by the Mages Association. I already knew that, and I finally found their secret base earlier, but... Reen, you should avoid engaging in such dangerous activities alone. If you found their base, you should have told me. I was going to, but everything about it was weird. I figured there was nobody inside, so I went in. I found bloodstains and a severed left arm with no command spells. There was nothing else. The command spells were physically taken, and based on how much blood there was, I don't think anyone could have survived. Lancer's master is long dead. Did she actually find Caster's master and mistook it for Lancer's master? Because you wouldn't have expected Caster's to have severed from her master and then get another master, you know? Is that possible? Huh? Does that mean Lancer is gone as well? Perhaps he was defeated by another servant after Shiro was attacked 10 days ago. I can only hope so, but the bloodstains seemed older. Do you understand what that means? That the master, not the servant, was defeated. and whoever it was that took the Master's command spells and formed a new contract with Lancer. However, Shiro and I are the only Masters left, and yet Lancer is still around. Which means a mage who was not a Master became one after stealing command spells. But do you think that's even possible, Saber? Or maybe it is just, Dickhead McGee, Kirei. No, the transfer of command spells can only be done between masters or servants. No matter how skilled a mage is, the one who is not a master cannot become one by stealing command spells. I see. Then one more question. Can you still be a master if you still have command spells and a servant, even after the Holy Grail disappears? Yes, you are correct, Reen. As long as command spells and the servant remain, the mage retains the right to be a master, even after the Holy Grail War is over. Saber falls silent as she realizes what Reen is really asking. Then you believe the person who killed Lancer's master and formed a contract with Lancer is... That's right. I can't think of any other explanation. It explains Lancer's actions. Lancer seemed like he was in snooping on the other servants, right? Usually servants risk exposing their true identity when they fight, but he wasn't even trying to hide his identity. That means his main role was gathering intel. I agree. When I faced him, he made no attempt to fight until the end. He used his noble phantasm. A servant would typically do all in their power to defeat an opponent after exposing their own identity. Exactly. That means Lancer's master must already have another servant. Must have already had another servant. This master sends Lancer to find the identities of their enemies, then sends out his other unidentified servant to fight them. That would be the best strategy. Well, I'm sure that wasn't Lancer's idea of a good time. He's been forced to fight all 6 servants and figure out their fighting techniques, and then just retreat to his master. But he managed to hold his own against all 6. In that sense, he's outrageous. Reen closes her mouth, lost in thought. As if following Reen, Saber suddenly feels a chill down her spine. Lancer's master has already been killed. This unidentified master uses a heroic spirit as strong as Lancer solely for espionage. There were multiple enemies before, but now there are not many more enemies to defeat. If Shiro is the only one left to defeat, the enemy might not follow their earlier strategy. Reen, do you have any idea where Shiro may have gone? Now that she's had the thought, she can't stop worrying. Shiro cannot be left alone. Even now, her master may be in grave danger. It's a shame servants don't get command spells as well, and she can command Shiro back to her. I don't know. I asked you because I didn't know. It's possible he went to Kirei's place. He actually went there to discuss something the other day. To that church? Why the look? Do you have some kind of problem with that church? No, it is not that. But the church is nothing but holy. Stagnant death and stagnant air linger in that place, on par with Ryudo Temple. The moment she thinks Shiro might be in a place like that alone, an image of somewhere other than the Ymir house flashes through her mind. She stares into the distance, toward Kotomine's church on top of the hill. There's no time to delay. Saber leaps out of the yard and jumps onto the wall. Hey, Saber, what are you doing? I'm heading to the church. I'll leave the rest to you, Reen. Without looking back at Reen, Saber jumps off the wall. She moves with all the speed of a bullet fired from a gun. She neither slows nor stops on her way to her destination. If anyone caught sight of her, she would look like nothing more than a gust of wind, a streak of silver and blue. The instant she reaches the top of the hill and catches sight of the enemy territory, Saber arms herself without a second thought. She decided to put on her armor once they're inside the church, but she couldn't help herself. The instant the church comes into view, her fury overtakes her, and she's armed and armored without even truly thinking about it. Her chest burns. This nausea she's been feeling isn't her own. The chill running down her spine is coming from her master. The hopeless scent of death reaches her nostrils. Why this is happening, she isn't sure. What she does know is that Shiro Emir is on the verge of death. There's no time to waste. He's gravely injured and could die at any second. The pain and cold have morphed into an unbearable nausea that grips her body. And that is less than 1,000th of the pain Shiro feels. He's not gonna make it. Even if she moves with godlike speed, he won't survive. Every second brings him closer to death, and she may just arrive in time to watch her master die. As soon as she imagines that scene, she feels all sense and reason flee her. All she can do is run to her master as fast as she can. If godlike speed will not bring her to him in time, then she must simply break even the laws of God. She struggles to control her anger as she glares at the church. The tightly shut church doors offer no obstacle to her, simply blown wide open with the force of her approach. Rows of pews fail to even slow her down. She smashes through the chapel, passing through the courtyard, and rushes down the stairs to the basement. Behind her, the church is left in ruins. Saber's not usually so violent. For all she knows, she opened the door calmly. She may not even remember expending so much magical energy in her run through town. She simply could not control herself. So fast and out of control is she that she practically rolls down the stairs. Death closes in on all sides. When she finally sees what horrors the basement holds, her fury overwhelms her. Fury directed at herself and at the enemy responsible for this. Yo, sorry, but this is for you, Saber. She doesn't even hear Lance's voice as he bars her path. All hope of control and restraint is gone. However much she might try, she can no longer control her strength. Her lord is somewhere in the darkness. In the back room, he's lying there face down in the center of a room filled with living corpses. A pool of blood spreads out beneath him, and the sounds of his frantic breathing echo all the way to the sanctuary. He's alive. Relieved though she is, she shudders to think how long she'd left him alone. Shiro! Saber enters the back room, but a guard blocks her way. Holding his long spear behind him, the blue spearman meets Saber's gaze fiercely. Yo, I said this is it for you, Saber. She doesn't hear him, so she doesn't stop. Hey, got some nerve ignoring me. His ability to insult Saber while parrying her attack is frankly impressive. Lancer manages to block Saber's surprise attack with his spear, but he can do nothing about the sheer strength behind it and retreats to the nearby wall. There's nothing in Saber's way now. She doesn't have time to deal with Lancer. Her master's on the verge of death and she has to save him. Huh. Is this kid really that important? I mean, it's fine with me, but that means you really can't ignore me. Saber stops as she heads to the back. What do you mean, Lancer? Oh, nothing. I'm just saying that I was the one who stabbed him. Second time I've done it, actually. Thought I killed him last time, but he survived somehow. This time I made sure to get him good. You used Gay Bolg on Shiro? Oh, don't you worry. I avoided his heart. Curse is still there, though. I'm sure even you know about the curse on my spear. This is a spear of causality that reverses cause and effect. Anyone afflicted by the curse needs to be real lucky, or they won't be able to change their fate. In simpler terms, a wound from Gay Bolg can't be cured. The cursed one can never recover, and will have to bear their wounds until their death. At least, as long as the spear exists. At that moment, the air changes. A flicker of intelligence and reason lights in Saber's eyes. Ah, there you go. You get it now. Want to save the kid, right? Then you gotta settle things with me first. Lance's bestial bloodlust drives him forward into Saber's reach. He's deadly serious, but... Are you mad, Lancer? Do you, a spearman, mean to fight me, a swordsman, in so small a space? I do not believe you would do something so foolish. Lay down your spear and be gone from this place. I have no intention to take your head in a battle you certainly did not choose. You're the bigger fool here. What kind of heroic spirit abandons their own partner? I didn't stab him so I could make a deal with you. I'm here to fight you, Saber. Look at that anger in his eyes. He's not lying. Lance has no intention of letting either of them leave alive. For him, this is the first and only battle where he can truly go all out. Lance's wish is not for the Holy Grail. His wish is to fight a battle worthy of heroes. Such a simple wish, one any servant should always have granted, has been denied to him. So he has no intention of missing what may be his final chance, even if the situation happens to be unfavorable. Very well then, I will cut your spear in half, and you along with it. Saber readies her invisible air, and faces the Blue Knight. Well said. To be honest, I'm glad you were the last one left, Saber. Oh my god. Lance's spear pulses with light. Saber confronts him without hesitation. The rematch begins with a desperate blow from both sides. Now we're cutting back. Yeah. It's an appropriate time to do it, I think. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The sound of my ragged breathing fills my ears. My fever's so hot it'd burn anyone who touched me. It feels like my brain is melting and oozing right out of my skull. Stop, stop, stop. It's like everything is melted away, but every nerve in my body still screams with agony. Help, help, help. My mind is burned out. There's a hole in my heart and a void in my stomach. I want to vomit, but there's nothing left in me. The twisted feeling of nausea only grows stronger with my inability to vomit. All I can do is bite down on the pain. Somehow, in spite of it all, I still cling to consciousness. Pain is an old friend. I know how to endure it. Go back, go back, go back. But the voices don't stop. They fill every corner of the emptiness left in me after the pain has burned everything else out. I know who these voices belong to. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm going mad. With each echo, a stabbing pain shoots through my chest. I'm not afraid. I just have no answer. No way to respond. No way to make it right. Wait, wait, wait. They beg and plead and cry, but there's nothing I can do. I so desperately want to help, but I can't. I can't even ask them to stop. No matter how much they beg, I can't respond. I'm sure I really will go mad if this doesn't stop. Return, return, return. They repeat it again and again and again and again, and I can't do anything about it. All I can do is give them an end. All I can do is fix this paradox of life and death. All I can do is punish the architect of this hell. And I can't reverse all the sadness and death. That's my limit. A champion of justice is someone who can only clean up a mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. Who said that again? I refuse to believe it, but now I'm being confronted with that very truth. I want to get out of here. I can't save them. I can't do anything but take it in. I have nothing to give back, no miracle to grant. I'm not strong enough to defy those words saying that a champion of justice can only get so far, but if I did have a miracle at the ready, would I? Ah. She has arrived. Awaken, Shiro Emiya. Your servant awaits. I hear a voice. It's right behind me, but I can't make out what it's saying. My vision is blurry. I can't make out what's in front of me either. There are only the voices crying out for help. There's only a room choked with the bodies of those who have died. He's good, but no match for Saber. Regardless, I require another servant. I do not care whether it be Saber or Lancer, but I shall make a selection before that. I can't hear the words, but his voice echoes in my head. It is your turn. Let us begin, Shiro Emiya. Something pulls my head upward. He grabs me by the back of my head and drags me forward. I can feel who it is now. This man has been consumed by the darkness. His heart is ashen. He's draped in shadow. This corruption creeps into him and it has tethered itself to him. I don't know what has happened, but I do know this man, Kirei Kotomine, he's like me. He suffered a fatal wound, but somehow still remains in the world. As Saber's power lets me regenerate, Kirei Kotomine preserves his body with the darkness. That is far enough, Saber. Lower your blade if you wish to save your master. What's going on? I still can't make out what's going on. I can't even lift my own head. You as well, Lancer. We all seek the Holy Grail. It shall not devolve into indiscriminate killing. If Saber is here to retrieve this one, I will allow it. He laughs ominously. You expect me to believe the words of a man who killed Lance's master and seems just as ready to kill mine? Do you think me a fool? Who is that? I can't tell, but like the sound of a tuning bell, the voice helps me refocus my mind. You may trust me. I have no wish to fight. Though the situation is dire, I will not refuse your right to seek the Holy Grail. My role has always been overseeing the rightful claim to the Holy Grail. You are both qualified. If you truly desire it, I could give it to you right now. Are you saying the Holy Grail is here? It is. It exists in the ether. In the beginning, it has no form. The completed form is dependent on where it is summoned, when, and what form the vessel takes. It can manifest in this church. Of course, the Grail would be incomplete with more than one servant left alive, but it should be sufficient to grant more wishes. If you feel that is inadequate, then continue your battle. I will accompany you either way, though this is not entirely as I would like it. What say you, Lancer? No, sounds like a pain in the ass. We can fight it out here. Truly, you are at a disadvantage here. Meanwhile, Saber cannot fight at her fullest while she is consumed by worry for her master. I cannot imagine that would be a satisfying fight. Someone spits. The other man must have given in. Whatever. So I've got a question. What is the Holy Grail? I thought it was supposed to manifest when there's only one servant left. That a lie then? No, that much is true. The Holy Grail will not manifest until only one servant remains. However, the vessel itself is another matter. Its form is pre-prepared. The energy then flows into it until the Grail is fully summoned. As there are only 2 servants remaining, it should have already acquired a significant portion of its nature as the Holy Grail. Wouldn't you agree, Saber? You are a finalist in the previous war. You must have seen the truth. You know what kind of Grail manifests here. Yes, the Grail's true form stands ready. It waits patiently, its cup ready to be filled with the blood of the sacrifices. A tragic tale, no? You need not wait any longer. It should be able to grant what you desire now. So there is nothing to be gained from wanton slaughter now. What you claim has at least some sense to it. But if that is all true, what of you? Do you not wish for the Holy Grail? I said I can make a selection. I will gladly hand over the Grail to the right person. So to that end, I want to hear from you, Shiro Emiya. Well, I'm kind of bleeding out right now, dude. I'm moving. Someone grabs my head and jerks me up. It hurts. The wound in my chest rips open. My world goes white with pain. Stop! Oh, relax. I only need his answer. The Holy Grail only responds to those who have a wish. Surely you must be curious as to whether your master actually wants the Grail. I already know that he does not. Shiro has no need of it. But I want her to get it. My master is nothing like you. He did say that. But dig deeper and you will see that is not so. Dark desires fester in every man. He is no exception. Is he so free from sin that he does not curse that day 10 years ago? Does he not tremble when he thinks of what it means for his future? No, wait. What the hell is he talking about? The fire 10 years ago has nothing to do with this. This is meaningless. There's nothing here. Now I will open your wound. May God hear your confession, Shiro Emiya. My body buckles. Pain shoots down my spine like lightning. In its wake, I feel my mind separating from my body. My vision goes red. Stop. 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 Stop, stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. There's nothing here. There. Remembering this saves no one. Everyone died, all of them. I was the only one left, lost amidst the flames. Ashen corpses beneath smouldering rubble, crying out from every direction. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I alone continued on. I needed help. I needed someone to save me. I kept on, never once looking down. Stop. The entire time there were others calling out for help the moment they saw someone moving. Help, 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 help. I knew. Of course I knew. And I pushed through anyway. I turned my back on those voices. I turned back on the sounds of those trying so frantically to escape. I turned my back on those pleading not to die. I turned my back on mothers begging me to take their children. I turned my back on the dying gazes of those too weak to ask for help. I keep pushing forward, alone, desperate for someone to save me. Wait. I couldn't stand seeing their bodies. I couldn't stand seeing people suffer and die. I was sure I couldn't save them. I was sure they'd die no matter what I did, so I kept pushing on. Stop. Give it back, give it back, give it back. That's why I never stopped. I thought I had to live, even if just for another second. If people died without being able to do anything, so long as I could make it, I thought I had to live. Stop. But I was destroyed in the process. I held back tears and pushed on. I sought escape, and each step was harder than the last as I ignored every plea for help. It would have been easier. It would have been easier to go on if I asked for forgiveness, so I never did. Maybe it was the only way I could own up to the truth, that I was actually helpless to do anything. Stop. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Just as I wished I alone was saved. The only other children at the hospital were those that had been in areas near the fire. I didn't need to know, but the man in the white coat told me anyway. In the depths of those flames, I alone survived. I bore witness to so much death and pain. I bore witness to endless sorrow. I thought, just end it already. Hey. I thought I had to remember all of it. I had to. So many wanted help, and not one of them got their wish. And since my wish was granted, it followed that I should take on the weight of their deaths. No, I had to. I couldn't go on if I didn't. No more. Return. That's why I desperately tried to follow in Kiritsugu's steps. For those I couldn't save, for all I couldn't do, I looked to a hero who could be a savior. Everything I once was fell away when I ignored those cries for help. I kept moving forward, void of all reason. No more. Please. And so, those I could not save passed on one last lesson. Go on. What was lost in all of that? All I thought about was going forward on behalf of the dead. I took all the memories I had before that and locked them away, never to think of them again. The kindness of neighbors, being with my parents. I sealed all that up so I'd never think about it again, as if I were already dead. Don't open it up. I was no longer in pain. Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me and I was finally happy. And that's why.
So, you never thought just how wrong it was.
I'm telling you, don't open it. Shit, man. Agony and pain. Pure agony rips through my chest and drags me back to reality. The nausea simply doesn't end. My arms and legs are numb, my head burns. I can't breathe. Return. Their voices continue echoing in my head. I vomit blood. Was that because I'm on the brink of death, or because my psyche can't endure the voice any longer? My chest hurts. My heart hurts. It hurts so much, but I can't contain it. The wound deep inside me is the source of the pain. It will continue to hurt as long as I have those memories. It will swell up and never heal. I'm seeing things. For a moment I think I see her, but no, she shouldn't be here. Bite down on the pain. Begging for death is no longer an option. Even if she's just some dying dream, I can't let her see me like this. She has to think I'm okay.
Your wound is deep. It will continue to torment you so long as it remains. Do not end your life still bearing it.
I can make out the priest's voice. It doesn't sound like him. It's too warm, too compassionate.
You said you do not need the Holy Grail. Was that true? If you could undo what happened 10 years ago, would you not seek that power? With it, you can save all that was lost on that day. Eliminate that calamity. No longer be bound to Kiritsugu Emiya. Be what you were originally meant to be. Do you not want that? Is that not your salvation?
Undo what happened 10 years ago? Remake the person I am now, who survived at the cost of everyone else that day? No, even beyond that. If I could make everything as if it never happened, and no one would be hurt. Why would I? I shake my head. Fevered as I am, and completely unable to think, I still reject the idea and the images it raises. I curse this very weakness, because there... It hurts. The voices echo in my head. My fingers desperately claw at the wet floor. Help me. Every single one of them cries out that they want to go back. And I wanted that too, even if my life was nowhere near as horrific as theirs. After Kiritsugu adopted me, I still returned to that empty field many times. I still returned, though there was nothing there. I opened a front door that no longer existed. I walked halls that burned to ash years before, and smiled at my departed mother. I wanted to go back to before it all disappeared, and wait for dawn to come and wake me from this nightmare. No such miracle happened. Instead, I was left with this painful reality. But if I could live in a world where that never happened, where nobody was hurt, surely I...
Now answer. If you so wish, I will grant you the Grail.
The priest with the miraculous chalice makes his offer. Return, return, return. These voices will go away if I wish for it. Orphaned children. If fate had taken even a slightly different turn, I would be here with them. I shouldn't even need to think about it. I shouldn't need to, so why? No, I can't wish for that. I face the corpses. As I refuse, I grit my teeth. My response is to deny them. Whatever the Holy Grail is, I'm not going to wish the dead return or to change the past. You can't change the past. Oh, that's me. You can't change the past. The dead won't come back. What's done is done. I can't wish for that. See, this is him proving to Saber like he's putting his money where his mouth is. Because he's trying to tell Saber this, and Saber's like, you don't get it. I need to do this. But now he's like showing, look, I could change what's shitty about my past too, but I won't. Tears sting my cheeks. I scream to the world that a miracle is impossible, and every time my own conclusion makes me cry. Why is the miracle of wanting ordinary happiness too much to ask for?
But the Holy Grail would make it possible. Everything will be as you make it.
So he claims, but I can't agree. Even if I could change the past, I shouldn't. I can't. If I do, everything becomes a lie. Every tear, all that agony, the memory of what was, even that cold reality, wretched as it is in my heart. Everyone who died screaming in agony, everyone who risked their lives to help another, everyone who mourned their fallen. If I were to just make it as though none of that happened, where would all of that go? What would I be doing to them? The dead wouldn't return. Reality can't be overturned. To continue onward, bearing the weight of all that pain, isn't that the very mark that proves something was there once? Everyone dies eventually, and sorrow fills the void they leave behind. But pain isn't the only thing left behind. It's the suffering that makes the goodness shine all the brighter. Those deaths, they shaped me. My memories of Kiritsugu protect me, and those memories form the path that eventually intertwines with others, even though all of that will eventually be forgotten. This path isn't wrong.
I see. Then
I don't need the Holy Grail. I can't stray from this path. For all those who were left behind who laid it, I speak firmly, even from the depths of this torment. Willing myself to hold on to this conscious thought, I force myself to remain upright. And it's then that I realize I can't hear the voices. They're not echoing in my head anymore. I wonder what they thought of my answer. Though whatever they may have thought, I think it's sad that they seem to accept it without any resentment. That is the answer her master arrived at. Her anger dissolves. All she can do is stare at her master, her words dying on her lips. Interesting that we changed perspectives here. This path, everything about me, I don't believe it's wrong. Despite his maimed body, as he struggles even to breathe. See, it changed now to third person. So going from Saber's perspective, still third person, but Saber's perspective third person. As he sheds the tears of one so horribly grieved. I can't stray from this path, for all those who were left behind, who laid it. Apologizing to those he must climb over, but unwavering in his chosen path. Her vision wavers, her breath quivers. She knows his history. Just as he saw visions of her past, so she saw his. She was certain he would agree. No, she thought he had to. She'd meant to say, "It's not your fault," but the words died on her lips. If only he could hear it. She wanted to tell him he should not have to carry that weight, but he denies even that. No matter how tragic the past, one cannot undo it. Her legs nearly gave out beneath her. His words are a greater weight than even she can bear. To swear an oath and single-mindedly devote everything to carrying it out, she believed they were similar. How conceited. That was her grave mistake. They were nothing alike. His resolve was so strong. And she, who could not even believe his words, was weak.
You would choose your own selfish wish over salvation?
The priest releases the boy. He steps over the youth with a sneer, as if he's lost interest.
Then what say you, Saber? This boy says he does not need the Holy Grail. I'm quite certain you disagree. Your goal must be to use the Grail to save the world in some capacity. A heroic spirit such as yourself is surely not so self-centered as that child.
She feels her sense of reason is being imperiled. The priest says he will give her the Grail. He will give her what she desires, her wish granted. That, she has no reason to refuse. That is the miracle she's been fighting for. It is the very reason she became a servant. What Shiro said has no bearing on her own concerns. To obtain the Holy Grail, she, Saber, the hero of the sword.
I propose an exchange. Saber, kill your master. With your own hands, you will have taken hold of your desire. I will give you the Holy Grail if you do this.
I decided I would do anything for it. What? His words blindsided her. She doesn't even know what to think. The priest's words, while easy to understand, are an anathema to everything she believes and stands for.
Why hesitate? You could kill him before he even realized what happened. He is clearly beyond saving. Would killing him now not be a mercy?
The priest steps aside. Before her stands a door leading to the crypt and to her master. She steps into the damp room past the priest. She can't help herself. It's as if she stepped into the depths of hell. He was made to suffer in this place, to witness his own darkness, but he refused the salvation he was offered. She grips her sword. He lays at her feet, breathing raggedly. It would be the end of a long, long journey. The Holy Grail she desires in exchange for her life. All she must do is swing her sword but one final time. A master and servant are united only until they obtain the Grail. She could end it right here.
What's the problem? Why do you hesitate? The Grail itself is at stake. It seems a reasonable offer to me.
The priest's words ring true. For her to hesitate now would be the height of hypocrisy. Even still, this path isn't wrong. His words refuse to leave her mind. Though disgust her, she knows she's nothing like Shiro. She wants to upend everything. That day so long ago, there must have been someone who would have drawn the sword from the stone and been a better king. There must have been someone who could have built a true utopia. The heart that loved her nation so dearly, and the young woman's doubt before she took the sword. On that day, she tried to fully and forever abandon her heart the day she drew the sword. How did she not realize this before? I can't stray for this path, for all those who were left behind who laid it. To her, this is the girl who loved her country, the girl named Altria before she was crowned. That was not a kingly heart. A king who could only believe in themselves. To deny that would be to deny everything she gave up. What is lost cannot be returned. Her master insisted on this, even as he suffered. His pained expression alone makes her heart ache. What was it she had said? She could not start over. It was her duty as the king, so she refused over and over. What duty? To resurrect her lost nation? To select a more capable king? Or is it to wish for all the death and destruction to have never happened to begin with? No, that isn't right. That was a mistake. She was raised to be a king. That is how she lived. In that there was no flaw. But if that led to ruination, why could she not accept it? She had no regrets. If she could take pride in the way she lived, wishing for another chance was a pointless waste. I see it now, Shiro. And so his anguished cries finally reach her heart. All the tears, all the pain, even her broken heart. Salvation could come from destroying all of it. I guess we have to thank Kirei after this. Because Kirei's the reason, like Shiro's words, were finally able to get through to Saber. Because she was able to see him in this distraught state, still sticking by his word. But if it was undone, what would happen to everything swept aside in the undoing? I have stolen much from many, even their very lives. All that pain and regret is mine to bear. It belongs to me. If I were to wish for a chance at something, it should be for a miracle in the here and now, not to upend the past. Each of the countless paths not taken before cannot be taken by sacrificing this one. Instead, I should forge ahead and work to fulfill what hopes have yet to come true even to this day. If she is nationless and uncrowned now, perhaps her wish should be for herself. No, she could not make a wish like that either. She chose to take up the crown. She never suffered for that decision, not once. Even if no one understood or accepted her, that choice itself was her pride and joy. At the very least, she truly believed that what she drew from the sword and the stone, that is her answer. Just as he found something to stand by, so too has she. Yes, she pledged once so long ago, something she swore to herself, she would fight, even if she loses everything, even if everyone in the world hates her. I was so foolish. An oath from the king, a promise to fight against all odds, and so the king protected her country, but the country did not protect the king, and so it was. The ending may have been tragic, but if she is no longer ashamed of the path that led there, I should never have pursued that wish. She fulfilled her duty as king. It led to ruin, but she saw everything through to the end. There need be nothing else. Of course, I did not want everything. The only thing I ever wanted from the very start, I did until the very end, even if it meant losing so much along the way. I will keep this unobtainable dream deep within my heart, and it may now end. I do desire the Holy Grail, but I cannot kill Shiro. She turns her sword on her enemy. What? Do you not understand, fool? Shiro is more important to me, and that is why my role is set. I will be his sword. I will shield him from danger. All hesitation leaves her.
You were saying you do not want the Grail.
If the Holy Grail will stain me, I do not want it. I already have everything I want. Aww. Yes, she has everything she needs with her now. Her pride as a king, as a knight, her promise as a king, even the precious dream that young girl once held. Those words. Now we're back to Shiro. Those words I do hear. The girl who professed that her only goal was claiming the Holy Grail now says she has no need of such a thing. Saber. I call out to her as loudly as I can between ragged breaths. My vision still hasn't cleared, but I can still make out her presence. The pain is fading. My wound, which wouldn't close, begins to heal. Is it because she's close? Yes. Can you stand, Shiro? If you can, please take my hand. Yeah, I can do that. I take her hand. I kiss her. Whoa, my vision returns. My head, so fuzzy from blood loss, rapidly regains focus. Saber, is this your... Yes. It can negate even the curse of Gay Bulk. Stay close to me and you will heal completely. We must press on, though. Saber turns her gaze back to the underground sanctuary. Well, thank God for that. I thought the Gay Bulk thing wouldn't heal, but luckily, seems like Avalon heals it. Beyond the door, the last master, Kirei Kutomine, stands at the threshold to the room. Beyond him is Lancer.
I see.
He looks at us strangely, as if seeing us for the first time.
How dull.
The disappointment in his voice is palpable.
It appears the Holy Grail is mine, then. but that will be rather violent. If my wish is to be granted, it will require a completed grail. Regretfully, I must kill you here, Shiro Emiya.
I try my best to brace myself, but my body still won't listen. Even with Saber's hand in mine, it's all I can do to just stand. I didn't mean to... There we go. I can't possibly fight, so I'll only be a burden to Saber. Do not concern yourself with this. I will handle it. Please just stay here.
Such confidence. What say you, Lancer? Do you think it would be wise for us to flee?
Lance is silent. Of course, Kotomine doesn't actually sound at all worried. He's just making a show of it. Kotomine, before I cut you down, I will ask, what exactly do you hope to gain? What is your wish, Overseer?
In a word, entertainment. But I am in no rush. To be honest, I have little interest in the Grail itself, but that is fine. If none prove worthy, I will take it, for the sake of the world itself.
You must think me a fool. You slay a master to become one yourself, but you claim innocence. You intend to pursue the Holy Grail from the start.
You jest, but it is the truth. I came to this situation by happenstance. Lance's master had to die. Outsiders are trouble. I would not want them to discover the Grail's true nature, so I was forced to retire that master early. Still, it would not have been wise to eliminate the servant at that stage. I needed a pawn to hasten the war's conclusion, so I borrowed that master's rights to Lancer.
The hell? Kotomine became a master by killing lances? I see. Then I need no further information from you. I would, however, have you fulfill your duty, Overseer. Where is the vessel? Where is the heart of this war?
What? Did you not realize you had it to begin with?
We do. He actually gasps. The brief moment of surprise passes quickly. With a smirk, he snaps his fingers to introduce the final piece of the puzzle. What? Both Saber and Lance are tense. Heavy footsteps echo from above.
I suppose it is hardly necessary any longer, but let me introduce you. This is the servant Archer. He is the heroic spirit I partnered with in the previous Holy Grail War.
The golden figure makes his appearance. Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. The atmosphere shifts. After making his sudden appearance, Gilgamesh crosses the sanctuary grounds to stand beside Kotomine. So, what are your plans now, Kotomine? Are we settling the score with these worms here? This is rather an underwhelming venture.
Please do not say that. This does not conform to my expectations either. Forgive me. Allow me to address all your complaints later.
Alright, as long as you understand. But do something about this primitive, would you? If he continues to fix his ugly little gaze on me, I may be forced to kill him. The hell is this, Kotomine? That guy's your servant.
Ah, yes. I have not explained everything to you. He is my servant from the previous war. We had a mutual understanding at its conclusion. As he felt following me was acceptable, and I prepared suitable sustenance for him to remain, we had been content to continue our cooperation.
So that's why you keep that disgusting room. Why didn't you tell me about this?
What would have been the point? Did you want to partner with him for your tasks?
Hell no. I'd rather die than work with him. And now there are three of them. Lancer by the stairs, Gilgamesh in the center of the sanctuary. We can't beat them all. Gilgamesh is too much for us on his own, but we can't escape with Lancer around either. Kotomine, you said you didn't know about him.
Please, I am a priest. I do not lie.
You're lying. You said you couldn't ignore a servant from the previous war.
Correct. I was in fact surprised at the time as well. I had intended for Archer to remain here, but he still went out to do battle with you. Should you have been the one to investigate Archer, you would have discovered all this. As such, I was forced to make plans. So you see, I did not lie.
Sure. God damn it. I blundered right into the enemy's stronghold because I trusted his word. Then you are Archer's master. Yeah, so she didn't know that from the previous war.
Correct. It feels like a renewal of the war from 10 years ago, yes? I was obviously unable to witness the final moments after Kiritsugu defeated me. This shall be the second and final time I face you.
Answer me. How and why does Archer remain? What caused the fire, and how are you alive after Kiritsugu defeated you? Saber's voice drips with venom. These questions must have been weighing on her for a while now. She must also want clarity about what she left behind 10 years ago and the disaster that followed.
There should be no question. 10 years ago, the Grail was incomplete, yet filled with power. It was within reach, so I touched it. You and Kiritsugu proved too strong, and I wished for a diversion to separate the both of you. What ensued shocked even me.
Wait, that means you caused a fire with the Grail.
Perhaps. Had I been someone else, the Grail may still have done the same, or at least something similar. That is in its nature. It is called the Omnipotent Chalice, but only blood, darkness, and curses fill it. Did you not witness that as well? What emerged when you destroyed the vessel bathed Archer in its darkness? Perhaps he would not have become lost in this world had you not destroyed the Grail.
Cease your drivel. The Holy Grail is a wish-granting vessel. It grants the wishes of the one to possess it, so you must have wished for that fire.
I only wished for what resulted. I had no such designs on the process by which it happened. I merely desired that everyone be gone from that place. You, on the other hand, seem to be lacking in imagination. Grant wishes? Certainly. But how will a wish be granted? Did you expect the world to change instantly? I do not know what the original Holy Grail might have been, but this one is merely concentrated power. It is incapable of calculations or corrections. It is simply a power source. Think of it like a weapon. If the one who possesses it wishes for riches, it will kill all around them, thus granting its possessor their riches, their wish. Do you understand? It is a defective vessel that can only grant wishes through destruction.
What? That is not what was promised. The Grail is supposed to grant any wish to the one who possesses it.
And so it does. The Grail's methodology, though, is brutally practical, I dare say. Sometimes, for one to live, another must die. Such equivalent exchange can be found all over the world. A miracle would require a means by which to make itself possible. A wish does not come true if one is concerned about things like equity. To enact such a paradigm shift would require the sacking of that which is lesser, an alteration via the most efficient method.
I can only imagine what Saber must feel. It grants its owner's wish at the cost of everything else, so that's the true face of this supposedly omnipotent power. Then, the Grail.
It is a tainted vessel that destroys all but its bearer. You will understand once you lay eyes upon it. It is truly a curse-given form. And that is a delight to my ears. To touch the Holy Grail is a dream for a man of the cloth such as myself, but this Grail would kill everything and everyone. To hold such power in my hands would be a dream come true.
The priest laughs. This time it's not for show. He laughs in pure delight. It makes me realize this is a man entirely without humanity. More than anyone else, he absolutely cannot get the Grail.
Farewell then. See to this garbage, Lancer. Kill the boy. Archer, defeat Saber.
The priest turns on his heel and ascends the stairs. All that remains are me, who can barely move from my injuries, Kotomine's two servants, and Saber, standing ready to guard me, glaring at our enemies. A tense moment passes. We need to beat Gilgamesh and Lancer if we're going to have any hope of getting back to the surface, but I don't care about defeating them. If we could regroup somehow, maybe, but... Shiro, Saber's voice is quiet, but her eyes never leave the enemy. I know I am asking much of you, but stay by my side at all costs. She grips my hand firmly in her own. I can tell she's ready to go at any moment. Alright, I'll do my best to follow you, so don't worry about me. I nod back. I can barely walk. We both understand just how bad this is, but Saber is telling me she will do everything she can to get me through this. What can I do but agree? I have full confidence in you. Her voice is quiet but firm. Now! Alright. At that moment, she lets go of my hand to charge ahead. Both shadows react to her in an instant. I think we can take Lancer. Maybe. I don't know if Saber can take Gilgamesh. What? Saber and I are struck dumb. What just happened? Lancer jerks his spear off course away from me and straight for Gilgamesh, who bats the attack aside with a longsword as if he expected it. Oh shit. Never mind. Ah, missed. My bad. Ah. Your accuracy certainly leaves something to be desired. Both men withdraw, unhurried and unconcerned. Let me remind you, the mongrel is yours. Saber is mine to deal with, right? My bad, but I don't really care anymore. He didn't give the order with a command spell, so he can choke for all I care. As he says this, Lancer turns to face Gilgamesh, almost as if protecting us. Hell yeah, Lancer. What? Lancer, you... If you're gonna say something stupid, save your breath. This isn't me helping you, I'm just sticking to my own code. Lancer levels his spear at Gilgamesh. His intent is clear. He actually does mean to let us go. I love Lancer. Honestly, I've had enough to hear with him anyway. I'm not doing what he says anymore. I'm cutting Kotomine off right here. Oh? You're breaking your contract with him? So you're willing to be eliminated here and now, even with the Grail in reach? I'm nothing like you. I couldn't give less of a shit about having a second life or whatever. No hero worth a damn would care that much for such a thing. We've got no attachments to this world. Heroes really only care about promises left unfulfilled. Not that I expect a greedy jackass like you to understand that. Is that so? One who experienced such a radiant end must speak thusly. And I suppose this betrayal is owed to a hero's pride as well. You certainly chose a difficult code to live up to, Lancer. The air behind Gilgamesh warps. Weapons appear out of nowhere in the space behind them. Lancer, he possesses the originals of noble phantasms. He is the king of heroes, the man whose story is the oldest ever recorded. Even you cannot defeat him. Damn, a guy who'd destroy his own country to do whatever the hell he wanted. No wonder he's so full of it. Lancer, this is no time for bravado. Oh, shut it. You ain't the boss of me. Me defending you here isn't the same as me siding with you. Man, this is why I can't stand you chivalrous types. In his own way, Lance is urging Saber to run. Saber hangs her head for a moment. Then farewell. I will return the favor if I can. Taking my hand, she makes for the stairs. Oh darn, it seems I let them go. Gilgamesh just watches us, making no move to follow. Eh? Wasn't Saber yours? Frankly, the command I was given did not suit me. Had you not done as you have here, I might have done so in your stead. We make it up the stairs. Saber must still be worried about how I'm doing, as we don't move very fast. The pain, on the other hand, doesn't much care how slowly we're moving, as it doesn't dull in the slightest. The rising tension and sense of impending violence grows. What's that? You wanted to let Saber go? Of course. I had no intention of killing her. She's mine. However, I suppose I can't wait about idly if I want the Grail. I need but one more servant to die for a complete ritual. A multitude of swords appears in the darkened basement. That's true, if he kills Lancer, then the Grail should be able to take form. The Golden Knight smirks. This was why he was ready for Lancer's surprise attack. Lancer wasn't the only one planning to turn on his would-be ally. Well, shit. So you planned this from the get-go. Did you not hear me? We are, I suppose, of like minds in this situation. I offer my acknowledgement, Chu Chilane. You have scripted the most pleasant of circumstances. The two come together. We make it out just before I see the initial volley. Well, now, what are we just gonna go kill Kirei? I stop. I make it out of the church, but my body tells me it's reached its limit. Shiro, let us rest here. Your body will not last like last time. Your body will not last like this. Yeah, I hate that I'm causing you so much trouble. I lean away from Saber's shoulders and sit on the grass. My chest wound is still there. It stopped bleeding, but there's still a gaping hole in my chest. I feel sick. The pain might be gone, but I've still got a hole right through me. Just looking at it makes me sick to my stomach. More than that, I can't believe I'm still alive. Shiro, please show me your wound. Okay. Please excuse me. It may hurt a bit, but please bear with me. Saber's fingers trail all over my chest, and then down my pants. I don't know what she's thinking, but Saber places her hand on my chest and lets it sink into my body. My entire body jerks and bucks in response. Saber's hand is relentless, moving around inside me. Idiot! What are you... She's touching my organs with her bare hands. How could that not be blindingly painful? It should hurt, but... Is she like taking Avalon out of me? Huh? There's absolutely no pain. In fact, everywhere Saber touches, it feels like the pain is fading. Or is she just using Avalon to its fullest effect? I am done, Shiro. I have replenished the sheath's magical energy. Your wound should heal in half a day. Makes sense. She draws her hand from my chest, looking relieved. Sheath? I have no idea what she's talking about. What do you mean? Alright, I know what this means. I don't need the exposition. My sheath is inside your body, not realizing that is my failure. Inside me? You summoned me? Yes. I did say early in the thing that I would skip any bits where it feels like they're going over stuff that I know already from other series, but I haven't done it that much. But this is a good time to do it, I think. And when the war was over and I disappeared, Kiritsugu was wandering through the fiery ruins and found a dying child. He did not have any healing powers, and it was probably too late anyway, and so he saw only one method to save the child. My hand goes to my chest. On that day 10 years ago, I accepted death as I was looking up at that sky. So when Kiritsugu found a kid that was barely alive, he had to rely on the one thing, the sacred sheath. He saved the child. So you're saying... Yes, it has been disassembled and lacks its original shape, but your body does contain the sheath. That's the source of your healing abilities. But I almost died when Lancer stabbed me at school and... That's right, someone saved me then. By the time I came to, there was nobody there. I wonder if it's still there. Yeah, we know that it was the necklace that saved him there. I feel bad for using it for myself. What are you talking about? You are my master. It is quite natural for you to use what is mine. Oh, look at that smile. Besides, I was happy when I learned the truth. Even though I could not save anyone from that disaster, my sheath still saved your life. No. The smile is so bright I can't help but look away. Shiro, did your wound hurt? No, that's not it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You did nothing wrong. I cover my blushing face and fall silent. This is so embarrassing. Not speaking means no pain, but this is really awkward. I'm not sure how much time has passed, just as I start to calm down. Saber speaks quietly. Kiritsugu was correct, so he did not betray me. Her voice is heavy with regret. Saber, I should never have sought that Holy Grail. No, I never needed the Holy Grail from the beginning. Kiritsugu must have realized that. It sounds more like a confession. Saber's making an apology to someone she can't apologize to, not anymore. She reflects on herself as a way of saying goodbye to the feelings she held for so long, even if she doesn't say it in so many words. I understand just by being beside her. Aww. Altria sought the Holy Grail, a lonely king who had no choice but to believe that without the Holy Grail she could not avoid ruin. If only she'd wished to redo everything from the moment she drew the sword from the stone. Saber, I knew all along. I knew I could not just redo everything. I knew that, but I kept lying to myself. But that ends here. Her long battle can now really. Thank you, Shiro. With your help, I now know the path I must take. Yes, the Holy Grail and I are just dreams that should not exist. But still, she mumbles about wanting to be forgiven. She should never have wished for what she did, and in all that time, she'd never been able to fulfill it. The weakness was only a fleeting dream. How should I feel right now? What she says is beautiful. Her decision is dignified and proud, just like her. She takes pride in her past now, and accepts the end that awaits her. And now Saber has. She's decided to follow the promise she made into the very end. She doesn't even need me to tell her what that means. She will never waver again, and she is more beautiful than ever. In the dark of that night, in the moment I met her under the moonlight and admired her appearance, I loved her from the very beginning. Then, regardless of what awaits ahead, there is only one thing to be done. Saber, let's destroy the Holy Grail. I cut away any lingering attachment, I banish my selfishness, and say what has to be done. Yes, I knew you would come to that conclusion, Master. Saber nods reassuringly. I can't smile back at her right now. I'm trying my best to suppress my feelings for her and convince myself this is the right thing to do. I stand up. Now that's settled, we can't just rest here forever. We know what must be done and our enemy is clear. No more detours. Today we put an end to this battle. I managed to make it home, leaning on Saber's shoulder. The wound in my chest hasn't completely healed. According to Saber, I'll need to lie still for a few hours. I bite my lip. I curse my body for refusing to listen to me, even though I know what I need to do now. Shiro, are you thinking of doing something rash? No, I wasn't thinking about anything. I will be very angry if you do something reckless. You must not fight until your wounds have fully healed. This will be our final battle, so we must both be at our very best. Yeah, we're better off preparing ourselves than getting impatient. I'm thinking about where Kotomine went, about how to defeat Gilgamesh. There's just so much we need to consider. For now, though, we need to rest and wait until night. We're just gonna go in and sleep? Oh my god, there's blood on the door! At that moment, my mind freezes. There's nobody inside. That's a really striking image. Like, that's really effective. The house feels different. Mingled with the smell of something burning, I can just pick out the strong scent of blood. I run. I ignore my chest wound. I run to shake off the chill running down my back. I run through the corridor, turn a corner, and pass through the familiar curtain that divides one room of the house from another. And the scene that greets me is anything but familiar. Oh, fuck, Reed. My voice trembles. I don't know what happened. This is like a Danganronpa scene. All I know is that Tosaka's looking at me, breathing weakly. Oh my gosh. You're finally home. You're so late, I was about to go to sleep, dummy. What the hell is she saying? Looks like she's really struggling even to speak, but she tries to make conversation like nothing's wrong. Don't talk, you idiot! And we need something to stop the bleeding. Saber, get some towels and a wash basin with warm water from the bathroom. Saber nods and turns to run to the bathroom. Bandages. I need bandages and some styptic. I don't think styptic will be enough for this. Damn it, I need a doctor. I need to call a doctor to treat her. I panic as I pull out the first aid kit. It's fine. I already treated myself. I don't need a doctor. There's something more important you need to do first. Yeah. Tosaka's panting, but she looks straight at me. Tosaka. I don't know what the hell she's trying to say. I'm confused, but I just nod to listen to what she has to say. Are you sure you're gonna be okay? There's so much blood. It's fine.
I can stop my own bleeding. But more importantly, I'm sorry. I was supposed to be taking care of her, but I couldn't protect Ilya. Huh? I finally put two and two together. Tosaka wounded, the living room in disarray, and Ilya gone. Did Kotomine come here? She nods. He's the only enemy left, so there wasn't much point in asking. But Saber and I were the only ones who knew Kotomine was our enemy. It must have been a shock for Tosaka. The 7th Master is her teacher and guardian. Don't apologize. Even you wouldn't have been able to do anything in an ambush. I know that, whatever you said, you always trusted Kotomine. I suppose. Honestly, I underestimated him. I guess I got a little cocky, thinking I could do everything on my own. She coughs up blood. Crap, I can't let her keep talking. Kiss her mouth closed. Let's talk later. Just don't move. We'll get you treated, then you can rest up. Yeah, that's good. But before that, I think I need to tell you something. Shiro, this is the last advice I have for you, so listen good. That's ominous, but I just nod. This is serious, especially if she's so insistent on telling me, even as wounded as she is. I couldn't stop her from speaking up now, even if I wanted to. First, Kotomine's objective was Ilya. He must have known from the very beginning that she would be the vessel for the Holy Grail. What? Ilya's the Holy Grail? Her heart, to be precise. Mages are humans with magic circuits, but Ilya's a human made from magic circuits. As soon as there's only one servant left, she'll become the vessel that summons the Holy Grail. Then Kotomine's taken Ilya to... Yep, he took her away, but... if Saber's still around, the path won't open, so I don't think Kotomine will harm Ilya since she's the vessel. I can only hope so. And Lancer won't be an easy servant to beat. Even if he couldn't defeat Gilgamesh, he might at least have been able to run away. I'll just have to hope he did. This isn't the time to tell Tosaka anyway. Got it. I'll go save Ilya, so don't worry. Okay. Now the second thing. I think Kotomine is at Ryudo Temple. I can't think of anywhere else to summon the Holy Grail. He probably abandoned the church already, and if he's going to hide, it's got to be there. Got it. Kotomine is at Ryudo Temple. She doesn't even seem to have the strength to move her head, but she nods anyway. Okay, last thing. You can't beat Kirei. Are you still going to fight him? That question. She's not asking as a friend, but as a mage who truly understands the situation. These are confusing options. But still Tosaka, is there a method? I think but still Tosaka, to me my immediate thought is but still Tosaka means even if you think I can't beat him, I'm still gonna fight him. And is there a method to me means, do you have another plan? But to me they can both happen. I feel like I could say I am gonna fight him unless you have another plan. But I don't like, is there a method? Also seems like, does he have a weakness? But I'm not sure. I think but still Tosaka seems like that's Shiro to a T, so my mind's made up. My chances of victory are abysmal. Even so, I'm going to fight. I've got unfinished business with him. I can't back off, no matter what. I have to defeat Kotomine. I need to settle things with him, as a survivor of the disaster 10 years ago, as one of the orphans, as the son of Kiritsugu Emiya. I see. Then I'll give you this. It's meant for self-defense, but it's better than nothing. Well, she's giving me a method anyway, by the looks of it. Tosaka reaches behind her and takes out a dagger. Ooh. This is a well-known dagger, perhaps even famous. It's used for rituals rather than for battle. It's a magical wand in the shape of a sword, used to form magic circles and intervene in mystics that have taken shape. The word Azoth is engraved in the jewel on the handle. Its blade isn't as long as a typical dagger, which probably fits Tosaka's preferences anyway. This is the Azoth blade, a sword favored by a famous scholar of mystics who took the world by storm some time ago. It's meant for mages, to prove that their training is complete. The Azoth blade is not unlike the sort of gift one receives for getting into a college. Tosaka, what is this? Can't you tell? This is my dagger. It's weak compared to the jewels, but I still infuse it with magical energy from time to time. It will activate if you say "Mrap" and flood it with as much magical energy as you can.
Is this the blade that was killed Tokiomi? Is it the blade that Tokiomi gave Kirei and then Kirei used to stab Tokiomi? Because I think, did Kirei give it at the end to Rin? I'm trying to remember. At the end of Fate Zero? She hands me the dagger. It's surprisingly heavy. Not physically heavy. Rather, I feel the weight of Tosaka's memories in the dagger. Tosaka, are you sure about loaning this to me? It's fine. I knew I was no match for Kirei, so I hid it from him. I don't want it to go to waste, so you use it. Okay, I'll take it. Honestly, more weapons can't hurt. Oh, so you do get it? Then maybe it's time. I'm just getting so sleepy. She laughs, embarrassed. The next thing I know, Saber is standing behind me waiting to treat Tosaka. Yeah, go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you up in the morning. Then I'll make you a nice big meal. Aw. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, and this last bit is more of an order than a warning. Shiro, if you're going to do this, you need to win even if it kills you. I will never ever forgive you if I wake up and find you dead and defeated. Aww. She looks like she said everything she wants to say, and so Tosaka drifts right off to sleep. She looks well enough, so I feel a little stupid for worrying about her. But then again, I know that's her way of cheering me on, and her words really do invigorate me. Yeah, leave it to me, Tosaka. I nod at Tosaka's sleeping form. Everything was all set. All that's left is to spend these next few hours without regret while my wounds heal. Today slowly ticks over into tomorrow. We treat Tosaka's wounds and take her to the room to rest, while I make dinner and eat with Saber in silence. Just a little longer. Most of my wounds are healed. We only have about an hour or two left. In the meantime, spend time with Saber, please. Might be our last moments together. How should I spend those remaining hours? I thought a lot about it, but wound up here in the end. This place always remains the same. I enjoy the peace of the living room, but I am more comfortable here. Yeah, for a Western knight, you look so natural with a bamboo sword. Plus, you like sitting Sizer. We should have put on some kendo gear and had a match while we had the chance. Maybe Seiza gear. I mean, sitting Seiza, is what I meant to say. Wear protective gear? Why did you not say so earlier? I would have worn my armor while you put on protective gear for a mock match. Yes, we really should have done that. If only you had mentioned it earlier, I could have gone all out in a match with you, Shiro. Saber's so cute when she pouts like that. Cute as she is, her actual words are pretty terrifying. You're not really serious about going all out, are you? If you fought me without holding back, I'd wind up bedridden for a week. No, that is not true. You underestimate yourself. You really have grown as a swordsman these past few days. At this point, you may even be able to land a hit on me. Really? Even if she's only flattering me, I'm delighted. How could I not respect Saber when it comes to swordsmanship? Being able to land a hit on my mentor is like proof of my growing skill. For real. So you're saying that if the conditions and timing were right, I might actually be able to land a hit on you? That is correct. You have grown strong, Shiro. You should be proud of that. I am very pleased. I can tell she's being honest as she smiles at me. When I see her face like that,
my determination starts to waver. Afterwards, we won't be able to come back. If only we could just run away instead of facing a battle we have such a slim chance of actually winning. Shiro, why have you gone quiet? Are your wounds still hurting you? If so, you must rest in your room. No, I'm fine. Nothing's hurting. I push my hesitation aside. I can't run away, and this isn't how I want to spend my final moments with Saber. Hey Saber, since we're here, want to have a quick spar? Not a serious bout, just a fun, lighthearted match. Careful. I bury my feelings and try to put on as strong a face as I can. Very well. Then I will fight in my own style rather than kendo. Shiro, you can fight me in whatever style you want as well. She must have understood what I had in mind. Trading blows with a sword rather than words suits us better. For a short while we forget about everything and just feel our bamboo swords whack at each other. The moon hangs high in the sky. The clouds have finally cleared, and the black of night is giving way to indigo. It will be dawn soon. The long night is about to end. It will be the last one. During the night, Saber and I traveled to our final destination. Shiro, this... I hear the tension in Saber's voice. She's not the only one. As I quietly nod, I feel a cold sweat trickling down my neck. The mountain feels like a living thing. Chills run down my spine. Stifling pressure assails me with every step I take. The air is thick and damp. The mana is dense. It feels exactly the same as 10 years ago. I expect that at the very top, the summoning of the Holy Grail has begun. Maybe it's even over by now. Either way, Gilgamesh has probably defeated Lancer. Yeah, probably. Let's go over it one more time, Saber. Once we reach the top, the only thing left will be the fight. You take care of Gilgamesh, and I'll take care of the master, Kotomine. Neither of us will get involved in the other's fight. If one of us defeats their opponent, that'll be the end of it. Yes. This time I will concentrate on my own fight. Kotomine is an enemy you must defeat yourself. Right. Yeah, leave him to me. And Saber, don't let him beat you. Yes. On my honor, I will not lose to him. Not as a servant, but as a heroic spirit. I shall not submit to the king. That king. There is no longer hesitation or worry in her voice. I don't need to say anything else to her. We will head to battle and determine the final master in this war. But if, in the process, if one of us dies, the survivor just has to kill their opponent. Even if I'm defeated, as long as Saber defeats Gilgamesh, Kotomine won't get his hands on the Holy Grail. At the same time, if Saber is defeated but I defeat Kotomine, Gilgamesh can't stay manifested. So we don't have to cover for each other. This battle is now each of ours alone. And so we climb the stone steps. The closer we get to the temple gate, the denser the air gets. The red phosphorescence. There we go. Phosphorescence? It's probably phosphorescence. The red phosphorescence dances in the wind, and the whole place is too brightly lit for nighttime. The air is heavy with death. It reminds me of that fire 10 years ago. But it's different. Bound up in the red light, I spy something that looks like it's gonna ooze out over the temple itself. It's out past the building. A glistening blackness, like mucus, spreads over the vivid red. The mud spreads like oil over the clear ground. You're finally here. I've been waiting, Saber. Gilgamesh stands there, haloed by the vivid red glow. He pays no mind to the blood-red glow of the death-shrouded blackness. The servant armored in gold waits in the middle of the temple grounds for Saber, and Saber alone. You've come at a good time. The Holy Grail has finally decided to show itself, and it's starting to open up. This curse is what the Holy Grail holds within it. It's the third element that keeps our servants in this world. It's what spilled onto me 10 years ago. Gilgamesh has eyes only for Saber. Saber is similarly focused on him. She steps forward and points her sword at the knight in front of her. That's the spirit? You know you can't possibly win, but you are still defiant, showing your fighting spirit. You are truly a fitting finale for this festival. He's got good alliteration. I will not permit any outsiders to interfere. You, mongrel, if you plan to fight Kotomine, be gone. He awaits you at the altar. Kotomine's waiting? I glance at Saber. She gives a slight nod, her eyes still on Gilgamesh. As I leave, I feel her wishing me luck. Alright, Kotomine. I turn around, my opponent is elsewhere. Behind me, as I run, I hear the sound of Saber's deathly battle beginning. Deep in the grounds. See, I don't know if... Like, I think we're gonna fight Kirei, and hopefully win against Kirei. But I don't think the Saber and Gilgamesh battle is gonna be completely off screen. So I feel like either it's gonna go on long enough that we can come and watch the finale of it, or she's gonna like lose, and then we jump in and help her win the battle, or we come back and she's lost, but she stands up again and fights and wins again. I don't know. Behind Ryudo Temple's main building is a large lake. It's been untouched for a long time, making it seem sacred, like it's inhabited by a dragon god. The lake's clear, blue water is so pure and clean, with not a trace of cloudiness. At least that was true until yesterday. The lake is far from pure now. Red phosphorescence spreads out before me. It's a sea of dark, murky tar, and... Oh my god, the slashes are still going, and Jesus, man. A hollow chasm yawns in midair, the body of a young girl floating near in offering. I feel like that's supposed to have quieted down by now. Kotomine! I've been trying to remain calm all this time, but that sight drives me over the edge. I stop and glare at the enemy.
Welcome, Shiro Emiya, the final surviving master.
Is this sound supposed to be going this whole time? It feels out of place. Like, I'm gonna... Excuse me. I'm gonna go back to the title and continue again, just in case. Nope, it's still going. Okay. The ends of his lips curl up in a smile, and he spreads his arms in greeting. Our final battle will be fought here. This will be the summoning altar in the Holy Grail War. Put down Ilia. I'll thrash you after that. I glare at Kotomine. We're about 10 meters apart. As soon as I take another step, the battle will begin. Once the battle starts, my only option is to rush him and stab him in the chest. But before that, I need to do something about Ilia.
Hey.
Did you hear me? I told you to put Ilia down. What kind of scum are you, taking pleasure in tormenting a child like her?
Oh, I heard you. But I cannot do as you ask. The Holy Grail has appeared, but its hollow is still unstable. As the point of contact with the Holy Grail, I need her to endure for as long as her life lasts, or else my wish will not be granted.
As long as her life lasts, then Ilia's still alive. If you have no intention of bringing her down, I'll have to make you. I'm gonna stop your wish. This dark mud right here, right now.
I see. Do you believe this is my wish? I have to hand it to Kuritagu. His son has such a keen sense of things. What a shock. 2 generations of Emiyas completely mistaken.
What?
I have no obligation to explain anything to one who does not understand the Holy Grail.
Did the slashes stop?
You shall fulfill your role as the final master, burdened by that misconception all the while.
What? I kick off as quickly as I can. There's only about 10 meters between him and me, but I jump to the side, maintaining that distance. Rather than acting on my desire to kill him, my instincts kick in to help me avoid death. I slip sideways and roll onto the ground. I go tumbling across the ground, scrambling to look up. That was... I glance back at where I'd just been running. The ground is on fire. The dark mud spreading over the lake is steaming. It's like a dark carpet. The mud coils and lunges at me, snapping like a whip. It leaves a searing welt on the ground.
I should have mentioned that you were already well within my reach. Moreover, this stuff is extraordinarily responsive to the presence of living things. Dart around all you like, but if you're not careful as you do so, you will die.
Gah. I leap out of the way of the black mud as it strikes at me once again. To hell with darting around blindly. This bastard's intent on killing me. Gah. You damn fake priest! I reposition myself, keeping an eye on the lake. I'm no closer to Kotomine. Looks like he's gonna keep me 10 meters away. That muddy tentacle seems to be able to stretch endlessly. It follows no matter how far I retreat, and it's not the only one.
Oh? Are you ready to face me? Good, I'm pleased. Had you just walked away, I would have had no way to kill you. But if you desire to fight, I have no issue. I am, after all, a humble servant of God, and could never kill one seeking salvation or aid.
The tentacle twists towards me. It looms over the lake, its sickle-shaped head like a dark serpent. I bite my lip. I'm in about the worst possible situation here. More and more tentacles emerge from the lake. I'm not sure how much longer I can even survive, to say nothing of getting near Kotomine.
You obviously have no chance of winning. The gap in our experience is considerable. Unless you have some major factor which can multiply your experience, that difference will not be easily overcome.
The priest raises his hands. He stares at the heavens like a conductor leading an orchestra.
Put your life on the line. Maybe then you will be able to reach me.
The serpents surge forward. Oh lord. I try to kick away the muds clinging to my ankles. My clothes are burnt, and my skin is exposed. Ugh! I jump away from the lunging tentacle. I can't feel my mud-coated right ankle, and I wasn't entirely sure I even had my right leg until I used it to leap away. I check my body while I roll. Ankle? Okay, yeah, it's still there. I just can't feel it. If it's more or less intact, I can still probably run. I jump in another direction to avoid the mud's relentless attacks. Beside me, I hear a splash. The scent of burning earth wakes my dizzy head, and I push myself back up to my feet. A burning sensation sears its way down my back. The hell? I shake it off and jump to the closest clear ground. The mud's pursuit relents. I can no longer see any of the black mud that surrounds me. I bite my lip. I dodged and ran all over the place, but in the end, I'm right back here. I calm my breathing and look up at him to at least show he hasn't broken my spirit. Kotomine has not moved at all. He's just watching me running around. No matter how many deep breaths I take, my heart won't stop pounding. It's warning me that it's at its limit. It needs rest. My heart is ready to burst if I don't rest. That's how rapidly it's thumping in my chest. It's all but jumping out of my mouth at this point. Gah! I can't do anything. I can't get near Kotomine, and I can't stop that black mud. There's not enough time for me to hold back about using projection. It's my only hope. If there's no way forward, I just have to project Saber's sword again. It should be able to cut through that black mud and give me a chance to rush Kotomine.
Is that all? If you've given up, say so.
The moment he speaks, a tidal wave of mud crashes onto me. I look up just in time to dodge. The mud itself isn't bad. It's slow compared to Saber's strikes when we sparred, and it doesn't change direction, so it's easy to dodge. But that only applies when there's just one tentacle. I can't handle multiple attacks at once, or those that strike me from behind as soon as I've dodged another. As a result, I can only move around, and still mud slowly covers me. Get away! There's no time to rest. I'm not going to be able to use my projection. Projection requires me to form an image of a weapon from the very beginning, so I need at least a full minute of concentration. But if I give Kotomine an opening like that, the only thing left of me will be smoking bones. Everywhere the mud touches me, I go numb. At least it's not painful. But if that mud covers my entire body, I might not even know whether I'm dead or alive. If that happens, I'm a goner. I'd melt away, bones and all. And I can only run. If I'm gonna have any chance of getting near him, I have to do something about this mud. We're fighting mud. Whoa. Oh, it was just going upside down. I can't believe it. I picked now of all times to trip. Kotomine stares down at me as if I were a piece of trash. He points a finger at me, and several snake heads rear up from the lake. What the? Get up. I try to get up, but fall again. I fall. I fall. The snake pursue me. I still fall. Why? 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 Black mud splashes over the back of my neck. Why? Now that I look closer, my right leg is entirely black. Oh. Well, this isn't much of a fight so far. Black mud rains down on me like a torrential downpour. It engulfs my entire body, and all I can do is await the oncoming tide of despair. Shit, man! That was so long! That was such a long bad end. Being unarmed at the most crucial moment. The common wisdom is that victory or defeat happened before the battle even happened. And what does that mean, disciple number 1? You shouldn't start a battle until you have a weapon or plan? Very good. The enemy is a servant who cheats by bringing the strongest stuff with his power and ridiculous wealth. Should prepare at least one weapon. God damn it. Okay. This segment's been running as a little side thing to the main story, but this is the final episode. Next time, the new... Yay! This is the final episode. I only watched 2 episodes, and this one I only skimmed through. It's cute. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do then... Oh, shit. Wait. Shit. Is there a... Can I check the flowchart? I guess... I mean, it would probably have to be a strategy meeting. That's right. There's only one thing to do. We've always done it this way. It's not romantic, it's not elegant, but sitting across from each other coming up with a plan of action suits me and Saber best. Because I want to do this and then quickly move up to like back during a battle with Kirei when things are back to normal, you know, rather than redoing a whole bunch of that stuff. Shiro, it makes sense to come up with a plan, but is this the place for that? Actually, it has to be in here. Let's just go in. I have something in mind. If you say so, then I only have to obey. Saber reluctantly follows into the shed. There's a reason I had Saber go inside the shed. Right now, we have neither a plan nor the means to defeat Gilgamesh, so it goes without saying that we need something extra. So, here we go. Well, strengthen Saber is technically what they were saying in the dojo. They said that Saber has like 3 noble phantasms. Is it still here? I doubt it, right? No, it's not still here. I think they said Saber has 3 noble phantasms. So strengthen Saber. I'm going to strengthen Saber right here where I summoned her. I'm not sure I can do that, but it's worth trying. You're going to perform strengthening on me? Yeah, I know how hard it is to pass magical energy through humans other than yourself, but this is all I've got. The only thing I can really do is try to make you stronger, Saber. That's right, even if I try to make a new weapon with projection, I won't be able to make anything stronger than Excalibur. With Gilgamesh's noble phantasm overwhelming the sacred sword, there's no point in giving Saber a new weapon. So there's no other option but to make Saber herself stronger. Probably not a great chance of success here, and it might be uncomfortable for you, but I at least want to try. I don't think this is what I thought was going to happen. Okay, hold on. Okay, I've I've changed it. I went through that decision point, but that decision point led me to the same ending. So now I've done the return the sheath to saber. I think that's actually what I meant, like what I thought the strengthened saber meant was like strengthen her by like unlocking her other abilities or unlocking her new weapons or whatever. But then I didn't really read the sheath one, which is actually like giving her the sheath back would fully unlock her abilities, I imagine. Or at the very least would let her heal. But do you know what you were saying, Shiro? I do. The sheath was yours to begin with, so returning it to you just makes sense. Plus with that, you might have a better chance of beating him. It may be true. Once it was returned to me, the magical energy might increase. But that does not guarantee I will win against Gilgamesh. Once it's extracted, what will you do? I'll no longer heal. But that's normal. No one should be immortal. I shouldn't keep it anymore. Take the sheath saber. This is absolutely what we need to win. Saber bites her lip, not answering. The clouds in the sky drift by. Understood, Master. I must enter your heart for a moment, then. Okay, reach into my heart, baby. Just go ahead. And sinks in. My job here is simple. Sacred Sword Sheath has integrated itself throughout my body. I just have to collect all the dispersed bits and reform them into the sheath. That's just my impression of what's going on. I'm just gathering the waves of magical energy, but she's the one who's going to give it shape. I'm just helping her. It's like making something from nothing. The scattered pieces are reproduced with precision and care without a single error. My body grows hot. Projection is way beyond my means. It eats away. Every time I use it, it destroys my nerves, cripples my brain, but it's the only weapon I have. It could be the only thing that helps Saber, I imagine. I think back to when I saw her in my dreams. The golden sheath fit for the King of Knights to carry into battle. The legendary sheath that protected its owner and led her to so many victories. I reproduce it vividly without deviation and as beautiful as it ever was. And no matter how the end awaits us, no matter the end awaiting us, I won't ever forget this. I will engrave this image into my mind. I hear Saber's voice. I feel something that was within me for the longest time escape from my body. This is amazing. This is truly incredible, Shiro. Nobody but you would have been able to reproduce this so perfectly. Must have come out great as Saber is so elated it surprises me. My body's still so searing hot that I just topple face first onto the ground. Shiro, you are drenched. I will bring you something to wipe you off right away. Saber hurries back toward the house. As I listen to her footsteps, I take a deep breath. I think that turned out great. It was perfect. I don't think anything else I project will ever turn out so perfect. See ya. Thanks for everything. I bid farewell to the thing that was part of me for so long. I'll never ever forget it. It's been engraved into my heart. Okay. Alright. Whoa. Oh. This is... Oh, okay. I thought there was some crazy, like, cutscene happening. But no. Okay. Alright. I'm now going to quickly move ahead to about where we were. Okay. Alright. I've gotten ahead. Although, I will say that, like, the bits in between what we just saw and up to now, it was like, I would say like 70% the same. It was a little bit longer, like the scenes were longer because obviously I guess when they have the bad ends they shorten it like a hell of a lot, so that I guess you're not redoing a whole lot of long stuff. So there were some of these scenes up to this point that were extended, but the main ones were, there was a nice scene of like right before when we were walking up the stairs of Shiro reflecting on his time with Saber and being like, I love her, and we had all this time together. And in this scene, Kirei talking about how he's doing all of this for fun. Those were the main things. Which the scene, they were nice scenes, but they were just extended versions of what I did already just do. So this is about where we were before. I understand that you deserve to die! I surge forward as fast as I can. He's a little less than 10 meters away. If I just head straight at him, I throw myself sideways. I want to just kill him, but my instincts kick in, saving me from death. I go tumbling across the ground, scrambling to look up. That was I glance back at where I'd just been running. The ground's on fire. It's like a dark carpet. We're still at bits that I've already read, kind of.
You're well within my reach. Moreover, this stuff is extraordinarily responsive to the presence of living things. Dart around all you like, but if you are not careful as you do, you will die.
I leap out of the way. To hell with darting around blindly. This bastard's intent on killing me. You damn fake priest! I reposition myself, keeping an eye on the lake. I'm no closer to Kotomine. Looks like he's going to keep me 10 meters away. That muddy tentacle seems to be able to stretch endlessly. It follows no matter how far I retreat, and it's not the only one.
Oh? Are you ready to face me? Good, I'm pleased. Had you just walked away, I would have had to kill you, but if you desire to fight, I have no issue. I am, after all, a humble servant of God, and could never kill one seeking salvation or aid.
Do you even hear yourself? I don't think that quite fits for a guy who has no problem attacking someone while their back's turned. You're probably remembering what happened with Lancer when I say that. Kotomine laughs as if impressed.
Oh yes, I got rather fed up with you at that point. We needn't put this off any longer. To be honest, Shiro Emiya, I had hopes for you. On the night Rien brought you to the church, I even felt the hand of fate at work. You had no idea the joy I felt when I learned you were Kiritsugu's son, and so like him as well. 10 years ago I didn't get my wish. I never expected a chance to get my revenge on Kiritsugu like this.
The tentacle twists toward me. It looms over the lake, its sickle-shaped head like a dark serpent. I bite my lip. I'm in the worst possible situation we've seen this.
You obviously have no chance at winning. The gap in our experience is considerable. Unless you have some major factor which can multiply your experience, that difference will not be so easily overcome.
The priest raises his hands. He stares at the heavens like a conductor leading an orchestra.
Put your life on the line. Maybe then you will be able to reach me.
Ah, so that's why we have to not have the sheath, so that we can put our life on the line. The serpent surged forward. Is this cutting back to the saber fight? Sparks fly in all directions. The Golden Knight steps back, evading a series of savage attacks executed with astonishing skill. Yeah, it is. She must have seen it as an opening. Saber twists away from a short sword fired at her and takes a step toward her enemy. Oh, she sounds like Link. Her shout tears through space. Her sword strikes like a comet. She presses the attack on the Golden Knight. He stumbles backward, overwhelmed by her skill and ferocity. So titanic is the strength behind her every blow. Each could shatter boulders, smash down the walls of even the most impregnable fortress, and yet... the myriad deadly weapons appearing from behind her enemy turn aside every strike. So annoying! Gilgamesh slips back from the onslaught, another sword in his hand. It's easy enough for her to repel his strikes, but she can't meet his attacks directly. Each of the enemy's weapons has abilities she simply does not know. Being struck by a weapon and not knowing what it might do is suicide. Saber steps away from her cornered enemy to compose herself. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, is not at all troubled and picks himself up.
You are nothing if not persistent, woman. Can you not see how futile this all is?
Gilgamesh shows no sign of fatigue. To him, this battle was merely a bit of entertainment. He can't very well feel nervous or tired when he knows with perfect certainty that he will win. It's another matter entirely for Saber. She knows that her only shot at victory is now, before her enemy starts taking this seriously. She needs to defeat Gilgamesh before he can use Ea, or she will lose. And so, even knowing that it may be impossible, she does not relent in her onslaught, giving no thought to her own stamina. This isn't the first time she's cornered her enemy, or the second. But she's never been able to break through his wall of noble phantasms. Do you intend to keep going? It is all fine and good to be loyal to your lord, but surely even that has its limits. Kotomine must have killed the mongrel by now. You have no reason to keep fighting.
My master is still alive. Shiro will not fall to a master like that man.
It is only a matter of time. You do not know the true nature of the Holy Grail. Even I have trouble handling that thing. The boy won't last a minute against it. You have no hope of besting me, just as a child has no hope of besting Gotomine. You have mistaken your roles. Were it you facing the Holy Grail now, the battle will have been yours. There is no amusement in the Golden Knight's eyes. He's serious. Nonsense. This was the correct choice. You will no more defeat me than that corpse of a man will defeat Shiro. How the mighty king of heroes has fallen, hoping for what is yet to take place. Oh? So you still have strength enough for such impudence, do you? The air around Gilgamesh twists and distorts. More and more noble phantasms appear behind him. Here he comes. She adjusts her grip on her sacred sword. In truth, there is a way. There's only one way to defeat that Golden Knight. But in order to do so, for her plan to succeed, certain conditions must be met. Even if she takes out Ea, he will still be able to defend against her attack if he has any energy left. She would also have to take Ea's attack head on again to be sure whether it's even possible to defeat. Take another strike from Ea? That is preposterous. Even with my sheath returned, I could not possibly survive that attack. But there is no other way to win. It is just a matter of how to spin that thin thread of hope into real victory. Normally, her intuition would show her the best route, and she would act in accordance with what she sees. But that intuition is no help now. Perhaps her chances for victory are so slim that her intuition cannot show her the path. But she still has to fight. She has to keep fighting for Shiro, who surrendered his own defense by returning the sheath to her. She cannot let this man defeat her. It appears that, to convince you, I must confront you with absolute defeat. Even more weapons appear behind Gilgamesh. Every single one of them aims towards Saber, moving without Gilgamesh even touching them. Before, only the hilts were visible, but now the blades emerge, awaiting their master's command. This is the way knights should fight. Gilgamesh was never a swordsman. His many noble phantasms are deployed within time and space and become bullets under their master's command. That is why he's an archer. He is the strongest in that regard. Dodge these, if you can. If you're lucky, they'll only impale your limbs. With a single command, a rain of swords descends on her with godlike speed. Each of them possesses its own special fatal power. The effects in these battles are very cool. She evades every single one as if gracefully slipping between falling leaves. A sword from the front, a spear from the left, pole arms from above and below. A three-pronged sword sweeping at her in an arc. A hammer larger than her streaks towards her like a meteor. She blocks, parries, dodges, and twists away from the final attack. Saber's breathing is labored, and she struggles to regain her ground after being put on the back foot. At that moment, she sees something behind her enemy. Behind Gilgamesh, 47 noble phantasms are already deployed, all at the ready. She leaps with all her might, as if to prevent her from escaping. A flurry of noble phantasms race towards her, tearing up the earth. A torrent of noble phantasms slams into the ground one after another. Her armor is shattered, her gauntlet is split open, and even her greaves are impaled. Jesus. Saber manages to avoid sustaining any fatal wounds, but in that moment she sees something even worse. Beyond the rain of noble phantasms, as if to finish off his exhausted prey, the king of heroes draws his favorite sword. Fuck! Ea! Saber lets gravity carry her back to the ground. She lands hard and immediately pours magical energy into her sword, but she isn't sure she can make it in time. The wind howls, The blade of light emerges and she raises her sword without waiting for the wind to finish unraveling. She doesn't bother deflecting the rain of noble phantasms. She simply swings her sacred sword with all her might and all the swiftness she can muster. She's too late. Gilgamesh sweeps his other noble phantasms aside and swings Aya. Is she gonna just take a hit directly on? And now we're back to Shiro. My clothes are burned and my skin is exposed. I jump away from the lunging tentacle. I can't feel my mud-coated right ankle, and I wasn't entirely sure I even had my right leg until I used it to leap away. I check my body while I roll. Ankle, yeah, it's still there. We've seen this. I jump in another direction. I hear a splash, a scent of burning earth. A burning sensation wears its way back down my back. Shaken up. The mud's pursuit relents. I can't see any of the black mud that surrounds me. I bite my lip, I dodge, but in the end, I'm right back here. It's Shoyem, it hasn't broken my spirit, he hasn't moved at all. My heart won't stop pounding and thumping in my chest. It's almost jumping out of my mouth. I can't do anything. I can't stop that black mud. There's not enough time for me. No, I can't hold back. There's no way forward. I just have to project Saber's sword again. It should be able to cut through that black mud and give me a chance to rush Kotomine.
Is that all? If you've given up, say so.
Sorry, I have to check something. Okay, my bad. The moment he speaks, a tidal wave of mud crashes over me. I look up just in time to dodge. The mud itself isn't bad. It's slow compared to her strikes. That's only when there's one tentacle. There's no time to rest. I'm not going to use my projection. Projection requires me to form an image of a weapon from the very beginning, so I need at least a full minute of concentration. But if I give Kotomine an opening like that, the only thing left of me will be smoking bones. Everywhere the mud touches me, I go numb. At least it's not painful. But if that mud covers my entire body, I might not even know whether I'm dead or alive. I can only run. No, it's only a matter of time. Pulls like a waterfall behind him. I have to do something about this mud. And then he trips. I pick a now of all times to trip. He stares at me like I'm a piece of trash. What the? Get up! I try to get up but fall again. I fall. The snake pursues me. But I still fall. Why? Black mud splashes over the back of my neck. My right leg is entirely black. Okay, we're about where we were before.
This ends here. I expected this to be more entertaining, but you are Kuritsugu's son. What a disappointment you turned out to be.
What? I look up. I'm still conscious. My wrists and neck are bound in chains of mud, but I can still feel my body. Why don't you finish me off?
Soon. But that would be in poor taste. You are Kuritsugu's shadow, so the debt he owes me from 10 years ago will be repaid with your death.
My skin burns where the mud touches it. It feels like acid is seeping from my pores. I grit my teeth trying to endure the pain and check my right leg. It's completely black. I can't feel it and it won't move. I need to either get this mud out of me or pour magical energy through the affected areas to push out the coagulated blood. Either way, the moment I try to move my right leg, I'll probably tear off every muscle in it. Fine. I don't care. But why do you hate Kuritsugu so much? Did him destroying the Holy Grail get to you that much?
Oh, it's nothing serious. My hatred stems from our kinship. Everything he did struck a nerve. It's not unlike your feelings of disgust for me.
What? Cut the crap! Don't you dare say that Kuritsugu and you were similar.
I see. I suppose saying that would enrage you, yes. He was such a virtuous man, letting someone like me go. Even after I caused that great fire, he only bothered to defeat me, not kill me. And now you know what a mistake that was. If only Kuritsugu had killed me, those orphans would be living peaceful lives as we speak.
That's fucked.
You know there's no retort to that. I find it unpalatable as well, though. As ruthless a mage as him showing compassion and helping his enemy. I find it offensive.
That story again. Saber told me before that Kiritsugu was a first-class mage and he would do anything to accomplish his goals. But then...
But that was not his mistake. His mistake was thinking that the war would end with the destruction of the Holy Grail. He never told you anything because in his foolish optimism, he believed the Holy Grail War had ended, and his life came to an end as the curse ate away at him. What a fool he was. He cursed himself and let me go, then died only a few years later. He believed he accomplished something. He believed he ended the Holy Grail War. Deluded fool.
Why you... Hold on. Does that mean Kiritsugu died because of Kotomine? What did the peaceful face he had on the night of his death mean?
Oh yes. Let me ask you one last thing. Tell me of Kiritsugu's final moments. Did he pass on something to you? His son? Did he croak satisfactorily? The utter cretin. He accomplished nothing at all and simply put all the responsibility on you. I bet his death was absolutely comical.
Shut the fuck up! I kick at the ground. I force my leg to move, flooding it with magical energy. Gah, muscles tear, but I ignore it as I lunge forward on all fours like a wild animal.
Good. There's the ferocity I expected.
Hold on. I swear there's like a hair in my mouth. Hold on, sorry. Okay, sorry. Kotomine holds his hand over the waterfall behind him. I don't know what he's thinking. That cascade of mud is a curse so dense it can be seen. It would be fair to call it a mess of magical energy meant only to destroy people. There's no room to modify it, to change its shape. Anyone who touches that mud will be contaminated by its potent curse, and then dissolve, as if the stuff were digesting them. Which means, the pain and fear felt in those dying moments lingers as magical energy, becoming the next curse to seek out the living. Whoever touches that stuff will die. Any who touch it will die unless they can get the mud out of themselves. Even so, the priest sticks his hand into the waterfall, smiling.
It's time for your reward. You shall die in the same manner as Kiritsugu.
He fills his hand with darkness. I know instinctively that this will be different than before. A flash of light illuminates the world. At the moment I realize it's the light of Saber's noble phantasm. The priest's words plunge the world into darkness. Are we back to Saber? She had been blinded by light a moment ago, but now she's cast into darkness. If she had been conscious, she would have seen that it was a black polar light. The darkness was momentary, but it was not darkness, it was a swarm of tiny curses. The darkness sweeps her body away, and the discomfort jolts her to wakefulness. I sigh. The first thing her returning consciousness brings her is pain. Whatever parts of her were not protected by her armor are horribly burned, and her flesh has been brutally savaged by blades of all sorts. She is a dismal sight. I see. So I have... Ea defeated her. Gilgamesh unleashed his noble phantasms, and she could not defend against so many. Then Ea struck her. She barely managed to deflect it with Excalibur, but the damage to her body was too severe. Her wounds healed on their own without using magical energy, but even the protection of her sacred sword's sheath is unable to return her to full health in an instant. And then...
This is it, Saber. I hope you are not still refusing to admit defeat even in this state.
Gilgamesh walks forward, not a scratch on his armor. Saber lays on the ground looking up at her enemy. There's nothing she can do right now. Nothing can stop him from doing whatever he likes with her now. Gilgamesh, what was that light? Despite the situation, Saber is more concerned about the light. That flash of light, that deep darkness that welled up from the far side of the temple and for a moment covered the world itself.
She doesn't want to think about it, but that darkness might have been aimed at Shiro. That light just now? You know, it's the curse. Kotomine must have summoned it straight from the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail apparently holds within it something capable of cursing the entire world. The pollution we've seen so far is nothing more than residue leaking from the Grail. And now it seems the main body has emerged. Your master is dead. That can't be. Saber wills her body to move. But she knows she can't. She can't just lay down though. Lies. Shiro is still alive. She can still feel her connection with her master. It's weak like the faint embers of a fire on the verge of going out, but Shiro is alive. She has to keep going. If he fights something unheard of or incomprehensible, Shiro will be no match for it. Saber clings to that faint warmth and again wills herself to move. But it's useless. Even the sacred sword's sheath needs a few more minutes to restore her. It's too late. Stay here, Saber. No matter what you do, the Holy Grail will soon overflow. It will be a repeat of 10 years ago. This time, though, the ritual is for you rather than me. The Golden Knight smiles as he turns his gaze up to the burning red sky. Rejoice, Saber! Once the contents of the Grail have rained down upon you, you will become like me. You will gain flesh in this world and enjoy your second life. Of course, you may not retain your sanity as I have. Yeah, you seem Super Saiyan, dude. She can sense the immensity of the curse. It's a magnificent cluster of magical energy. With so much power, any magecraft would be possible. Were Caster to wield it, the possibilities would be endless. But it's a double-edged sword. It curses humans and only humans. Even heroic spirits would not be able to remain themselves after coming into contact with that curse. That's when she realizes, Gilgamesh. A decade ago, that corruption even swallowed up the most ancient king of heroes. Then, Gilgamesh. Do not tell me, you... He's gone mad. Oh? Do you think so, King of Knights? Gilgamesh looks down at Saber, laughing merrily. It's strangely out of character for him, but the look seems somehow appropriate. How could I call myself a hero if I could not drink up something so paltry as a curse? All the world's evil? Huh. It is nowhere near potent enough to contaminate my glorious self. Listen, Saber. A hero shoulders the weight of all humanity. And I did that eons ago. Hearing those words, Saber gasps. She knows in that moment that she will never understand this heroic spirit. His unthinkable arrogance, the staggering ego leading him to believe heaven and earth exist only for him, his ruthless choices that bear no regard for any but himself. All of these things are completely opposite to her own beliefs of what it is to be king. But he was a king. Even Saber cannot deny that. No other servant than Gilgamesh could have retained their sense of self after being bathed in that immensely powerful curse. Forcing you to swallow the mud may be entertaining, but once you lose your mind, my fun will be over. Let us resolve to be married before that happens. Fucking hell. Oh, shit. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in this picture. Is it just him lifting her up? Gilgamesh, you are unbelievable. Oh, do you dislike such rough treatment? You had best get used to it. I do not believe in restraint when it comes to women or food. I devour both as I please. Jesus. Saber glares up at Gilgamesh as she hangs upside down. So you're acting out of a sense of duty to your master as a servant. Pathetic. I can't believe you gave him your body and soul simply because of the constraints the command spells placed upon you. No, you misunderstand, Gilgamesh. I do not obey anyone. That is a freedom I have never had. Oh? So you're saying that you will not be mine, no matter what? His red eyes rake over Saber. They are entirely devoid of human emotion. If she disobeys, he will kill her. No matter how attached he may be to something, if it does not obey him, he will simply destroy it. That is simply how Gilgamesh sees the world. Saber doesn't look away. She simply glares hatefully at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, I will never be anyone's possession. I belong to my nation. I am a king before I am a woman. She's not saying this to anyone in particular. She's simply expressing the tiny warmth still within her heart. Listen to you. Do not make me laugh, Saber. A country is simply one of its king's possessions. If he cannot rule everything, a transcendent being like a king serves no purpose. Honestly, King Arthur, it is no wonder your own country turned on you. The Golden Knight mocks her for her naivete. Her heart is set now. Yes, you are correct. But listen, King of Heroes. Your arrogance is what destroyed your country. Such fierce spirit, Saber twists her entire body, using the leverage to kick Gilgamesh in the face with her free leg. Nice! Gilgamesh releases her. Saber stretches her arms out and arrests her fall, then springs upward. You dare kick a man? It seems you really do require discipline. Saber! She closes her eyes and looks within herself. It is no wonder your own country turned on you. It's not news to her. Since her summoning as a saber, she's been hearing those words over and over. It's different with him. He grew angry with her as if it had been about him, but he also thought her actions were worthy of pride. She knows what she must do. Even if she has no hope of victory, she cannot stop here. She needs to do something while she can still feel that warmth inside her. She has to get to her master as fast as she can. She's about 8 meters from Gilgamesh. She positions herself at the ideal distance for intercepting an attack, which she's just experienced firsthand. Her body won't move the way she wants. She can barely grip her sword, and her legs are hardly able to bear her weight. Even a weak blow would be too much for her now. But she shows neither weakness nor hesitation. Let me ask you one thing. Even Gilgamesh feels he has to prepare himself. The Golden Knight readies Ea, his eyes on his opponent. Are you quite insane? Saber doesn't answer, but her determination is there to see in her eyes. Fine, then I will not hold back. The air itself roars. Ea, the sword of rupture from ancient Mesopotamia, is said to have divided heaven and earth to create the world. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, readies his supreme sword to finally put an end to this enemy. The atmospheric vortex it creates, the sheer quantity of converging magical energy far exceeds Saber's Excalibur. Be gone. You are no more than an eyesore now, woman! Gilgamesh raises his sword. Saber mirrors the movement in perfect synchronization. Their eyes meet for an instant. Gilgamesh flourishes his sword. But Saber's sword falls to the ground, useless. She lacks the strength to activate her noble phantasm. Shit. The light which can sever all things bursts through her. Unable to do anything, she's swallowed up by the light. God damn, man. Are we cutting back to Shiro now? The moment I'm engulfed in darkness. I think so. Yeah, we are. Shit, man. The moment I'm engulfed in darkness, hell itself is imprinted on my mind. The 5 starting penalties: life, body imprisonment, humiliation, and finance. Let the myriad sins, mud, darkness, and malice continue to surround and punish all. Eliminate human rights through decapitation, exile, and repression. Let the boy descend into a state of torment and debauchery. Eliminate group consensus by forfeiting honor. Die.
Ridicule through greed and arbitrary decisions that freeze assets and property, imprisonment, fines, the death penalty, crimes committed in the name of personal grudges, crimes committed to satisfy selfish desires, crimes committed unconsciously, crimes proclaiming self-consciousness, civil disturbance, solicitation, fraud, theft, robbery, kidnapping, self-harm, violence, arson, bombing, infringement, manslaughter, group violence, professional negligence, overconfidence. Die. Accidents by intoxication, cover-ups, crimes for personal gain, crimes committed in the name of ego, crimes committed in the name of love, crimes committed in the name of virtue, crimes committed for themselves, theft and embezzlement, fraudulent cover-ups, contraband, crime, attacks dirty to know thy conscience. Know the penalty of your sins. Herein lies the goodness of man. Oh my gosh, the 5 starting penalties. For you, solicitation, fraud, robbery, kidnapping, self-harm, tyranny, die to atone. Oh my god. My brain's going to explode. The mud eating away my body does not peel off. It mercilessly robs me of my warmth. I feel the horrible curse crunching on my senses, crushing me. Darkness I can't look at directly. Ugliness I can't acknowledge. Crimes I want to run from. All man's sins. I just realized I'm not on screen. Whoopsie. There we go. I'm gonna die. Anyone caught in this darkness wouldn't be able to resist letting it devour them, just from sheer pain and disgust. But Kotomine said it once. This curse is what killed Kiritsugu. That's enough to banish the darkness. Heat returns to my body, blood rushing through me, wounded as I am, and helps me get back to my feet. And why not? I mean, Kiritsugu Emiya shouldered all of this for years. Did he die, his own wishes unfulfilled, because those voices never stopped screaming at him to atone? He said he wanted to be a champion of justice. He ran around like an idiot trying to be useful to someone, and in the end nobody let him do what he wanted to do. Even so, he still pursued something, the ideals he'd given up on. And then in the end, the words of some silly kid lifted a burden from him, and he finally let himself believe that everything would be okay. I have to stand up. I said I was going to take his place and carry on his dream. If I really am the son of Kiritsugu Emiya, the champion of justice, I can't let the bad guy beat me. Tosaka told me, I need to win even if it kills me. Saber told me, Kotomine is the enemy I have to defeat. Even Kotomine said if I'm going to fight, I should put my life on the line. That's right. What can I put on the line here if not my life? I don't have anything else to offer anyway. Damn. I desperately leap out of the massive black mud. I can hear his surprise. My throat is burning. Every breath is like swallowing glass. I don't care. Tears of frustration stream down my face. I might just burst from sheer anger before the curse can tear me apart.
Impossible. Have you truly just shaken the curse off?
I push my body, forcing it to run. One hand goes behind my back. I grip the dagger I've been concealing this whole time.
Unbelievable. You managed to escape and your next action is so pathetically foolish. I suppose you must simply have run out of ideas.
Shut your damn mouth. I never had a plan in the first place. I run. Kotomine sticks his hand into the waterfall behind him and draws out another lump of darkness.
Then you can follow your servant. The light that you saw earlier was Saber's defeat. You have no one to help you now.
There's no more hesitation now. If I get my hands on Kotomine, he will regret what he said just now more than anything else. I still have a command spell on my left hand. I don't know if I'm alive or dead, but that is the proof, and I can feel the truth of it. As long as I still have my command spell, Saber's still with me. If she's still here, she must have defeated Gilgamesh and be headed to me right now. And if I don't greet her with open arms when that happens, greet the world with open arms, well, I know her enough to know she'll be mad. So I'm gonna beat you here and now to fulfill the promise I made to her. Darkness closes in on me. Kotomine releases a giant massive curse. My body begins to crumble, starting with the extremities. Ugh! I won't look away. If this is my role, I'm not done yet. We're back here. A fault line splits space itself. With a flash of light and a roar of wind, Aya releases a vortex of pure destruction. The sheer intensity prevents Saber from using her own noble phantasm, so she lowers herself and lets herself sway as if collapsing. The light draws near. Saber's too injured to dodge, and there's no shield capable of defending against Aya's attack. That furious dance of light and wind can only annihilate everything in its path. Nothing can stand up to Aya. It is an immutable fact. Both of them knew it to be true a few hours ago. For once, that astonished cry comes not from Saber, but from the Golden Knight wielding Aya. Aya continues to release its torrent of magical energy, unleashing a ravening beam of destruction, but Saber is on her feet, stepping into the light of Aya's power. Her silver armor screams. Cracks splinter every layer of magical energy protecting her. With not a second to lose, she closes the gap between herself and Gilgamesh. Oh my god! She Excalibured him! To counter Aya's destruction, Saber releases every drop of power at her command. Searching heat scorches it to the earth. Searching heat. Is that supposed to be searing heat? Scorches the earth in all directions in a brilliant flash of light. Two titanically powerful swords clash. Their power so vast it creates a visible border as the two struggle against each other. But is it all for nothing? Excalibur cannot beat Aya. Hiccuping. Even if Saber risks her life and attacks without concern for the consequences, she can only push back just the smallest bit. The scales tilt in favor of Aya, and Excalibur's light weakens, pushing Saber back. I see! So you have lost your mind, Saber! The Golden Knight draws Aya back, but then sees his enemy's renewed, reckless advance, so he pours yet more magical energy into Aya. There's no turning back now. All there is to use its full power to utterly annihilate Saber. Aya's segments spin faster, 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 reaching their maximum speed, and the light that envelops Saber cuts Excalibur down. But in the instant before that happens, Saber charges. A tiny opening created by Excalibur's power allows her to take a single step closer. In the instant she reaches that space, her noble phantasm appears. Darkness buffets Shiro as if it were caught in a wind tunnel. There is no avoiding or deflecting darkness that coats space itself. Those swallowed by the darkness can only be consumed by it. He's corroding from the fingertips inward. Why is it now third person but following Shiro? That's interesting. His legs kick at the air as if swimming. His outstretched arms are swallowed up in black mud. His vision fails him. It's like being erased. Shiro feels himself shrinking, but he refuses to die. He tries not to look away, pours every ounce of strength he has into resisting. He fights the darkness covering him, the pain of trying to melt his body, and the curse trying to dissolve his mind. It's all in vain. No human could resist his corruption, and yet he continues to move. His arm is still raised, held out trying to grab something, but his heart is already broken. His thoughts are smothered in darkness, and soon it will consume him. But in that moment, you are my... Why did he remember that voice? A light in the darkness. The moment he realizes it's that light, everything runs in reverse. The switch flips. His thoughts gain speed, creating crackling sparks and form the shape with astonishing speed. He murmurs the spell to begin projection. In that instant, it's complete, skipping every step of the manufacturing process. He didn't need to reproduce it from scratch. The shape had already been engraved in his very soul. It had been a part of Shiro Emiya for so long that he'd perfectly memorized it. His fingertips, desperately reaching, move again. They grab hold of the object he created without concentration or spell casting. Oh. The world turns on its head, darkness eradicated by golden light. In Shiro's grasp, duplicated flawlessly as Saber's sheath. And so, as Aya's all-destroying light burns away everything in its path, Saber releases her own noble phantasm. Oh, this is cool. It's like both of them sort of working together across the scenes. What? What appears before her is without question the sacred sword sheath. The mystics which shroud it are unknown, but the sheath repels Aya's light. No, this is beyond simply defending its wielder. Instead, it cuts her off completely. The wall that keeps the filth of the outside world from fairyland, a world that cannot be reached, forever isolated from the rest of the world. Saber is protected by the sheath of the sacred sword, and for a moment, she exists apart from all reason and logic in this world. It is a great protection in this world. Nothing, not even the five magics can pierce this perfect defense. And so the sheath is named Avalon. Avalon, it is a place King Arthur is said to have gone after dying, the utopia the king dreamed of, but could not yet reach. Gilgamesh sees the Grim Reaper raising its scythe. But it's too late. Aya won't stop rotating, and Gilgamesh can't retreat. How could he? Who could ever have believed an attack with so much magical energy, such unimaginable power, could ever be blocked? How dare you stoop to such a petty trick? Oh my god. A streak of blue surges forward. Saber's armor is gone. She shed her armor so she can use its magical energy in her sword. She's putting her life on the line. Just like we are. Oh my god, that image. Caliber! Oh my god! Whoa! That's sick. It's a sick image. The moment he takes the sheath, the darkness is dispelled. The darkness surrounding Shiro Emiya, the darkness that contaminated his body, fades all at once. Impossible! But this should come as no surprise. The sacred sword sheath protects its owner. That filthy mud could not possibly destroy the embodiment of the utopia the girl sought. He runs. In the instant the darkness is dispelled, he moves with all the speed of a comet. Projection? Who the hell are you? The priest, so assured of his own strength, and the boy who could afford no such arrogance, face off. It is but an instant, but that instant decides the battle. Kirei Kotamine! Shiro Emiya runs, sometimes stumbling on all fours. In one hand, he holds the dagger, and he said it on order so I can keep reading. He scrambles forward on his hands and knees towards the priest. Shiro doesn't stop. He thrusts the dagger of retribution into the priest's chest. Oh my god. The priest turns slowly before he can leave. Shiro steps down onto one foot to ground himself and turns in a circle using the momentum of his dash. He inverts himself like a top and he floods his left hand with magical energy. And like a whirlwind. Damn. Damn. His magical energy pours into the Azoth blade along with the word to trigger its release. Sick. Saber swings her golden sword. She must not have had the energy to push herself back up. Saber keeps her sword down, head down. Gilgamesh stares, wide-eyed at the night, and she cuts him in half. In the silence after, the wind whispers through the compound. There remains not a trace of the light that had flooded the area seconds ago. The two knights do not exchange words. They simply stand facing each other as the battle ends. Gilgamesh sighs. He lifts a hand and traces a finger along her cheek, as if to check the knight. Such an impudent woman. You opposed me to the very end. His golden armor begins to fade. The bloody king of heroes starts to disappear. But I shall forgive you. Some things are beautiful precisely because they are unattainable. His finger slips away from her. Douchebag. The arm he raised to touch her falls weakly. I suppose it was inevitable then that I would lose to you. He clicks his tongue in displeasure, and then at the end, "Farewell, King of Knights. It was certainly entertaining." He smiles ironically and vanishes. Pale blue sparks flicker along the priest's form. They spread in all directions from where the dagger protrudes from his chest. No flesh falls away, and there is no sign of bleeding. Even so, the battle comes to an end. He's not even looking at me. Instead, he stares down at the dagger in his chest in confusion. The wind is blowing. A gust of wind blows from the hollow overhead, muffling the sound around him. In the silence that follows,
"Why do you have that sword?"
Kotomine's voice is low, mumbling. "It's not mine. Tosaka lent it to me." I'm not sure how long he was thinking. He takes a deep breath and finally moves, having been motionless from the moment I charged him and impaled him with the blade.
"I see. I once gave it to some girl as a gift, maybe 10 years ago."
Yeah?
"Yes. No wonder I've gotten so weak."
Kotomine collapses. I watch it all unfold. Even on the brink of death, he spoke of himself as if he were talking about someone else. Finally, the priest sinks into that which he summoned, the very thing he wished for. You know, it's kind of crazy to me how much of Fate Zero is like almost explicitly stated in this game. I thought it was gonna be like, 90% of Fate Zero was a mystery to people as they played this game, and 10% of it is like alluded to, but really the person who wrote Fate Zero, they had a lot of stuff to work with in this game. And that is the end of Kirei Kotomine, the true end of a long battle. What about the Grail? With the enemy defeated, only one task remains. The dark hollow in the sky, the mud has stopped pouring from it, but that eerie void continues to quicken. It's the Holy Grail, the omnipotent Grail said to be given to the winner of this war. The wind howls. With Kotomine gone, the power binding Ilia vanishes. Ilia has been released from the hollow, and now she sleeps beside me. She doesn't seem to be in danger of dying. She'll probably wake up after we go home and have Tosaka look her over. The war is ended. No one else will get hurt. We won't have to lose anyone else now. No more masters, and the servants will disappear now that their roles are over. I knew this was going to happen. I climbed those long stairs with her earlier. We've already said our goodbyes. All that's left is to bring the curtain down on this whole war, but we don't want to say goodbye to Saber. I look up at the hollow and wait. My heart is empty as that void, and then she appears. She walks straight toward me, looking no different than when we first met. She stops once we're close enough to touch each other. We neither ask about each other's well-being, nor offer any congratulations. This has already been decided. There's only one thing left to do. Kiss? I will destroy the Holy Grail. That is my role. Saber starts walking forward. The strongest winds coming from the hollow do not deter her. She approaches one step at a time. She's within range. She quietly readies her sword and looks up at the black hollow. I just watch from where I stand. My tongue is just so dry. I clench my fists so hard they bleed. Master, your orders, please. Without your order, I cannot destroy that thing. Use my command spell. Her back still to me. She tells me to use my final command spell. When the Holy Grail is destroyed, Saber will disappear. No, since Saber will destroy the Holy Grail with her own hands, she won't have to become a servant. She only became a servant because she sought the Holy Grail. Destroying the Holy Grail should also void her contract, since she will have chosen to do it. The moment she destroys the Holy Grail, her life will end, but she will remain king forever. Shiro, I would like to hear it from your own lips. I hear Saber. Every time I hear her voice, I want to scream. I want to tell her not to go. I want to scream my real honest desire. I want her to stay. And yet, I can't ever say that. I love Saber.
I want her to be happy more than anything else, and I want to be with her forever. But if I really love her, that is not what I should be doing. I love Saber for fighting her hardest, even when she was wounded. She gave up everything, and while she was torn apart, she still held to her conviction, even to the very end. If I think that's beautiful, if I think that is something worth protecting, then I can't destroy everything she stood for just for my own happiness. She was born a king, and that's how she lived. Nothing can change that. From the moment she drew the sword and made her vow, she was king, nothing else. That is her conviction. She fought her battles until the very end, believing she was doing the right thing. The dream of a young girl named Altria. She abandoned her own life and chose to be king. She chose to fight. Even when she was told that everything she does will go unrewarded, she still wielded that sword and kept living and kept to her vow as king. That lasted for many years. I can't do anything to tarnish the pride she held until her final moments. Saber, fulfill your duty, please. My voice is heavy with emotion. Excalibur! Oh, beautiful image. Light flares around us. The brilliant ray cuts the hollow in front of us in half, leaving no trace of it. Nothing remains. The mountain's summit has been blasted away, leaving only a smouldering wasteland behind. In the distance, the first rays of dawn light the sky. A glimmer of gold peeks over the horizon. My left hand hurts. The final command spell disappears, and then I accept that it is finally over. Man, so there's just no more Saber? So it has come to an end. Yeah, this is the end. There's nothing left. I see. Then our contract has also ended. I was your sword. I defeated your enemies and protected you. I am glad I could keep that pledge. Yeah, you did well, Saber. I don't know what else to say. Saber's far away. I don't try to run to her. The sun rises. The wind starts to pick up. A golden glimmer shines, seeming to last forever. In it, there is one thing I must tell you. I can hear the determination in her voice. Yeah? What is it? I try to at least sound strong. Saber sways. She turns. Saber looks straight at me and says, her voice clear. Shiro, I love you. I thought so. She said it. Aww. The wind blows over the mountaintop. For a moment I close my eyes, blinded by the morning sun. Then I open them again and she's gone. Shit, man. Fuck. I don't think I was surprised. I just had a feeling. Our goodbye was always going to be like this. God damn, man. That's such a sad ending to this route. All I see is a wasteland. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's sad. Saber's gone, carried off by the gusting wind, just like when she appeared. She left with grace, without a trace. Yeah, that's so like you. There are no regrets in my voice. Every memory, both of what I've lost and what I've gained, remain in my heart. I'll keep them all there forever. I look out at the rising sun, hoping I never forget any of this, that none of it fades from my mind for a long time to come. I watch the morning glow spreading over the distant land below. It reminds me of the golden field she'd fought on. God damn, man. I imagine there's going to be epilogue stuff, but that's so sad. Epilogue. It just straight up says it. Oh my gosh. I hear a creaking sound. It's the old heavy rusted door of the shed opening. Light pours in through the crack in the door. It's enough to wake me up. Oh my god, is that Sakura? Jesus Christ, I forgot about her. Senpai, are you awake? I don't even need to look to know who's approaching. It must be that time already. I take a deep breath and open my eyes.
Aw.
Good morning, Senpai. It's time already.
I see that. Morning, Sakura. Thanks for waking me up.
It's nothing. I knew you'd wake up anyway, so I didn't need to do anything.
Got it. So how come you came all the way out here to wake me up?
It's no trouble. I just wanted to wake you up this morning, so I woke up half an hour earlier than usual. Today is a special day after all.
Oh, then I remember. That's right, it is a special day. Sakura, I don't think I even need to ask, but Fujine's not here, right?
No, Miss Fujimura is not here yet. Oh, but Ilya is already here.
I knew it. If Ilya's here, then that can mean only one thing. Crap. Sorry, Sakura, but I need you to take care of breakfast this morning. I'm gonna go and wake Fujine up.
Oh, okay. Good idea, Senpai.
Luckily, I was up late last night, so I'm still in my work clothes. I'm glad I didn't need to change to head out. I'll be back in 10 minutes. You're in charge of the house until then.
Yes, you can count on me. Hey, Shiro's awake.
Yeah, I just woke up. I'm gonna go wake Fujine up, so go help Sakura with breakfast. I pat Ilya on the shoulder and head to the front entrance.
She beat me to it. Ah, I said I was going to wake Shiro up, Sakura.
Ilya fumes at Sakura as she stomps over to the shed. This sort of thing's hardly unusual anymore. Ilya said she wasn't going to return to her home country, so I talked to Fujine about taking her in. She was vehemently opposed and suggested she would take Ilya in at her house. Since then, Ilya's been staying at the Fujimura house, and of course, she's been coming over with Fujine mornings and nights. It goes without saying that they're coming for breakfast and dinner. The two have been living together for 2 months now, and they're practically joined at the hip. When I pass near the shed wall, I hear Sakura and Ilya talking. Ilya's pretty blunt, so I thought she wouldn't get along with Sakura, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're like an odd couple. Ilya's energetic while Sakura's more laid back. It seems they get along in spite of their differences. In fact, Sakura has regained her usual cheer thanks to Ilya. Ever since Sakura's older brother Shinji disappeared and was listed as missing, she'd stopped smiling. Jesus. She must have sensed that he had something to do with that mass coma incident at school. Fretting over Shinji, Sakura shut herself away. It was Ilya who forced her to get over it, and Sakura's her normal, cheerful self whenever she's with Ilya. Yep, Sakura's smiling again. I'm truly happy about that. Sakura's most herself when she's smiling that gentle smile of hers.
Ilya's so mean. I even offered her a little extra pocket money to wake me up no matter what.
Fujine's in tears as she shovels breakfast into her mouth.
I had no choice. If I waited for you to wake up, I would be late, and I worked enough to earn my pay. If you want me to work harder, then you should just raise my allowance rather than giving me a little extra sometimes. I know you get money from grandfather too. Why is this child such a miser? Nobody will like you if you're so stingy at such a young age. That's okay. As long as the person I like doesn't think like that, I don't care what anyone else thinks. Oh, by the way, Tiger, I want the money you borrowed the other day back. It was payday 5 days ago, right? How did you know that? Riker told me. I can give you the details of the conversation if you like.
Ilya grins wryly. Unlike her more friendly relationship with Sakura, Ilya and Tiger are practically cats and dogs. Ilya gets really mean with Fujine. Even her smile reminds me of a certain someone smirk. Yeah, it's like Reen.
You've got it till tomorrow. If you can't pay me back, I'll take it out of your allowance, Tiger. What? I can't believe Grandfather told you about that. Yep, I'm with him all day. Riker even says I'm cuter than you, Tiger. What? What have you done, Shiro? This girl is a devil. She's going to take over the whole Fujimura group.
Well, you said she couldn't stay here. It's kind of your fault. More importantly, why does a grown woman still get an allowance from her grandfather?
See you later, Shiro. You're not coming home early today, right? Then I'll wait here, so come home quick.
Yeah, I'll try. Take care of the house, Ilya.
Huh. She might as well just live in this house for all I care. dummy.
Fujine sulks as she hides behind my back.
Yeah, buck up, Tiger. Don't give Shiro such a hard time.
Ilya shrugs off Tiger's comment. Looks like Fujine isn't really in a position to push back against Ilya.
Well, I'm going on ahead. Don't dawdle and wind up late for school, Shiro.
Fujine lets out an engine roar and disappears like a speeding bullet. She's got her driver's license last month. Since then, she's been late for school a lot less often, but now she has a new nickname, Rocket Tiger, Rocket Diver. She's the only one who doesn't know about it. I stretch and take a deep breath. Sakura already left for school. She ate a pretty big bowl of rice this morning, so she must be pretty driven today. Today's a big day for the Kyudo Club. Now that she's vice captain, Sakura must be really determined and enthusiastic today. Alright, I should go to school too. Today's April 7th. Schools are starting the new school year, and the season has gone from the cold of winter to spring. It's been 2 months. I feel like a lot has changed since she left, but the changes all seem minor. Winter's over and it's finally spring. That's the only thing that's changed. I might have grown and matured, but I'm not a different person or anything, so not that much has changed. Shiro Emiya is still clumsily stumbling along in Kurizuku's footsteps.
Morning, Emiya. Fancy running into you in the morning.
And calling us Emiya again. She's like going back to being formal. Hey there, nice weather we have today, Tosaka. I wave in greeting. But is this really a coincidence? We run into each other almost every day. Well, sure, we never ran into each other that often before.
Run into each other?
Tosaka narrows her eyes and glares at me, unhappy about how I phrased that. I don't think getting angry so early in the morning is good for you. Tosaka, did you start leaving your house earlier? You always arrived later. You were never early or late to school.
That's not true. It was just a coincidence that we never saw each other. Did you know your house and mine are in the opposite directions? So if we woke up at a normal time and walked down the hill at the same time, we would naturally meet up here.
Huh. That's news to me. And I guess that's not so surprising. Wait a minute. That's only possible if our daily schedules are the same. For Tosaka to reach this intersection at this hour, she'd have to wake up at 6 in the morning. But that's... Tosaka, you must be exhausted. I just come right out and say it.
What are you talking about? I'm not tired and I'm not pushing myself either. Why would you say that?
Well, because you're not a morning person. You're a bitch in the mornings. If you go to school while you're half asleep, your goody two-shoes front might collapse. You'd be a goner if you fell asleep in class. If someone woke you up, you'd go berserk and they'd see your true terrifying face. Like, who dares disturb my slumber kind of terrifying.
I would never do something like that. I would never make a mistake like that because I woke up 30 minutes early.
Oh, so you did wake up earlier than usual.
Gah. Oh, come on. It doesn't matter what time I get up. If you have time for trivial questions like that, then get to school.
Yeah, take the compliment, Shiro. She's waking up early to see you. Tosaka huffs and looks away. She has a point, so I'm going to let this go and resume our walk to school. I feel like so many anime guys with harems have girls bending over backwards to see them, and then they always like make fun of the girls for it. It's like, don't do that. You want them to do this. This is a good thing to have people do this for you. You should never punish good behavior. It's the same reason, like, if someone, you know, if you have someone who's like in their room a lot, and you like, you know, a family that there's one of the kids that's in their room a lot, when they come out, don't be like, oh, look who finally came out, because then they're just gonna never want to come out again. Instead, like, you know, subtly reward them for coming out of their room. You know, don't embarrass them about it. We walk up the hill. The townscape below has bloomed into a springtime scene. The breeze is pleasant, and the leaves of the cherry blossom tree planted near school dance on the wind from time to time. It makes me smile.
Hey, are you mostly going to your job this week? Not that it matters to me since it's your time and all, but you're not overworking yourself, are you?
No, I got a day off today. I heard the Kyudo Club was holding a welcome party for new members, so I figured I'd bring Ilya to hang out.
Whoa, you've got guts. You don't even bat an eye at bringing Ilya to school. You're something else.
Is that bad? Ilya seemed bored, so I thought this would be a good distraction. It's bad. Anyway, I might swing by too. Hard to be bored with Ilya around. And most of all, it's too dangerous to just ignore this. I do like Ilya just being like, I like that we're taking care of Ilya. It's nice. I'm grateful to hear her say that. Tosaka understands Ilya much better than Sakura or I do. It's not just that she periodically checks on Ilya's health. Tosaka and Ilya are both proper mages. Ilya still doesn't fully understand that she needs to hide the fact that she's a mage, so Tosaka's been a great mentor for her in that regard. And so things are starting to settle into their respective places. The new priest the church dispatched has already repaired most of the damage from the Holy Grail War, and we've more or less gone back into our ordinary lives. There are things lost that we can never get back, yes, but the wounds are slowly healing, and I should be glad to know that some of the regrets I felt before are slowly fading. But that was unexpected. Tosaka mutters under her breath. She looks down at the town, her tone serious. What was unexpected? Well, I thought you'd be depressed. I was worried it would take you a while for you to recover from all this. She's talking about the girl who's not with me now. It's been 2 months, and this is the first time we brought up the golden-haired girl. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to recover from it either. I was going out of my mind just thinking what might happen afterwards. But when it actually happened, you acted the same as always. You didn't seem depressed. You were even acting like nothing happened the next day. That's when I started to get worried about whether you were really okay or not. I can't really explain it, but it felt like you were going to die in some freak accident the next day or something. Freaking what? How does me seeming fine end with me dead? I understand what she means, actually. Things like that happen. A person just accidentally achieves their lifelong goal, then keels over and dies. The moment they think they don't need to live anymore, a car runs them over, or they just fall down a set of stairs. Huh. That's a little hard to get my head around. I guess she's talking about dying after living a full life, or resting in peace, maybe. That's why I was worried that was going to happen. You know, there are times it's more normal to get spectacularly depressed. What? Would you have comforted me if I got depressed? Of course not. I would have kicked you in the butt and made you get over it in a day. I was just disappointed I didn't get the chance. She turns away, displeased. It's so funny, I can't help bursting into laughter. What? Was that funny? No. Your tough as nails line was just so you. It was a relief. We continue walking, enjoying the spring sunshine. The hilly road is long, and it looks as if it continues into the endless blue sky. Then she brings something else up, surprisingly casually. So you don't have any regrets? You know, about Saber being gone? Her eyes are on the sky as she speaks. Yeah, I don't have any regrets. Probably. I'm not trying to put up a front. I even surprise myself with how at peace I sound. Nothing was left unsaid, so I don't regret anything. Everything went into the moment we said goodbye. What I wanted to do, what she dreamed. Maybe we were both stubborn, and maybe I really should have grabbed her hand and made her dream come true. But there was something we both felt was beautiful, and we both desperately tried to protect it until the very end. I have no regrets. As she properly ended her time, I can't let myself be stuck in those memories forever. Huh. So you've already settled the matter for yourself. So that's why you're not depressed, and you're just going to drown in your memories. Yeah. But I still dream about her. I'm gonna remember her for the rest of my life. One day, my memories of her will fade, and I'll forget her voice and her mannerisms. But still, I'll never forget what happened, or that I loved her. Tosaka doesn't say a thing, but for some reason she looks elated. She's practically skipping now. Aww. What's going on, Tosaka? What's the rush? Did something happen? Nothing. I just want to get to school quickly. So come on, hurry, Shiro. I'll leave you behind if you're too slow. She turns around and starts to run up the hill. What the hell? Why would she push herself when she's not a morning person? I grumble, then sling my bag over my shoulder and run to catch up. It's only 7:30 in the morning. It's too early for students who aren't involved in any club activities, but I guess there's nothing wrong with getting to school early.
I run up the hilly road that seems to stretch into the sky, and I reach the school earlier than usual. Today is the first day of the school year. If I want to celebrate, I need to shake off old memories. Remnants of my memory will never go away, but I still need to go on, even if the emptiness in my heart makes me cry. The blue sky is off in the distance. It feels so close, but even if I reached out, I could never grasp it. I've looked to the stars before. There are unreachable stars and unfulfilled wishes. Nothing of ours remains behind. So someday, my memories of her, even the image of her face, will disappear. And yet, even if I can't ever reach her, something will remain in our hearts. There may be nothing physical left, but we both shared time together and looked up at the same things. If I can remember that, I can believe that we're still together, even across such a great distance. Some things are bound to disappear, but others never will. So I'm going to keep running. If I push far enough, I might one day reach what I was aiming for. The new beginnings of spring, after the end of a harsh winter. I head up the hill under the same blue sky she looked up and saw. The battle is over. This is her final battlefield. The battle that split her country in half and ended with the king's victory. The knight runs to her. The battle is over. The blood-red sunset is faded, and now the darkness of night covers the battlefield. The hill is littered with corpses and curses. All that resentment tries to drag the survivors down with it. Through it all, the knight runs, breathless. He grips his horse's reins as the wounded white steed does its best to keep up. The knight and the white horse are the only survivors. Draped over the horse's back is the wounded king. Your Majesty, King Arthur, this way. The knight must be wounded himself, but he runs with all his might. The king he serves is on the verge of death. Even after defeating the rival king in single combat, his king sustained a fatal wound. The knight knows there's no hope here. His king will die soon. Please stay with me. If we manage to reach that forest, you shall... He calls desperately to his king, or perhaps the knight truly believes that his king is immortal. So long as they have the guidance of the sacred sword, the king will never perish. With laboured breathing, the knight crosses a mountain of corpses and heads to a forest that has not yet been stained in blood. He knows of his king's immortality, so he believes that if he can only escape this cursed battlefield and lead the king to somewhere pure, the king's wounds will be healed. Or rather, he hopes. Unlike the other knights, he always believed in his king. The king had always been isolated at court, shunned by the knights, and feared by the people. But the knight was proud of the young king, who never revealed any personal feelings no matter the situation, and always remained idealistic. The knight did not serve his country, and that is why he entrusted his sword to his king, strove to aid his king, and rose to the position of the king's personal guard despite his young age. The king whose true face can never be seen. The boy tried to be fair and selfless, and did not allow his personal feelings to interfere with his duties. Rather, he hoped that if he could someday get close enough, he could see his king's real face. That is his greatest desire. He wants so much to see his king's true face, not the stern countenance that the king bore on the battlefield, but his king's true face, a smiling, laughing, human face. That moment would surely come in court, when the king is relieved of all duty. Even the most perfect king cannot be on the edge at all times. The king was proved wrong, though. What he learned defied his expectations. He reached the rank of Imperial Guard and stood at the king's side. He guarded the king more closely than any knight, and always observed the king's behavior, but the moment he wished for never came. His king never smiled. Why does that make him so angry? The king should radiate glory, having achieved such success, but never once did the king seem at ease, even for a moment. He couldn't stand it. He wanted to believe this shouldn't happen, and so he wished for his king to be rewarded with light. That has yet to be accomplished. The king still remains solitary, and so the knight refuses to accept his king's death. It cannot end here. If it does, the great king will never be rewarded. Your Majesty, please stay here. I will summon reinforcements right away. Damn. Once they reach the forest, the knight leans his king's body against a large tree. It is a race against time. Even riding hard on horseback, it will take half a day to bring back the troops they left at the harbour. Any who see the king now would know that the king will not last until dawn. Please, hold on until then. I promise I will bring our troops back here. The knight bows his head to his half-conscious king and returns to his white seat. Bedivere. Before he can leave, the king he thought unconscious calls out to him.
Your Majesty, have you woken up?
Yes. I was having a dream. The king's voice is faint, but there is warmth in it.
A dream, sire.
The knight's voice is imploring. The king's life is balanced on the tip of a blade. The darkness will surely take his king if the knight does not respond. Yes, I have not had many dreams, so it was a valuable experience.
That is wonderful. Please, have a pleasant rest. I will call for reinforcements while you do.
A faint gasp. The knight's words must have been unexpected.
Your Majesty, have I said something to offend?
No. You only surprise me. Can you still dream after you've woken? Are you saying I will return to that same dream after I close my eyes? Now it's the knight's turn to be surprised. For a moment he's at a loss for words. At length he responds, though he knows there is no truth to what he says.
Yes. If you truly desire it, you will indeed return to the same dream. I have experienced it myself.
It's not possible. A dream is a fleeting thing, not something to return to. Even so, the knight lies to his king. It is the first and last time he will do such a thing. I see. You are quite knowledgeable, Bedivere. The king's soft voice is admirable. The king's head remains tilted down, not looking up at the knight. The king breathes so softly he can barely be audible. Bedivere, take my sword. The knight receives his king's final order. Listen, pass through the forest and travel over that bloody hill. Beyond that you will find a lake. Throw my sword into it.
What? Your Majesty, that would mean...
The knight knows what that means. The sword in the lake. To relinquish the sword that had protected the king and served as proof of kingship, that would mean the end of his king. Go. Once you have fulfilled my order, return here and tell me what you saw. The king does not take back orders. The knight takes the sacred sword and goes over the hill, his indecision weighing heavily on him. And so, 3 times the knight hesitates to follow his king's command. The lake looms in front of him, but he cannot throw the sword away. Doing so means his king will disappear. The knight's unwillingness to part with his king stays his hand, so he returns to his king. Once again, the king orders him to throw the sword into the lake. When the knight lies and claims he's thrown the sword into the lake as ordered, his king simply replies, "Do as I have commanded you." To defy a king's order is a great sin for a knight, but he's already done so twice. Each time he stands before the lake, he hesitates at the thought of losing his king. No more. When the knight realizes he cannot alter his king's decision, on his 3rd visit, he hurls the sword into the lake. The sacred sword returns to the lake. A white hand emerges from the water and catches the blade, and the sacred sword vanishes from the world. And the knight finally accepts it. The end of his king. The responsibilities that had so long burdened the knight finally come to an end. By the 3rd time he crosses a hill, the first rays of morning light touch the forest. The ruins of the battlefield now distant. There is no trace of the bloody battle, only a thin haze covers the hill.
I've thrown the sword into the lake. It is back in the hands of the Lady of the Lake.
At the knight's words, the king's eyes open. I see. Then you must stand proud. You have obeyed your king's command. The knight gives a silent nod to that voice, knowing the speaker is on the brink of death. It's all over. Turmoil will continue to grip the nation. The wars will not end. The day of ruin will come soon. But the king's battle is over, because he, or rather she, fulfilled her role to the very end. Oh. The light fades. With everything done, the last of the strength that kept her going is spent. I must apologize, Bedivere. This sleep will be a long one. She closes her eyes, slowly, as if going to sleep. The morning light spills through the treetops. As the king drifts to her eternal rest, a hush falls over the forest. The knight continues his vigil over the fallen king, the king he wished for, the solitary king attained by only a single night. and he finally sees the look he hoped for on the king's face, a peaceful sleep. In her last moments, the king finally finds the peace that had so long eluded her. The knight is overjoyed. The knight thanks whoever gave his king such comfort, and watches the king with a sense of pride. The heavens are distant and the clear sky is blue. The battle is truly over. Are you watching, King Arthur? His words ride the wind. The sleeping king appears to sink into the endless blue. May your dream continue. A distant dream takes her. The battle is over. Let us put our swords down and rest in momentary peace. After dozing in a warm dream, a new day will dawn. The days continue on, and we are still following the same star we once saw. Oh, we did it. We fucking did it. Oh my gosh. It was a solid ending. So, man, I finally did the Fate route after doing Unlimited Blade Works, Fate Zero, and Heaven's Feel, all in anime form. I finally did the game of the Fate route, and I finally saw like what the original story of Fate Stay Night was. Yeah, really solid. I don't know, like, in comparison to the other ones, I don't know where I would put it, just if we're just talking about like the story and the story beats and stuff. I think there's parts of it that I like more. I really do like the relationship between Saber and Shiro, and I think that was really sweet and well done. I mean, the character work is all great. Like, that's some of the strongest stuff in this series, is I think it has some great character work. And it was a good climax. I think the whole final battle was pretty solid. Yeah, I quite liked that. I think it's sort of difficult when it's the final thing I played, because there are some things I feel like in this that it's like, you know, like we'd seen a few Gilgamesh fights and Kirei fights now already, you know? So it's like, it wasn't as dramatic as it would have been the first time you play it, but that's okay. I don't regret the order that I did everything. Wow, that was the end of the credits? Those short credits. I thought I'd have way more time to talk. I don't regret the order I did it at all, but it does make the climax of this game specifically less intense, because I had seen Gilgamesh be defeated before, and I'd seen Shiro beat Kirei before, just in different timelines and stories and stuff. Does it take me back to the main menu? A new route has been unlocked. Yes. Okay, it takes me back to the main menu. Completed Saber's ending. Wonderful. So yeah, let me actually go like this. Hold on. My computer's a bit slow right now. There we go. Okay, it lagged a bit, but that's fine. So yeah, I feel like the ending, you know, would have hit harder if it was the first time I was playing it, because I would have really not known what the fuck was going on. But that's okay. I'm still glad I took in the other things first, because I don't even think I would have wanted to play this game to this extent if it wasn't for watching those anime first. There's a scene playing in the background. I don't want that to happen. So yeah, I'm glad about the way I did it. I'm satisfied with that. I'm just trying to get it to a screen that I'm just gonna have a picture on screen, so hopefully it doesn't. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm glad about the way that I did it.
The route, I knew that this was, or at least I was pretty sure that this is supposed to be the shortest route, isn't it? And it was still longer than I expected. I didn't think it would take me that long to play through this game. Which is definitely why I'm not doing Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Feel in the game as videos. Because like that would take so long, and I know the majority of the story. I don't think I would be very engaged in it. It would be very exhausting for me. I might still play it in my own time, absolutely. Like that's definitely a possibility. But I will not be doing videos on that. In terms of like future possibilities for the Fate series, I mean, I'm still watching Fate Strange Fake on my channel, and so I'm still doing reactions to Fate TV shows. But I think now I'm finally like at the point where I'm comfortable taking in some Fate stuff in my own time, in my own life. Like I want to play Fate Go, I've wanted to check out Fate Go for a while, but I told myself I will not check it out until at the very least I've played Fate Stay Night's Fate route, because I wanted to at the very least have experienced the original 3 routes in some form or another, and now I have. So I now would like to just take in some of the other stuff, and yeah. But overall, I liked the Fate route. There were some bits that I think were like slow or dragged a little bit, and like going through the early stuff was a lot harder for me because there was a lot of repeats of stuff that I had seen before, and that's a lot more difficult when I'm doing visual novels of stuff I know happens already. It's really hard to like stay focused and stay engaged when you know most of the stuff that's happening. But the second like half of the game was a lot more engaging once I didn't know what was going on. I think the best part of the game to me was basically the Saber date. I think that genuinely was the best part of the game for me, because like it was really nice seeing them go out on a date, and then it led into their argument with one another on the bridge. And I think that whole section of the game was really, really good. And that was the standout of the entire thing for me. I did really like the epilogue of this as well. The epilogue was really, really nice and well done. And yeah, I think it was solid overall. I had a great time. So thank you for watching my Fate route. I know I didn't react as much as I normally do in stuff to this game, but as I've said a bunch of times, I wasn't really doing this for content. I was doing this just for myself. But if you liked watching it anyway, regardless of that, then I'm glad, and I'm glad that I uploaded it for you. But thanks for watching. It's possible in the future, because I do own the sequel-ish to this game, Hollow Ataraxia or whatever. It's possible I do that one day. Don't hold your breath for it. It's probably not coming anytime soon if I do. My recording's freezing up. I'm sorry about that. It's probably not coming anytime soon if that does happen, but it is a possibility in the future. Anyway, before my recording software screws itself, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.